Awesome. Carrie Underwood is a better artist than Taylor Swift. Okay. Oh, who likes Carrie Underwood over Taylor Swift? So, oh, this is because Carrie got picked for what? She was picked for the inauguration, right? I think that's why. Yeah. Oh God, what? Oh, it's AU. That's why I picked. There we go. Yeah. By Village People, Lee Greenwood. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So instead of Taylor Swift, it's going to be Carrie Underwood. I don't think it matters, but whatever. There. Oh, this actually looks kind of creepy. Because she looks like one of those, that fucking movie? It with the killer doll. It's like, oh, oops. Which one? No. Megan. That's the one. Oh, shit. Hey. Oh. Fucking Taylor Swift is Megan. Someone needs to. Someone just needs to overlay this on her face. Dude, oh my god, I swear to God, it's true. Oh, Jesus. Hostman. Fuck. Is there a better picture? Oh my god. Come on. You cannot tell me. I mean, they don't have the same eye color, but that can change. I'm pretty sure. Just give her the contact lenses that changes her eye color. There you go. Oh man, that's fucked. She's a demon, by the way. Alright, California. One-time payment of 770 for those who lost everything in California. $770 one-time payment. His administration just announced billions in funding to Ukraine, and this is what he announces for Californians. Apparently.
We're not waiting until those fires are over to start helping the victims. We're getting them help right now, as you all know. People impacted by these.
God, why is this so low? Is there a better...
We're not waiting until those fires are over to start helping the victims. We're getting them help right now, as you all know. People impacted by these fires are going to receive one-time payment of $770. One-time payment. So they can quickly purchase things like water, baby formula, and prescriptions. So far...
Okay. I don't think that's gonna really help them. 'Cause... I can't even... I can't even compete with what he's... I mean, it's like... what can I say? They're just sending our fucking money, dude. They're just full sending our money somewhere else. Placed on aid that went into Florida or after Hurricane Helene Milton suggests there should be California. Be for deplorable. The new Republican-led Congress is already off to a horrible start. I mean, I hate to say it, but if you think Republicans want to pay for this, yeah, they don't want to pay this just as much as the Bidens don't want to pay for this. Hmm. Oh yeah, these three, yeah, they're all from California. For sale to Denmark. Oh, Rachel? Who's Rachel? Very sure clapbacks like this is not going to help Rachel's personnel. Oh, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle find Justine Bateman's claim offensive after being called disaster tourist. Yeah, I mean, it is strange how they always come to, like... Did they go to the hurricane stuff? Uh... Oh, it's... Was it with the H? God. Oh. Oh. No, she did not go to the hurricane stuff. So, I mean, it's not her state, so. Hmm. When she was running out of her big break TV show Suits, sorry, Sweet, nice. In 2017, she had no job offers for major roles to replace it. Oh. She was supposed to be in a TV show? Whoops. I probably shouldn't scroll down with what I saw down there. Oh. Where'd it go? Alright, what's up with Andrew Tate? 2 weeks ago, women are sex workers. Their primary job is to find one customer called a boyfriend, pay for their entire lives in return for pussy. Oh shit. If they fail at this, they do OnlyFans of porn. Why is this guy like this? The same guy with more than one customer. Jesus. If they're ugly, they work a job badly and are miserable. Fuck. Oh shit, dude. I can't. Hold on. Let's check if it's real. Does he have an X account? I can believe he said that, to be honest. Fucking hell. Oh shit. Oh, where's it? Oh. Apparently he said this. When did? Oh, it didn't. She didn't. What is? What is this? What if? Oh, Grok. That's what that is. I was like, what the fuck is this? FEMA. So that's how they do it. Isn't there? Oh, Grok is right there too. Okay. Said it was posted 2 weeks. Okay. Oh, well, there, down. Okay, calm down, buddy. Said 2 weeks ago. Maybe I should be careful. Well, actually, no. I'm pretty sure he keeps his stuff relatively clean. I don't think I'm gonna find this. It was 2 weeks ago. I would have to go through. I don't even know how many posts you made in between that. I don't. Honestly, I would chalk it up to believing he said that. Oh shit. If you're so guilty of human trafficking, watch this. What's this?
But the majority of my money wasn't made in fighting. My money was actually made in the pimp game.
A pimp is a human trafficker.
Okay, you look at it from my position, pimp game. Having sex with girls is all good, but how do you
I
get
mean,
to do what you say, make you money, obey you?
it's not
allow you to cheat
I
on them
mean,
in front of their face and still love you? That's the game.
Pimps for themselves believe that they are managers of prostitutes.
The skill I'm going to teach you is exactly the same. I could easily translate mine to a street business, and you could easily street business what I was going to teach you. The PhD course is
I mean, if you really do think about it, some people are doing this.
There are multiple types of pimps out there, and those would be a Romeo
Just
pimp,
like,
also
just look at
known
Jack
as
Doherty.
a finesse pimp or a lover
Just look
boy.
at what some of those
Romeo
the red
pimps are
the
pimps
podcast
that
sit
use
downs with the OnlyFans
manipulation
people. Yeah,
through
that's a
flattery,
different, that's a
through
type of that,
finesse.
right?
Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me.
That's a promotional thing for them,
Through
right?
a lover boy method to exploit and manipulate their victims.
I had women who would work for me and make $100,000 a year and give it all to me.
They want to gain the trust and the love of their victim.
There's no such thing as having girls who work for you who you've not fucked. It's impossible. You have to fuck them and they have to love you. It's essential to the business.
And then when they are starting to groom and manipulate their victims,
you continue as normal.
Okay, come on.
No mention
It's
of webcam.
the victims themselves feel.
okay. What are we doing here? These women are doing it for themselves. They are 100% doing it for themselves. They are 100% doing it for the money. They are 100% doing it for their livelihood. He's basically probably bringing up OnlyFans models just like, or promoting OnlyFans models or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's a weirdo. Just like everyone else who does this kind of shit. The dude is running basically an online brothel, right? Just think of OnlyFans and all that shit as online brothels. Because you can interact with them and then you can maybe get a quick fling if you really want to. I mean, just look at some of the women fucking going around on the YouTubes and TikTok and showing themselves and going through the 100 to 1,000 body count. Bullshit. Yeah, he's not sorry about his past and he never hurt anyone? Has he shown remorse since? Remorse for what? These people think they did nothing wrong. I mean, and to be frank, they didn't really do anything wrong. Those two, what are we doing with consenting adults here? To resist the slave. Well, I mean, you could call it the herd mentality, or the, mob mentality, right? I mean, you can call it a different... People have named it a lot of things over the years. There's a lot of synonyms for it. Okay, well, that was... half-naked lady in the snow. Okay. That's California burns. To Gavin Newsom, release the water from the north. Millions of gallons a day. What's taking you so long? Should have done it 8 years ago. And you would have had no fire problems today. Gross incompetence. I agree. Boulder. TikTok. Oh, is the TikTok ban going out or something? What's happening? The show, most people don't think climate change is responsible for California. Who the fuck thinks it's climate change?
And the way we can see this in
Who the fuck uses climate change narrative when you literally had fucking arsonists starting fires all over the fucking place? We don't have a fucking climate change problem. We have a fucking people problem.
I don't think Americans are making this connection. And
I'm surprised people don't understand that yet.
here and now, take a look at the monthly change.
We literally have a
Look at the
people
searches
problem.
for wildfire, up 2,400%. My goodness gracious, this is the most amount of people searching for wildfires ever. Going back since Google Trends began back in 2004. But look at climate change. Look at the change. It doesn't go hand in hand with wildfires. It's actually down. It's down 9%. And I also looked in California. There has been no increase in the number of searches for climate change. So the bottom line is this. Americans are definitely interested in learning about these wildfires. They're interested in following the news about the wildfires, but they are not making that connection with climate change. That's the bottom line here.
That's
Mr.
a
Berman.
really key metric.
Really fucking did that.
Overall,
Why?
Americans being
What are
worried
you
about
doing?
climate we've seen over time.
Yeah,
Why
you
the
see
fucking
lots of
leap?
extreme weather events
What
over
the
last
why
few
the
decades,
fuck does
like
this have to do?
hurricanes, heat waves,
Oh, okay.
wildfires. You might expect that Americans worry about climate change would climb. Climate change worry a lot. You go back to 1991, it was
There's a great video we should probably watch. I watched it all already. Because it literally explains all the fucking dumb bullshit we've been through. About the rising crimes and the depression and all the fucking bullshit. Not only that, but remember this Michael Brown bullshit too, back in what, 2014? This was the, was it 18-year-old guy shot 12 times in the front because this motherfucker thought it was a good idea to rush the cop. And then everyone started touting, "Oh, this guy was shot in the back, holding his hand up." Literally. And then we had this whole fucking weird social political bullshit going on about this fucking shit. Black Lives Matter bullcrap, right? And then you had, what? Well, at that point, what was Black Lives Matter? It was like 2018, 19? When did Black Lives Matter start? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I thought it was 2018, 19. It was... Okay, well, that explains it. It's fucking... yeah. I hate everything. Dude, I hate everything. What do you got for Street Fighter?
Hey everyone! Get ready to feast your eyes on the strongest Shiranui fighter around! Yo, Nipponichi! Show me what you have. I'm not gonna lose.
Hello.
Stay down. Really now? You shouldn't keep a girl waiting. Watch your head.
She could do. Sorry. Hey, oh.
Yo, Nipponichi! I am the pride of the Shiranui!
Oh, this is her other fighting style. Oh wow, this one looks actually pretty cool. Oh, this is like her shinobi. Interesting. Jesus.
As predicted.
Hold on.
Floating like a
Ultimate.
butterfly, stinging like a bee. Hey, what are you looking at? Up here.
I wasn't, I wasn't. Alright, looks good. I wasn't looking, I swear. Hands I swear. I didn't do it.
Leftoid, medicine, vaccine brain niggas. Leftoid, medicine, vaccine brain niggas. Bleep that out, please. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. At least leftoid, medicine, vaccine brain niggas.
Alright, I'm sorry. Over 40 criminals arrested looting in Palisades over Palisades fire evacuation zones. What's the punishment they truly deserve? Oh yeah. Basically, some of the arsonists and looters. But yeah, they're probably just gonna get out the next. I don't think they changed much of the policies and the court systems on catch and release bullshit. So both inside and outside government supporting Doge. I'm confident that the American people will be happy with the outcome. Spent $1.3 billion to shoot 450 barred owls across Oregon to save spotted owls. What? Wait, what?
In a letter to Elon, the Biden administration first approved sending trained shooters into West Coast forests to kill up to 450,000 barred owls, just to save the endangered spotted owl.
We do know that they are currently doing this in some forests, more on a test case basis.
State Representative Ed Deal is one of
Wait,
several
what?
Oregon lawmakers urging the incoming
They're
Trump
getting
administration
owl
to
hunt,
cancel that
literally
plan.
owl
In a letter
hunters?
to Elon Musk and
What the
Vivek
fuck?
Ramaswamy,
And shooting
leaders
them?
of
What
the
the
new
fuck?
Department of Government Efficiency, they argue the plan will
Well,
waste
I mean,
taxpayer money without
it's owl
solving
on
the
owl
problem.
violence,
The 30-year
so
plan
I don't-
could cost taxpayers a staggering $1.35
Yeah, what
billion.
the-
With each owl's death priced at $3,000, according to the Center
Wait,
for a Humane
what?
Economy and
Killing one bird is 3,000. What the fuck? What is this?
priced at $3,000 could cost taxpayers a staggering $1.35 billion.
I don't
with
want
each owl's
this.
death
What the fuck
priced
is
at
this?
$3,000, according to the
What
Center
the-
for a Humane
Let the
Economy
owls
and
fight
Animal
each
Wellness
other.
Action.
See who wins.
The plan has sparked fierce controversy in Washington State
mean,
too,
these-
with critics
yeah.
arguing that killing so many owls is an extreme and inhumane.
Yeah, this is pretty fucked up, to be honest. What do the owls do to you, man? What the fuck? I mean, they hoot sometimes, but that's all they do.
Solution to a complex problem. The Biden administration
They didn't do anything to you, you fucking assholes. Jesus. Yeah, definitely should just let the owls fight it out. I mean, we probably have some researchers check it out, make sure they're not literally going extinct. Because holy fuck. I didn't even know they were fucking having a fucking PvP over there with goddamn owls, man. Oh no, not this fucker. Remember this fucker? Oh god. The paper clip on the paper. That piece of shit. You would click him if you needed help. Create some cool shit for me to post. Yeah, there you go. Oh, here.
Waiting until those fires are over to
Oh.
start helping the victims.
I can't even fucking hear it. Why do they have such shit audio in there? Oh, yeah, this is this is the guy who had cops chasing him for a while, and the cops are like told him to have his hands up, and they're coming to get him.
Please save me, Donald Trump. Please, I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people. Please, somebody tag in Donald.
You see that cop right there? She's just like, oh shit. Are you this old? 39 years. Alright. Doge them. Fucking Looney Tunes.
This is a stick up, brother. Give me all your dough.
This one's a classic. That takes the fucking $2.
Hello, operator. Number, please. Number, please. This is a stick up, see? Chill out, sweetheart.
This is a stick up, say? Chill out, sweetheart.
You shadow stay back and watch the door, see? Stick 'em up. We got you covered, boys.
Killer captured, killer convicted. Killer gets long sentence. Count name in the worst national bank. Yeah. The bank. Yeah, look at the bank's name. Worst national bank. Bank at night. Worst National Bank Association bank. Worst National Bank. Yep. President Trump shared a video of Jeffrey Sachs calling Netanyahu a deep, dark son of a bitch who drags the U.S. into endless wars in the Middle East. Ah. What is it? Who is Jeffrey Sachs again? Oh, he's the American economist, dude. Oh yeah. He's part of the education field area, and yeah, this guy. Canceled his trip to Trump's inauguration after Trump shared a video ripping the Israel leader as a dark son of a bitch. I mean, he's just a salty old man. I mean, what can you do? What? Why are you so hell-bent on fucking Israel? I mean, why don't you just leave them to their own devices and not care? How about you do that? I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I hate what's going on over there. There's fucking people killing each other. What can you do? People are pissed off. You want what? You want to send all able-bodied men over there to help these people? Like, what do you want? Western North Carolina says they're sleeping in the 16-degree freezing cold. Good morning from Snowmare. I woke up. This is 4 months past. Oh, yeah, that's right. They still. So I'm guessing they still haven't, like. They're still rebuilding, I'm guessing, right? FEMA kicking. I can't. She's like real up and real close, so I can't tell if she's lying. I mean, I could probably see a map of where Hurricane Helen hit.
80 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover.
Is there...
Of course, we are dedicated to giving you the best coverage, the only coverage this hurricane season.
That's not what I'm on. Oh. Yeah, all the news just fell off. Yeah, what the fuck? That's weird. That's pretty fucked up, actually. There's like no more news on it. Yeah. So I'm guessing the person who was talking on the video was still a person affected, I guess? Yeah. Also, I'm guessing this video is from when, like after it got hit. Tom and Jerry. Alright. You see what I did with all this corn? Cracked it all. Jimmy, I cannot possibly tell you how much I don't care. The whole Jimmy Crack Corn and I don't care shit. This stuff.
I've heard it said that this song was a favorite of that very famous and great American Abraham Lincoln.
That's not. What's a fucking song with? Give me back my fuck. You fuck. Gavin Newsom has been community noted again. Over 3 million views on his post after the note. Stop encouraging looting by lying and telling people it's decriminalized. It's not. It's illegal. As it has always been. California reduced the penalties of all theft and crimes, including loot, to a misdemeanor. If under $950 with Prop 47 in 2013 that Gavin Newsom supported. In 2024, voters repealed much of that with Prop 36. Governor Newsom campaigned against Prop 36. Correct. He's a piece of shit. He got community noted because he's a bitch. Fine, fuck. Dude lies all the fucking time. With this fucking shit-eating grin. Right? He's a chuckle fuck. Every time he's on camera, he's chuckling and fucking you. What a piece of shit. He's literally chuckling under his breath as he fucking shits on you. What is this? What was I doing? Santa Monica Police Department has released photos of some of the looting suspects arrested in the Los Angeles area. Fires devastate communities and force survivors to flee their homes. Oh yeah, it's this bitch. This is the bitch I was talking about. The OnlyFans models who literally run a weird I don't know, conveyor belt sex operation. It's like, what the fuck is happening? The same as climate change or arson? Yeah, I know, right? I can't eye roll hard enough to express my disdain for climate propagandists. Yeah, I know, right? Mismanaged forests, multiple arsonists, firefighters, budget shortage, diverted water sources, administration comments. Climate change! Yeah! Yeah, it's all climate change! Yeah, you deserve a fucking bullet! Fuck you! Climate change my ass! Fucking dumbasses. Oh. Every time. Every time, just chalk it up to climate change. Ah, no, it wasn't. It was climate change. Hurricane. Ah, it was climate change. Tsunami. Ah, it was climate change. Volcano. Climate change. Natural disaster, climate change. It's just Trump team responds with fire. Services.
You don't want to talk about the politics because it's on your party, because the mayor and the governor are Democrats who arguably should
Why are you
have the
talking
people in
to this
Altadena
bitch?
better prepared for this.
She doesn't care
They should
about
have the
this.
resources
Look at
more
her face.
available, so they don't need me to put
She's
them
happy with everything
because
burning.
The state has been doing the work.
It's not affecting
and
her.
that if they've been preparing the situations for wildfires like they were made aware of, instead of cutting deals with PG&E and insurance companies, they would have prepared the state. That is not unfair criticism.
Let me tell you something. I'm not in the business of protecting anybody. Damn! Services cost money, and we should be willing to get the richest people in this country, the richest 1% that is protected, make sure they pay their fair taxes so that we can have the money to provide the services. I'm not in the business of
Who lost homes or were
anybody.
displaced by the fire?
Services
Paris Hilton,
cost
Mark Hamill,
money,
Jeff Bridges,
and
Billy
we
Cross,
should be
Crystal,
willing to
DJ
get the
Riddick,
richest
Julia
people in
Louis
this
Dreyfus,
country,
Ricky
the
Lake,
richest
Mel Gibson,
1%
Jamie Lee Curtis,
that
Adam
is
Brody,
protected.
N.F. Ferris,
Make
Harry
sure
Helpless,
they pay their fair
Cameron
taxes
Matheson,
so that we can
Matheson,
have the
sorry,
money
Spencer
to
Pratt,
provide the
Heidi
services.
Montage,
That's where
Montag,
I am. I don't know
Milo
where you are.
There needs to be a lot of money in California.
Pete Lee,
There's a lot of
Barbara
taxes paid.
Thorst,
And there are not a lot of
Thorsterin,
resources for people
Harvey
right now. I'm thinking
Julian.
FEMA's going to pick up the slack.
So many
They
people.
got their own funding problems.
There's too many people, God. Adam Lewis, James Carolla. Yeah. These people who are among the richest 1%
I'm
are
not in
protected
the
must pay
business
their
of
fair.
protecting anybody. We got to do more education.
What?
We'll deal with the politics later.
What is he even talking about? This bitch is high off some fucking supply or something. God damn. Why does it do that? Fucking YouTube? Carter State's funeral. Oh yeah, it's
President
the
Obama there, elected in 2008, served 2 terms, and then yielded there to President Donald Trump.
So when you see something like what happened yesterday, people have a right to be concerned because they go, well, if they're going to do that there publicly, what are they going to say and do behind closed doors? If they're going to acquiesce seemingly like that publicly, then what does that mean in the broader sense of the structure, the fabric of our society? You have to indicate to the American people that this is not normal. That's kikiing and skinning and grinning with someone who has those that you have called a fascist over the last couple of years and the last months. That's not normal.
You're not normal.
He's out of line, but he's right. Folks are tired of the behavior being normalized. Civility does not mean befriending people or foregoing your morals and your principles and your character. If someone disrespects my loved one, I don't have to smile in their fucking face. And they're going to know it. If Ted Cruz can't stand up for his wife that Donald Trump calls ugly, then who is he going to stand up for?
Yeah, I mean, he did do.
Now, listen, it could be you guys could be right. Barack Obama is classy. He's a classy guy. But these are the very same MAGA people who have called, and Donald Trump has helped promote, calling Michelle Obama a man. I'm not smiling in your face if you're calling my sister or my mother or my wife or girlfriend a man. Fuck you.
I mean, that's on him, right? I can't fault him. He's just being flamboyant. uh Goddamn ads. Fucking YouTube ads. Fucking with shit. Illegal border crossing decreased when he became president. No, it didn't. Fucking, what are you talking about?
Look, let's get something in mind about the border. When I became president, the numbers came way
You lied
down.
about everything you did. You
Number
keep
two,
lying.
We had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for
Literally
bipartisan
keep
agreement,
fucking
put more people on the border, more Secret Service agents. And guess what? He's on the phone saying, "Don't do it, don't do it. Make me look bad."
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
When I became president, the numbers came way down, number one.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah. Straight bullshit. Just straight up bullshit. Governor Gavin
We're
Newsom.
dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around.
Your thoughts?
What? What? Who? Speculators coming in, buying up properties, and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting those in a matter of days, not just weeks.
I adore you. Thank you.
What a shady motherfucker. Tell her to when he's lying. Yeah. Right, they needed to do some cleaning because the Olympics are coming in 2028. Yeah, I didn't like you said. Where my money? Fuck. We're not for sale, Gavin. With the Leone victims. Leone victims? Oh, is that the, in Hawaii? Hawaii. Oh, we didn't even finish the libs of TikTok bullshit.
Now, it was a little bit higher in 2007, a little bit higher in 2022. But look at this. In 2023, the last time we have data, 39%. That is not statistically significantly different from this 30% a lot. Then a majority of Americans believe that humans contribute a great deal.
Fucking climate change bullshit. So fucking stupid. Lost lives in Leone. All of the people who perished. Those we lost in Leone. Yeah, Hawaii. All 100 people confirmed killed in Leone disaster have been identified. The Maui wildfire. 102. Or 100 deaths. Yep. Okay. Can't wait to What was the shoulder rocking thing I had to back it up just to make sure? Freak. It was a poster job entitlement. He hasn't worked hard his entire life. Yeah, pretty much. Smart City LA 2030. It's on their website. This is all planned. Oh wait, do they have a smart city? So they did a planning development. Warren said to agenda. So there's a it's I guess on the Reddits or some, right, on the onion, the the dark webs, talking about fucking how it was all planned. Goddamn conspiracy theorist. Oh, maybe it's fucking what's his face? Drama Alert? Maybe he would love to eat this shit up. His house burned, right? No, it didn't. So it's in place in hell for liars. Mooder. I guess they can't say murder, so they say mooder. But yeah. 80.
As you have noticed, I usually don't use this channel as... Hi everybody, as you have...
Actually, what time is it? 10? Maybe we should watch this. Because this explains a lot of issues that are going around in America.
The story is an archetypal example of, well, this victimization can happen anywhere. It can happen to the most successful of us.
And it's
again, the only difference is that the story
it's the
was
online
a lie.
space
And the
too.
Michael Brown story was a lie. And to a large extent, the Trayvon Martin story was a lie.
The online space
In
just
the 2
amplifies
years
everything and
after,
it just causes
Mr.
more
Floyd's death,
issues.
there are a bunch of practical questions. I mean, where there are dueling toxicology reports and where it appears that George Floyd took enough of fentanyl to kill about 70% of adult males.
To this day, no one has explained to me what the racism was.
There's no convincing evidence of racism in that case.
Wilfred Riley, it's been a long time coming. Great to have you on the show. Before we get into the fantastic work you do on hate crime, hoaxes, and all of that kind of stuff, tell us a little bit about your background and who you are.
Well, right now I'm a professor of political science at Kentucky State University down in Frankfort. That's a historically black college in the Kentucky state capital.
He's in Kentucky, by the way. Predominantly black state. Okay. I believe, yeah, most of the southern areas, right, in the east southern areas, right, predominantly black.
I've written a number of books.
I mean, obviously you do have
Taboo.
right
Before that, I
black
was a
people
kid
in
from
all
Chicago.
states, but it's
I was
just
born on the,
smaller
south side of the city.
population
I grew up
sizes.
mostly on the north side in what's currently the Wicker Park area, kind of our hipster district. It wasn't then. It was jokingly nicknamed Needle Park. Very, very urban, interesting area. But grew up, had a normal sort of working class life. My mom was an inner city school teacher. Actually, she taught for most of her.
Well, it's not like
not life,
predominantly
but the period
black,
when I
but
was
there's a
there
lot
in
of
the
black
East Aurora
communities.
School District, right outside of Chicago, heavily
And then
Latino.
and
Went
then
from
you got
there
some
to colleges in the state.
white
I went
people
to
that
Southern
stand
Illinois
out, right?
University, perfectly solid college, but also at this time, I think Playboy's third-ranked party school.
Congratulations.
That's right. I did my best to keep the name up, really. But went from there to the University of Illinois. I got a degree in law, and by this time, because I mean, it's not really all that hard to graduate from the Chicago and Aurora public schools without insulting them. It's not that hard to graduate from SIU in 2000. So I was at 23 when I got out of law school, something like that. 23 at the oldest. And so I had to kind of figure out what to do. And I ended up doing about a 10-year odyssey of different things. I went back to graduate school. I ended up getting a PhD, which is how I came to be in my current position, of course. But while pursuing the degree, my mom fell fairly sick. So I ended up back in Chicago. I worked as one of the canvas managers for a public activist group for a while. So it was literally guys out on the street like, hey, got a minute for true gay love? With the number of physical scuffles and so on that you'd expect. I did that for a couple of years, kind of the archetypal city kid job. And met this fascinating group of people. I mean, the New York office had an even larger one, but this is downtown Chicago. So you met all these poets, writers, aspiring athletes, people like this who were just coming through one of the big cities in the USA. Moved from there to kind of a sales or trading floor bullpen job. It was actually a British company, Marcus Evans. I was in the branch of the company that does outreach to CEOs to book them to meet our clients, which was as obnoxiously aggressive as you can probably imagine. You had to get the cell phones of these guys and call them and not get thrown off the line. And people were betting on whether or not you'd do it for each call you made. The numbers all go up on a big board on one side of the office. So I did that for 2 or 3 years and did pretty well, honestly. And after that, by this point, the degree was mostly completed. I also taught in the city colleges of Chicago, which is interesting. I mean, those are, again, somewhat inner city, although they're community college rather than high schools. Malcolm X College is one of them. Harry Truman was the college I taught the most at. So by the time I was done with all this, I ended up just getting the degree and getting out of school and applied for jobs as an academic, essentially. And I got some of them. You know, I don't know how much being an in-state minority from a reasonably well-known family on my mother's side helped. My mom was kind of separated from a lot of the rest of the group at this point. But I ended up getting some offers and just choosing Kentucky State, partly because it's a historically black college in Appalachia. So I thought there would be an actual chance there to, you know, help some kids go on to live kind of the rest of their lives. And there actually has been. So that's who I am and how I came to be here.
Well, that's great. And one of the things that you have done is address very directly something, and I'd be curious to hear your opinion, whether it's something that happened more recently or whether it's something that's been going on for a long time. But there seems to be a huge gap between the reality of race relations and policing in America, particularly of ethnic minority groups.
Well, you can thank social media for that.
As it exists,
especially people who are from a different country who don't know anything about America, talking about it
2014
and being complete idiots about it.
I read about it in the newspapers, and I read the official narrative, and then I actually looked and read every single.
And then they
word
take their
of the
false
grand jury
narrative to their friends,
right? And those
in the country, and then
were
that gets
completely
amplified.
different. And that's when I first
gets
became
put onto
aware of
our
this. Is this, first of all, the disparity
right citizens,
between what we're told
and
and what the
our
reality
citizens
is? Is that a
get
new
freaked
thing, or
the
has that always
fuck
been the
out.
case?
The extent to which we're
It's just
seeing
a
that now is, I'd say,
cascading
completely new.
fuck up.
I mean, so there's actually some interesting data on this, on American race relations, where Pew tracks people essentially every year and asks how they feel race relations in the USA are going. And when this process began in kind of the modern version, it began in the 1990s, people basically said race relations were good. As I recall the famous graphic, it was 70% of African Americans, 66% of whites, those numbers might be reversed, said race relations were positive to very positive. This is kind of the Michael Jordan, Larry Bird era. I mean, we're not talking about segregation here if you're living in, again, Chicago or New York, whatnot.
Yeah.
Probably half the intimate relationships in my high school were interracial. So that was the situation.
Yeah.
People were getting along fairly well.
Literally.
And people thought they were getting along
in
fairly
California,
well. And
interracial.
since then, we've seen kind of a weird downward trajectory. So if you look at the same data today, only about 33% of African Americans, 40% of whites think race relations are at all good. And the problem with this is that objectively, they seem to be improving. So, I mean, objectively, if you look at the number of interracial relationships in the country or something like that, or approval of interracial relationships, let's say, that's currently at 94%. So 94% of Americans are fine with people of different backgrounds marrying.
Exactly.
You know, they're
But
fine
why is
working
there
for
such
a black boss? They're fine.
Why is there such a loud voice about these women, these women and men about, oh, you shouldn't do this, right?
Working for a white boss if they're African American, but there's this perception that something out there is making things worse. I think that's fair to say. So you've got almost no one thinking things are good, while
right, someone's
objectively
spinning
things are pretty
a
good.
narrative
And
to
I'd say it's
just
hard to
be
deny that
fucking
media's played a
weird
big role
about it
here.
on purpose.
So I mean, when you talk about the Michael Brown case, Michael Brown is a completely justified police shooting. I mean, you mentioned reading essentially the legal transcripts of the case.
Yeah.
I'm an academic.
Yeah, even like I agree with this. Yeah, and then the hands up, don't shoot. That was the meme that was, well, it's not really a meme, but yeah, the Black Lives Matter took this up, right? That's where hands up, don't shoot came from, right? That's why you hear some fucking kids be like, hands up, don't shoot sometimes. Or how singers, how artists in the music industry use literally this line sometimes. Brown and Johnson tried to leave Wilson, exited his car to pursue them. At some point, Brown turned back around to face Wilson, who then fired 12 shots, 6 of which hit Brown. Wilson claimed he fired in self-defense as Brown charged him, which Johnson denied. But Johnson didn't see it. He just ran, so he didn't know. He didn't know that fucking Brown ran back and charged him. So how would but Johnson denied that? Well, obviously he denied it. He didn't fucking see it. Motherfucker was running. A witness claimed that Wilson warned Brown he would open fire, and Brown said, "Don't shoot," before he was killed. That was not corroborated, right? The witness, yeah. Whoever that witness is was trying to start some shit. That was, by ballistic and DNA evidence and other witness statements. Yeah, and then the community reacted in rage for an 18-year-old who was probably doing some criminal activity. Was shot to death. And then, right, the shooting caused tension for the Black Lives Matter and for some fuckwits, because they were unfortunately unable to get the cops or some shit. I don't know.
Actually, a legal consultant I have as well. I mean, what happened is that Michael Brown is about 6'5". Michael Brown is an enormous guy. I recall
6'5" guy charging at a police, by the way.
A different case, Alton Sterling. But essentially, Michael Brown is a guy who's walking down the middle of a street in Ferguson, Missouri. And this is after committing basically a strong arm robbery. He beat up a well-loved neighborhood shopkeeper and stole basically a box of blunts. I mean, a box of those little sort of Optimo brand cigars. It's not the most serious crime. But he's, as I recall, wanted at this time. And so he's walking down the street. A cop stops him for some reason. They get into an argument, and Brown actually attacks the officer, and they're grappling for the officer's gun. Like, Michael Brown's DNA was found on the slide and trigger guard of Darren Wilson's gun. And Darren Wilson...
That's right! This is the one where he fucking lunges at the... Yeah, I think I remember seeing that video a long time ago. Dude lunges at the fucking cop, and they're literally struggling. And as he's struggling, I think the cop accidentally starts shooting, popping the right shoots, and it hits him 6 times. Right.
It's the guy. And you hate to see that happen, but it's one of the most justified police shootings you can possibly imagine.
It's like,
I mean,
dude, never. Why would you reach for a cop's gun? What the fuck are you thinking?
2 or 3 times by different levels of legal authority. So that's the real narrative, and that's why Darren Wilson.
And this was back in
he was never
2014.
convicted of anything.
That was a long time ago. I don't even know if you could see that.
At least on the
I wonder if there's a
consulting
police.
side.
No, I don't think there was police video cam, body cam footage back then. Let me see if I can find a video on it.
Nothing really happened except, of course, the tragic loss of a human.
Well,
But
what really happened was the narrative around the world, which was hands up, don't shoot. The guy had his hand up, the police officer killed him despite all of this, right? So this is your point about the media.
Yes,
It
this
was
is
a
all
perfectly
bullshit.
legitimate shooting that was all bullshit, as you say.
Yes, I mean, bluntly put, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but yeah, it's all complete BS.
Everybody
Yeah,
good?
the
Thank
the
you for
narrative
coming.
that began
I
almost
wanted to hold this,
immediately from kind of
press
just casual friends of Brown or people that were observing the two men fight was, that Michael Brown had been walking away, he'd had his hands up, and he was sort of ruthlessly shot, as I recall, shot in the back by this killer cop, this white man. And none of that
was
occurred.
the
And I think you
narrative
got to a
that
very
the
important
Black
point. So
Lives
the
Matter
question is,
people
why did race
spun.
relations go from being viewed as 70% positive to being viewed as 30% positive while they were improving?
And then I think I
And
think
the
some
answer to that, I
content
think, is
creators
that there's
were
constant
spinning this
media
narrative too.
presentation of this absolutely false
Unfortunately.
narrative that we're all killing each other over here. And I will say, especially to a UK audience in part that might not know this, I mean, we're now seeing this from the American right as well, where there are videos constantly trending on social media or being written up on sites on the right that have quite a large audience, showing, say, 5
Dude
black men
literally
beating
just
below a
robs
white
the
guy.
store.
The
Look
one
how
time I
tall
looked
this
at
guy
for a
is. Just
serious
fucking
paper,
robs the old
interracial
dude.
crime in the classic sense.
Pretty
so
fucked up.
violent crime involving, how would you say, a black perp and a white victim, or a white perp and a black victim.
Yeah, and then
that's 3% of what we
then the
call
cop
index crime,
finds
which
him,
is how
stops
serious
him,
crime's categorized in the USA.
and then
It's
for whatever
extraordinarily
reason,
rare. Both of these groups are pretty
they
tough and
got
well
into a
armed. There's
verbal
not-
conflict, and then
there's not a massive amount
Michael
of this.
Brown
What does
started
occur, by the way,
lunging at
is
him.
80% black on white. So if you're going to focus on this niche category of crime, it's absolutely correct that the mainstream left-wing narrative is even more wrong than any
Oh,
of the
yeah.
other narratives out
Super
there. I think
wrong.
that's fair to say.
But
yeah,
I gotta say, a lot
entire
of the
storyline
a lot
this
of the
is continually
content
going
creators
on,
who
and
s-
that it is a sufficient
who really
problem
want to
to disrupt
fucking
the
spout
progress
their
we've made in
bullshit
racial
about
relations.
American
That's
crimes
invented.
and
And
shit.
the question is sort of who invented it and why. I think that's fair to say.
And what is the answer to that question?
Well, I think the answer to that question is, in large part, activist organizations and the
Yeah,
media
literally.
are
Activist
somewhat intentionally
organizations,
presenting
media,
a false narrative. Now, the media's motivation here is, I
fucking
think, a little more
content creators
understandable.
spinning their
I mean, there's a
false
famous old
narratives
line,
just
if it
to,
bleeds, it
make a quick
leads.
buck off people.
So yeah, I mean, it's
really
true
fucked
about
up, right?
journos, and I think every country
Gotta
But
gotta
so
love the
people have
game though
realized
that they spin.
presenting this image of constant racial conflict or black victimization leads to clicks. It leads to that sort of liberal, heavily female, mostly white audience that consumes, for example, the Times and the Post, feeling guilty buying papers. I think for the activists, there is a deeper motivation, which is instrumental. And it gets into one of the issues in the United States, which is that there are extremely large performance differences between ethnic groups in
Yes.
the country. And this is
And that goes especially from country to country. Everything is fucking different, yet people want to do this blanket bullshit. And it's fucking annoying. It is so annoying.
true, by the way, if you read the great Thomas Sowell or William Julius Wilson on
It's
the
like,
left or something
oh,
like
why
that, this is
don't
true
you
in every
take
really
guns
polyglot
away in
society,
America? How
Malaysia
about you
or
shut the
something like
fuck
that,
up?
where you might see more Malay warriors in the army. You might see more Chinese students getting engineering degrees. Perhaps Indians do this, that kind of thing. But in America, we don't really like to think about that. The idea is it's the land of equal opportunity for everyone. So when you actually see these performance differences, I mean, so on the SAT annual exam, the average score for black students is a 950. The average score for whites is an 1110. When you see something like that, there's this question that automatically arises of what caused that, what could cause that. And in reality, there are a number of different answers. I mean, an awkward one is that there is a more hood, quote unquote, culture in the black community. African Americans, on average, tend to be
ghetto.
more working class, more urban, more distrustful of the surrounding
Ghetto
society,
hood
which you can almost
projects.
understand, right? I mean, so on down the line. Black people are also a lot younger. So, I mean, the average age for a black man in the United States is 27, at least at the mode. For a white guy, it's 58. Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
huge
and if
difference.
you-
White Americans are kind of dying off.
Yeah.
That's one of the
Of-
underlying things.
If
with
you
the
look at
quote-unquote
the
great
individual like
replacement
death,
that's not
like the
discussed.
death
I
rate
mean,
for each ethnic
white
group,
people,
yeah,
Americans
in
general
America,
aren't having
yeah,
kids,
they're
but
kind
white
of different
Americans
because of
certainly are not, and upper middle class white Americans
basically
really
the
are not.
lifestyle that
The
some of these
entire,
people
what's called
choose.
TFR in the country, the total fertility rate is 1.81. You need a 2.1 to
Yeah.
survive. I'm sure that any Westerner knows this to some extent
Yes.
about most of these societies.
Actually,
Well,
it's interesting because I think
anyone who knows
many of
about
us who
fucking numbers
listen
and
talk to these
science
things,
and
talk about these things know the
who's
vast
actually
majority of people
paying
still,
attention
they're still
to
stuck in the paradigm of
news
20 years ago where our babies are killing the planet and
well,
destroying the earth.
That's exactly that's a good
People
response
going off
point.
the
I
deep
think that's,
end.
that's
The
correct.
normies are still stuck in that paradigm.
Yeah, and that's completely wrong. We don't have enough people. We're not going to have enough people, especially upper middle class tax-paying citizens, to sustain that mass infrastructure of Social Security,
Yeah.
Medicare,
Yeah,
NHS,
you
and Britain,
have
all of
like
that we've
the
built up over
fact. Just think of the fact that let's take the California fire situation in this retrospect. The fact that there was nothing done for so long should bring a lot of fucking questions. Like, what the fuck is happening? What are you doing?
the past 60 years. People need to be having kids. And there are a ton of reasons why this is happening. I mean, the most obvious is that men aren't proposing marriage until the average age of 33.
Yeah, it's like,
and most women prior to that point are on birth control. So it's very difficult to have children until you get to the point where you almost biologically can't without being glib about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that itself is an interesting question. But I mean, we got here talking about just age gaps between blacks and whites.
Inflation
I mean, the age gap in
and
both
prices
is
going
31
up.
years.
And
Just at the mean, I believe it's 11. So anyway, the point there, I think, is that if you're a Solian, which I am, or for that matter, if you're a genetic hereditarian or a bunch of other things, there are plenty of explanations for why groups would be doing differently.
Mhm.
But the one that seems to have found acceptance in the United States in the mainstream is that the answer is racism.
Yeah.
So the one
My
cause
racism,
of any
right.
performance difference between any
Oh,
two
my
large groups of people
interracial
would be racial
marriages.
prejudice.
Oh, so
And people like
gross.
Ibram
It's
Kendi,
like,
for example, pretty openly
What is wrong
say
with
this.
people?
I saw some light smiles at the mention of the great man's name. But I mean, I think on page 12 of one of his books, How to Be an Anti-Racist, this is stated very explicitly.
Yeah.
Like when you see groups performing differently, there are two options. Either there's something wrong with one of the groups, that's how he chooses to phrase it, or prejudice. There's something going on in systems. And I think basically getting to the point, I think activists believe that, or at least find it useful to believe that. And I think they say it sort of instrumentally. So when you look at a mainstream sort of New York Times feature piece on racism, very rarely do they
New York
prove that there's a
Times.
lot of racism in the industry or the
What-
social class
what
group
is
that's
it?
being attacked. And
What is it? New York Times, Wall Street Journal, right? Those are corrupt as fuck. Rolling Stone, right? The heavily left-leaning, and they will fucking lie about shit.
In fact, it would usually be pretty hard to do that because every year we ask people basic questions about racism. Would you be willing to vote for a qualified, same party political candidate of a different
Yes.
race? And what we find
Yes.
is that whatever it is that year, 92.
Yeah, the surveys
96%
that
of
people
said it
take
would be.
sometimes,
So you
they
actually
are
can't
asking these
identify
questions.
a ton of mainstream racial prejudice.
It's just
from
you
blacks
might
or
not
whites
notice
in the
it.
USA. So the way racism is determined, quote unquote, in these studies is that you'll basically just
Yeah.
point to a gap. Infant mortality recently came up. So you'll say that African American women have 4 times the infant mortality rate of Caucasian women, which is true in some years. But I mean, what's not pointed out is that the rate for Caucasian women is, 99.8 survival of healthy babies over 1 year. And the rate for black women is 99.2% survival
Yeah.
of healthy babies or something like that. That's the first point. But going beyond that, there really is not much evidence that prejudice is the cause of that. I mean, you could look at a whole bunch of things: Southern culture, obesity,
Yeah.
drug use. Although whites are certainly catching up on
Yeah.
some of these
Yeah.
metrics.
Yeah, whites are coming, right?
Good tight race. But anyway, that's
Yeah,
how racism is.
Right, and it's not even. I feel like people put too much, right? Just because it goes down in one ethnic, right, one color bracket doesn't mean it's gonna go up in another, right?
Is demonstrated, and there's an instrumental goal here, of course, which is if racism is the cause of all of these massive problems we see.
Yeah, I mean,
and
dude,
it really is kind of hard to overstate
Well,
this. Like when you look at
all
African-Americans
colored
here on a
people
bunch
get
of
into
metrics and
fucking
whites
drugs. Let's be
here,
real.
There's a natural desire, unless
There's tons
you're a
of
bigot,
people
to
who
say,
fucking
well, let's
drink.
fix that.
Tons of people who fucking smoke
there must
nicotine
be a problem. We
or
must be
take
responsible
dip,
for
right?
this.
Whatever.
And that's an extraordinarily appealing proposition, I think.
For me, one of the cases that took this whole thing mainstream, and by mainstream I mean international, was the Jussie Smollett case.
Yeah.
In which
I mean, if we want to go back to the other topic about like the whole smoking and shit, we used to have smoking areas. Well, I mean, we kind of still do. It's not that prevalent anymore because, well, people are so scared about secondhand smoking. Look, don't get me wrong, you probably do get secondhand smoke, right? But it's like, if you just stay away from them, you should be fine. I mean, yeah, it's gonna smell in the fucking area because they're smoking in the area. What can
I
you
remember
do?
hearing
Wind
about it for the first
disperses
time,
smoke.
I go, that's kind of odd. You know, because as somebody who grew up
Yeah,
in
we
an
have.
area where there
We used
were,
to have
in my day, what was
planes
called
where
the
you can
National Front
smoke and drink,
Far-Right
right?
organizations.
I mean, you can still drink, but
It's
you used to
rare
smoke.
that they as cartoonish as
Yeah,
Jussie
there used to be
described
bars where
in
you could
his
smoke.
account.
Now you
So
can't
let's talk
smoke
about
in
that
some of
case,
those
and why
bars
do you
anymore.
think it went
Yeah,
international?
we took out the whole
We're
smoking
honored to
thing in
partner
a lot
with
of
Hillsdale
places.
College, an institution whose values align so well with trigonometry. Their dedication to education, free thought, and defending liberty makes this collaboration truly special.
Hillsdale College offers over 40 free online courses
and trigonometry-based courses.
Like a silly, I think that
to grow and learn at your own pace.
Enroll now at hillsdale.edu/trigger. That's hillsdale.edu/trigger.
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, I think that that's a characteristic of hate hoaxes in general, like a
Yeah.
silly, cartoonish presentation.
Yeah, and there have been a lot of this popping up on TikTok. There have been those cases of people staging robbery attempts and then posting it on social media, right? Or that one guy who talked about like doing illegal border crossings and was getting money, and then the cops found him because he kept fucking making videos on it. Like, don't be these fucking idiots. You will get fucked by the feds or the cops.
So
they
I
are
think We're all
looking.
familiar. We're all pretty competent online debaters. And I mean, I think we're familiar with the alt-right, the guys with the frogs and toads and so on.
Yeah.
So obviously there is a racist right. If you saw Pepe
Yeah, you can. Oh man, Hassan, the Hassans, the Destinies. Oh man, all those people.
or Groyper or something like that
Yeah,
painted on a wall
yeah,
over
Nick-
the
the
phrase
Nick
T and D or
Fuenteses,
something,
oh,
you'd probably
Jesus.
say, oh, that's some racist jackass who's a decent graffiti artist. Like, you don't
Yep.
understand what it meant. But I mean, there aren't that many people that are Nazis, if that makes sense. There aren't that many genuine neo-Nazis, and they're generally mocked even by people who are racist. There are almost no Klansmen. So
Yeah.
what you discover with a lot of hate hoaxes is
Yeah,
this
I mean,
kind of
look,
crude, almost
there's no
reverse
more
minstrel
KK.
show
There's
presentation
barely any KKK
where you've
members.
got
Okay,
the
let's be
swastika
real.
written on the wall, but it's written backwards.
There's barely
The
any
arms,
of these
they're going the
Nazi
wrong
guys
way.
anymore.
And I think that that's a pretty good sign that you're encountering a hoax. So Jussie Smollett fits
Yeah.
that bill. By the way, I mean, when you say you're from a large urban area, it had minorities, it had races. As I said, I'm from Chicago. So that area, Streeterville, is our young professional district. It's sort of pork belly salesmen and that kind of thing. It's probably 10% black, 10% East and South Asian, at least 15% gay. Although I might be stereotyping a little bit as a heterosexual man. But I mean, the idea that there'd be two people walking through there in sort of patriotic ski masks, with MAGA hats on, I mean, carrying ropes and nooses and bottles of bleach. I mean, there'd be a brawl.
Yeah, there was this one instance where someone freaked out because they saw a noose hanging from let me bring it up. It was hurtful. Parents say rope resembling a noose discovered at Oakland Elementary School. This shit.
The school district is trying to some parents.
Like what?
A rope hanging on a fence at Chabot Elementary School. That's what parent Courtney.
It was a rope, but it was a rope in the form of a noose. Period.
That's what parent Courtney Jones saw in this picture taken Wednesday morning. A rope hanging on a fence at
She's a
Chabot
fucking
Elementary
activist,
School.
dude. Why the what? What are we doing here?
The school removed the rope before students arrived. Officials don't know what the motivation was, but it made people uncomfortable.
It's a shame, and whoever did it, it's a shame.
Chabot's principal emailed parents about the incident, which said, in part, the way it was placed could have been a coincidence, but it also could have been indicative of something more disturbing. It was easy to see the rope as a message that harkens back to some of our nation's darkest
doing
history.
here?
The Oakland Unified School District
What the
contacted police who were now investigating.
Bunch of fucking snowflakes, dude.
We're going to be there
Thank
to
God
show
I
you
don't live in that area.
Courtney
Holy
Jones now plans
shit.
to have a talk with her kids.
Jesus. What in the actual fuck, man?
First Irish pub you encountered, a first black hip hop club. I mean, so
Fucking
no, it just struck me as
making
inherently
something
ridiculous.
out
Like,
of
no one could believe
nothing.
that.
Good
Also, at this
job,
time of year in
human
Chicago, it's usually
being.
about
You're a
-4.
shithead.
Jussie Smollett actually said this. So, I mean, if you're going out at 2 in the morning, there's winds.
See, this is why I
skating
don't
off
like
the
people,
lake, which is
because
an
they like to
inland sea, one
imagine
of the Great Lakes,
problems
and
that don't even
snowboard
happen.
horizontally. People are shielding their girlfriends on the inside. I mean, so it clearly wasn't true.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of
People
knew
love
that. I mean,
making
Dave
shit
Chappelle,
up,
who's from
eh?
another big American city, goes to Chicago all the time to do comedy. In our
Where's your
theaters.
source? I
mean,
made
he
it
just
the
said,
fuck
like, you know,
up,
I'm gonna
yeah?
knock the black pronunciation off this guy's name. He's gonna be Jussie Smollett, the Mad Frenchman from now on. No one could lie like this in our community.
Yeah,
I think
literally,
a lot of people had
fucking so
that
many
first
people
impression.
lying about
Why
shit.
did this go so viral though? So
Oh my
international?
God.
Yeah, so why was it? Why did it capture the imagination as much as it did? Because you could argue, look, this is an actor, but no one really knew who Jussie Smollett
Yeah,
was.
literally.
I mean,
Actor, activist,
Yeah.
it's in the fucking
Well, it's
name.
sort of like like Benedict Arnold, right? You just make just one mistake.
Boy Who
He was
Cried
pretty
Wolf,
effective,
literally.
Cowboy captain before that, as I recall, Judas. But to answer your question, I think that this story illustrated to a lot of people. It was again an instrumentally useful story.
Mhm.
It illustrated to a lot of people that the worst was still going on. You know how the Americans are. You know how the whites and for that matter the blacks are over there. You know, violence.
You
so it
know
was
how
this
the
innocent young
Indians
black
are,
man,
the
he's gay,
Asian-
He's walking
It's
down
like,
the
what
street.
the
He's knocked over the head by these thugs and goons. You know, he's abused. He fights back bravely. It was a
Goddamn
perfect story.
Latinos.
And that's why it went viral, because it was a perfect story. It perfectly illustrates National Front, we would say KKK style hatred. It illustrates that era is not over, that kind of thing. And I mean, the only problem was that it was fake. It was totally made up.
It's
So
all
that was-
made
that was
up.
an issue.
I mean, it
Because
is a
people
point,
like
it is an
making
issue. Do you
problems
think
out
that
of
there's
fucking
this
nothing.
deep-seated need within us to have these stories, to have it reinforced that we are victims, that you know that we
Yeah,
are
they
powerless,
just
and
love
here's
playing the
another
fucking
example of it.
victim
Well, I mean,
mentality.
there's no such need within me, and I don't think within you. But I do think that on the left, we've replaced heroin. On the modern progressive left, we're not talking about union pipe fitters or some such, as you guys know. But I mean, we've replaced heroism with victimization.
Yes,
So the goal now
literally.
is not to kill the dragon; it's to be eaten by
Eaten-
it, or at most
yeah.
saved from it.
To be Yeah, harassed it's by to the be- dragon.
yeah, to be pinched on the ass once by
Yeah,
the dragon. And your career is
it's to let the big daddy government come in and take care of it. Even though you know for damn sure that they're not gonna fucking do shit.
made. I mean, isn't it? It really is. It's difficult to overstate the extent to which this is true. I have a buddy of mine who's a African American doctor. In fact, I have like 5 buddies who are African American doctors, but only one is relevant to this story. And this guy was talking to me, and it was a bunch of us in sort of a group chat kind of setting. And he said, "You notice there aren't any white women online on dating apps?" And I was just like, what the hell are you talking about? It's just 60-70% of them. And he said, no, like every woman who's an upper middle class Caucasian woman doesn't just want to say that, because there's nothing exciting about being a well-adjusted white girl from Cleveland. So they're all something else. Like they're Jewish, Mina, neurodivergent.
No one wants to talk
bisexual.
about a well-adjusted white girl from Cleveland. God damn. It's like the whole Huck Tua bit, right? Haley Welsh. I mean, everybody jumped on that bandwagon because of how good looking she was, right?
Well, and a proud LGBT ally, like with the flag.
There was that parasocial relationship that people wanted with her.
And he showed me like the profiles that were contacting him, and it was literally eerie. And this might be different because he's a black guy, if we're putting that in frame. But it literally, every one of them mentioned their sexual identity, mentioned some kind of alleged physical or mental disability on the order of ADD.
Yikes.
Mentioned that they were a member of some invisible minority group, like proud to be half Lebanese.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, it really was. It was very notable. And ever since then,
shit, run for the hills, man.
I've seen the same sort of thing across a range of media. So I think we're at giving power to victimization. And I think that the Jussie Smollett story is an archetypal example of, well, this victimization can happen anywhere. It can happen to the most successful of us. Nothing has changed. Again, the only difference is that the story was a lie. And the Michael Brown story was a lie. And to a large extent, the Trayvon Martin story was a lie.
Yeah, Trayvon Martin.
17, not 12.
Yeah.
He started the fight. This is essentially 2 men into a brawl. You know,
yeah, a lot of these
every
people
one of
who
these
talk
stories
about like
was
the
a lie.
Trayvon Martin,
Even,
Michael
we saw, not to get
Brown,
off track, but we saw the
who don't
Daniel
actually
Penny
tell the
case,
story correctly. It's like,
in my opinion, having a legal background,
you're a shady
collapsed
motherfucker,
the
right?
other day when it was revealed that after the fight between these 2 men, Jordan Neely was alive, had a strong pulse. It was still moving in his body.
Jordan
The
Neely.
cops
Oh, yeah,
refused to
that's
give him a very
Jordan
basic
Neely.
CPR technique because he was too filthy. This is something that just came out in the case. None of these storylines were real. Some
Yeah,
were
the whole
exaggerations,
two
others were
yeah,
completely
not
made
real.
up. And the Jussie Smollett story, I think, is the archetypal example of the second category.
Yeah.
Just something that didn't happen at all.
But that's so worrying that.
Oh, yeah,
fact
the
that
Daniel
these
Penny one,
stories,
too.
and some of them are serious.
Or
You
Perry.
know, whatever you think about the Michael Brown, that's a serious incident. Somebody lost their life.
Of course, of course.
But the fact that we happily, well, not we, but people happily make up lies about them.
Yes.
It's incredibly worrying.
People just
because it's
make
not just
shit
the
up
lie
for
that
some
happens,
fucking reason.
It's the effect that that lie has
Yeah.
on society, on the effect that that lie has on racial relations.
Yes.
It's really toxic.
And policing, which is very important too.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I'm glad you brought that up.
and
actually.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
one of the
it does.
things
It does
that
hurt the.
is
It does hurt the
discussed in real
cops.
scholarship on this is what's called the Ferguson effect.
Because
and
now
the
people
Floyd
are
effect.
blaming the whole
So, I
defund
mean,
the
in
police
2
and
years
blaming cops
after,
for police
Mr. Floyd's
brutality
death,
shit.
There were, I intentionally won't say
Yeah.
murder or something. I mean, again, that's a case where obviously not ideal police work, but
Yeah, it's
where
like
there
you're
are a
just
bunch of
offloading the.
practical questions. I mean,
You're
where
just
they're
offloading
dueling
your
toxicology
weird,
reports, and where it
like
appears that George
imaginary
Floyd took enough,
issues onto
fentanyl
people that
to
didn't even
kill
do
about
the thing.
70%
It's
of
like, what the
adult
fuck are
males.
you doing?
So I mean, again, the frame for all
How
of
the
this
fuck are
is
you?
not
What,
let's
are you-
neutrally analyze.
Do you have
what
anxiety?
actually
do you
happened.
do you need some
It's
pills?
sort of in the
you need to
minds
go
of
to the fucking
activists
cuckoo bin.
and the
Fucking
journalists moving this forward. It's
activists.
sort of how can we make this ambiguous story serve a narrative that benefits us, that benefits our cause, and that's really problematic. But I mean, following George Floyd's death, I mean, we saw murders rise over 20,000 in the USA for the first time since I believe 1993. The next year we were at 22,000 murders, and those eventually plateaued and then dropped off. They couldn't not. But that's one of the worst things that's happened in the recent history of the country. And to some extent, that's simply not discussed. I mean, and this is one reason I think more people did turn to sort of the edge right. If you look at, say, Steve Saylor or Breitbart, I mean, people that are by no means idiots and that have Excel and Stata programs on their computers, they were looking at this. I mean, there's a discovery made by, I believe, actually Saylor, that traffic deaths skyrocketed at the same time murders did because the cops simply stopped enforcing the law.
Yeah,
When myself and
literally.
a colleague named Bob Moranto actually looked at this empirically using modern methods for a pretty
Yeah,
major
you stop
journal, we just
enforcing the
published an
law.
article,
Oh shit,
Which
crime
Police
went up.
Departments
No,
Make Black
no,
Lives
no
Matter
shit.
was the title. But I mean, what we found is that there's a correlation between the rate of stops, like how often police just pull a car over, stop the guy, talk to the guy, and the rate of violence. That's very unsurprising. I mean, because obviously if you're out there doing policing, it's going to increase kind of the negative penalty that might go along with crime.
Yeah.
So a lot of people died.
So,
Go for it.
So what you're saying is, just to get this clear, as a response to people's concern about the way that George Floyd was treated,
yes,
in an environment and an ecosystem in which there's this whipped up frenzy of concern about police mistreatment of black people more generally, the consequence of all that liberal outpouring of love and support and whatever, and money, has been that way more people have died, been murdered, been burgled, been injured, etc. And most of those people, or certainly many of those people, would have been black.
Yes, that's an excellent analysis. I mean, so the way you'd say this in social science terms is simply that as the police stop rate, X goes up, the crime rate Y goes down. I mean, it really is pretty simple. Like, and I think that
yeah, I know, right? Oh shit. You defund the police, oh man, the crime rate goes up.
There's something about the
oh shit, I didn't know
left,
that.
and perhaps the extreme right as well, which keeps insisting that modern business women want to move to homesteads and live there and this kind of thing, raise a certain number of purebred pigs. But I mean, like the extreme left, I think, are the undisputed champs at this. There's a remarkable ability to ignore reality.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if at a typical American
Oh yeah, they're
UK dinner
the
party,
Hassans
you were
and
to say something like,
Destinies,
obviously
the
men and women are different, and that's
Neon,
genetic.
the
Every
Jack
time I've seen this
Dohertys.
happen, it starts a frenzied argument. I mean, people just absolutely deny it.
These
But I mean,
people
at the
are
same
just
level, you
straight
notice that some
assholes
people
who
have
deserve jail
breasts and
time.
others don't. I mean, I don't mean to be glib or crude about this, but the men are on average 40% bigger. It's absolutely obvious what gender you guys are. So on. At almost the same level,
they're
of
not doing
absurdity
like
is the
criminal
idea that police
activity.
don't
They're
prevent
just
crime.
spouting stupid
But if
shit
you
all the
Google
time.
policing does not prevent crime, I guarantee you'll find hundreds, maybe thousands of articles. So this is something that's been argued quite a lot. What we find when you turn the Quantzlers on it is that what was the correlation, 0.46 or something like that? Yeah, there's an extremely high correlation between cops doing their job and people not committing crimes.
That doesn't seem entirely shocking to me, I must say, just as someone who's not an expert. So that being the case, what do you make of the idea that was very prevalent? Thankfully, I don't think it's as prevalent now, but some people still cling to it. An idea, by the way, that was peddled at the very top levels of the Democrat Party, which was defund the police. What as an academic who studies this, what do you make of that?
I can say some content creators like defunding the police because they're fucking idiots.
And country clubs and working class hoops courts and so on. You got to be real educated to believe something that stupid. And
Yeah.
the reason for that, I think, is
There
that
is, like, Jesus.
if you're trying to get published in academia, you can't do that by restating Aristotle or by outlining a simple mathematical model for how cops arrest criminals.
Yeah.
I was amazed. Bob and I got that published, actually, but it was at this point, it's probably seen as daring and bold. But I mean, so where the reward is, where the gold is finding new innovative theories about how the world works that are different from anything anyone's ever known before. There was recently an article that ran, I think, Scientific American called Woman the Hunter. And the picture, the front piece was of a woman cradling like a small deer, not a baby, on her slightly larger hip with a long bow in one hand. And the idea was you've discovered this thing that hasn't previously been discovered in human history, that the majority of big game hunters were female. And they mentioned some legitimate female advantages, almost as good as or slightly better than men at ultra marathon running and so on. But I mean, that is the thing. That
What
will
another
generally
form of this
produce
would be the whole when the whole hunting gathering thing was going on way back in the day, right? Before our time. The women were what? They were in a sense, foragers, right? They would be able to spot better or berries from further away than men and shit like that, right?
Tenure. That's the thing that sounds new and innovative. So I guess the point would be you
So they
see
were
a
like
lot of
spotters.
crazy ideas in the lower elite that you don't see anywhere else. And a parallel might be to fashion. I mean, if you go to a fashion show for Kanye West's brand, which a friend of mine have in Chicago, or you go to Fashion Week in Paris, I mean, you're going to see people literally walking around wearing garbage bags. I mean, wearing hats and crinoline.
To be fair, that's just the Republican Party now. Everybody's
Oh, yeah.
walking around in a garbage bag, but I take your point.
But Fashion Week's not during Halloween. I mean,
Fuck yeah. Oh no. Yeah, dude, the fucking Kanye. What the fuck is he wearing? What is she? Like, what are you wearing? Are you wearing Biggie Smalls' coat? Like, what the fuck? Why is he like this? Oh shit! Fucking Kanye. Oh my god. Honestly, I hope he never changes. He's a fucking joke, man. I mean, he writes good music sometimes, but at the same time, it's like, holy shit. Oh, fuck.
It's just you see things that no one would ever. You don't see a lot of like
the
navy
fashion
blue
industry,
polos
man.
and
I
Holy
totally
fuck.
get the point you're making. If you are a historian, if you can discover that actually the Vikings were all trans, you're going to get a lot more
That's
attention.
a real article, by the way.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why you know, if you discover in inverted commas that, you're going to get a lot almost than actually looking at
Or
data
the
and
what
facts
was
and
it, the
presenting them, because a lot of that
Pompeo,
work's already been done by people
the
10,
volcanic
15, 20,
Pompeo?
30,
Oh yeah, they got
that's
stuck
quite
like
correct.
this
I mean,
because they're
I've
gay.
been
It's like,
doing
what
some
are
reading in
you
social sciences,
talking
right?
about?
I mean, like, yeah, that article came out recently. No, they weren't shield maids; they were gender atypical
Like,
women.
holy
The
shit,
interesting
people! You
thing
guys
about
are
this,
trying
as
to
someone
like
who's
imagine
not,
some bullshit
entirely
out
hostile
nothing.
to the first 2.5 waves of
Like
feminism.
this horrific
is that that's
event,
an
and you're just
insanely
trying to
sexist
rationalize
thing to
some
say.
weird
Right. So I mean, you
activist
found that
shit
physical
behind
science
it.
would predict this. The top 10% of women often fought as warriors in the past. Okay, that's
Yes.
pretty cool. Shout to the ladies. But the take on that now is no, they didn't. Those women were actually men. They had some sort of hermaphroditic condition, or they identified as males, or something like that.
I don't get it.
I think exactly the opposite of how a 1970s or 80s actual feminist scholar would have treated this. But again, like all of that is part of contributing to the wave of fake innovation. At any rate, I think that the things that humans have known for 3,000
Oh
years
yeah,
are most often true.
humans love faking
I mean, when you
shit
look
a
at these
lot.
bizarre conversations
Just
on
to
Twitter, like,
right,
is it
just
abusive
to
to expect your male
throw
partner to
people
have
out
a
of
job?
fucking whack.
This one, no, we are all on Twitter. This went viral 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, it was, is it abusive to expect your female partner to sometimes want to sleep with you? I mean, like, no. These sort of people are attempting to analyze, redefine, deconstruct the most basic elements of human life.
Yeah, exactly.
And it reaches the point of absurdity, and it sometimes
it's like
crosses over
what
into things that we're all used to hearing now.
Yeah, like what? How many goalposts are you moving just to do this weird shit? Like what? What are you doing here? Are you? What are you peddling? What the fuck are you doing?
I mean, like, I, for an upcoming article, looked up the formal definitions of sexualization, quote unquote, in feminist theoretical literature, and they all pretty much just mean being attracted to people. So, I mean, just putting a witty negative label on something that's obviously a part of human behavior is a good way to make money and get tenure. And that has real impact.
I mean,
Defund
just
the
look at the
police is an
content
idiotic
creation
idea, of course, because
space.
without police, there will
They
be
just
more crime.
milk shit all the time.
I could have just said that.
Just
10
fucking
minutes of
milk
dribble.
shit.
I mean, I'm in academia too, by God.
But you know, I'm glad we're actually talking about women, because one of the there was another manifestation. You did a very good article about it, talking about now white women and saying and using examples of them encountering black men and then making a complaint, and then people going, they're racist.
Yeah.
And it's the same phenomenon in a slightly different form. So let's talk about this.
Exactly.
Today's episode is sponsored by
Yeah, it's really
AG1.
weird how people do
For
this
over
shit. It's like,
support
why
from
are you doing
90
this?
days,
You know
recommend
that's
trying
not what's
AG1.
happening.
Right now, you can get the first subscription.
Actually, I looked at the 10 most prominent Karen cases, quote unquote. I mean, Barbecue Becky and all that kind of thing, if you still remember these names from 18 and 19. And hopefully to some extent nobody does. So these people can just move on with their damn lives as software executives and so
exactly.
on. But there were all of these cases for a period of time where people were saying that white women were essentially abusing young black men. There was a case where a woman was alleged to have, for no reason, gone up to a group barbecuing in Oakland, California, and kind of told them to move on and shoved one of them. Just risky, dangerous behavior by these white women. There was another case where a pregnant nurse was alleged to have tried to steal a bike from a group of young black males.
Oh yeah, I
They
remember.
had
Yeah, this one
apparently
was. I
paid
remember
via
this
Citi
one
Bike
very
or one
vividly
of those platforms
because it sounded
for a
just so
bicycle, and
outrageous.
she claimed to have a receipt for the same bike and tried.
Yeah,
to
and
take
they
it from
just
them.
And there
kept
were
fighting.
numerous
It
other
was
ones.
weird.
Pool Patrol Paula. Someone thought that a group of noisy kids playing in her swimming pool were not from her housing complex. And I looked through those cases, and I think that person was actually guilty of, being mildly rude, the last one. But most of them were complete nonsense. I mean, the Barbecue Becky case involved a group of people who were grilling in a no-fire dog run area of a public park. And so someone just walked over and said, hey, you're not supposed
leave,
to be holding a
because
barbecue
it's
here.
just like, okay,
Yeah,
well, I
could
told
you
you.
finish the next round of the dishes you're cooking and move on. And I mean, we're all from large cities, and no, get the hell out of here was almost certainly the reaction. But a stupid argument broke out. That was it, and the person was in the right, actually. Probably the most famous of these cases was Amy Cooper. I mean, so this is the woman that's walking her dog in New York Central Park, and a man comes out of nowhere in what's called the ramble. So you're in the middle of essentially the woods. You're surrounded by trees and so on. And this guy walks out down a path and tells her to put her dog on a leash. As I recall the argument, she says, well, no, I'm not going to leash my dog. We're in the woods, whatever. My dog needs to run. It turns out the guy was a bird watcher. No one knew this. He was upset about ground nesting birds potentially being harmed or something.
Yeah.
But when Cooper said, no, I'm not going to do what you want, the man said, well, in that case, I'm going to do something to you that you're not going to like, and started reaching into his bag. And she started screaming, essentially, and saying, I'll call the cops.
Goddamn
You're
white
a big
women.
black guy. You don't necessarily want me to do that.
Goddamn white women freaking
as I
out for no
recall,
fucking
one
reason.
or both of them then called the police, and he started yelling about how he was being racially profiled and he was acting perfectly normal.
She kind of was.
And I mean, to some extent, in a lot of these cases, both people seem to be acting like assholes.
Yeah, they're both.
Very
Yeah,
typical
at
New
the end of
Yorkers,
the
I
day,
would say.
they're
It's in
both
Chicago,
assholes.
and they can't even get their damn dogs walk around one another. But the simple reality, though, is if you're a man and you're watching birds in the woods, and you come out of the woods and start screaming at some lady about how you're going to treat them in a way that
it was like,
I think
it's
it's
like, what are you
going to
doing?
be pretty unsurprising if you get some hostility back in return.
Yeah.
So the frame of that in the media wasn't, well, they were both being pricks. It was...
Yeah, you do have to really think about what the media is saying sometimes, because they will not actually tell you what the interaction between the two people were. They will not even give you the original video of the interaction. And it's just like, why the fuck you lying, you fucking pieces of shit?
This white woman attempted to murder a black man.
Yeah.
In a couple of publications like The Root. And the question is, well, how'd she attempt to murder him? Well, by calling the police.
Yeah.
So it was the entire thing, the whole like
so
Michael Brown fake
stupid.
framework built up around that. But there was also this additional idea of white women are using their privilege or whatever the case might be to attack black men.
White
and
privilege,
most of the
yes.
cases did not turn out to be one-sided abuses. In many or most of them, in fact, the black man, the person that was being argued with, was at least as much at fault. So it's just a question of how you create narrative, how you create a storyline, I think. You take this argument. What you really do is you pick out the person who's in the oppressor class, quote unquote, and then the person who's in the oppressed class, quote unquote, and you say, well, he must be right. So
Yes.
every example of this happening is an example of the oppressor class picking on someone else.
No,
That's how
this is what the
Karen stories, I
Democrats
think,
do
came to
all
be.
the time.
And there's also
Gavin
the element of
Newsom,
social media, because the thing
fucking
that's so powerful
Kamala
in social media
Harris,
is obviously
AOC,
video. But one of the
Biden,
things that is
Nancy
so worrying
Pelosi,
about
all
this
these
phenomenon
fuckwits.
is you can take a video.
I mean, don't get me
let's
wrong,
say
Trump
it's
kind of
3
does it
minutes,
too
and then
sometimes.
You can clip a bit
Right,
out of it,
Elon
completely out of
Musk,
context.
right.
It goes viral,
All
and you can
all
make
these
one
fucking
person look
people
like the
do it.
hero, the other one look like the villain, or vice versa, depending on how you edit it.
And you can do that for both people.
Yeah.
I mean,
content
so I've
create.
seen
Oh yeah.
conservative accounts-
Content creators are huge at misrepresenting stuff sometimes, because I mean they gotta make some money somehow, right? They gotta fill their pockets by creating a narrative to make their stream better somehow, right?
accounts take essentially that Amy Cooper video
They're walking billboards. They gotta do something.
and just use the clip like, I'm going to do something to you you're not going to like. You can literally take the same encounter between two individuals, as you just said, and flip it any way you want.
Gullible
that's just a
walking
social media thing, though.
billboards.
Like if you go back to the
who just
Rodney
sell
King
their
beating,
bodies.
the reason that became such a sensation is
I'm
that there were
sorry.
61, I believe, seconds of just this man on the ground. I'm not going to try to simulate the motion sitting here, but this man on the ground being beaten by clubs, kicked. I mean, it looks terrible. The problem with that.
Oh, you want? I'll give you a good. I'll give you a good one. Beating, kicked. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Protect the shit.
That video was that it was originally, and someone in comments might correct me, but 391 seconds long. So I mean, the news intentionally
Sorry, coppers.
used.
I don't mean to make fun of
visually
coppers,
provocative,
but at the
small
same time,
chunk of
it's
that to
some
create
shit
the
goes down.
storyline of racism and unprovoked abuse. The cops hit the guy too hard.
Yeah.
But that's because they pulled him over after a high-speed chase
High
that went on
speed,
for
yeah.
minutes.
Exactly.
They asked him to get out of the car. There were two other people in the car, by the way, both black, both employed. Neither one was harmed. They just sat on the curb, essentially, and watched this insane fight go on.
Yeah.
One of them later wrote an article about it. But King got out of the car. He scuffled with the cops. He refused to do basic things like put on handcuffs.
Rodney King?
He finally sort of rushes the cops, and they basically get tired of it and beat his ass. And I mean, I think that's over the line. I think you guys probably would.
Mm-hmm.
But the way you make that look like just an unprovoked, brutal Mississippi-style violation of
Yeah.
civil rights is that you only show the beating.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
show King lunging. I don't even know if this was on video, but you don't show the chase with many other people at risk.
Yeah,
you don't show anything except
they only if you took a look at the Rodney King videos, yeah, it only shows them beating the fuck out. Oh yeah, I mean it doesn't look good, right? I mean, yeah, the fact that they couldn't show video of them being in the whole chase and everything, it's like, yeah. I mean, look, that's on them, right? You do have to be careful, right? Just stepping over the line is real easy.
in-game. And that's a trick that a lot of people on social media learned from, some pretty explicitly, and that they use as well.
Oh, yeah.
So the last line, but a tip I would give is that if you see something like this, if you see a video of a black man and a white man fighting for 5 seconds or something like that, I wouldn't draw any conclusions from that at all.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, did that
I
initiate
mean, I
with
don't.
a horrible racial insult from one guy?
I don't even believe half the shit
ghetto
people
behavior from
say
the other guy?
sometimes.
Were both
Because
people
it's
in the
like,
wrong? Were
I'm
both
just going to
people in the
fact
right?
check
You
it
don't know.
myself just in case.
You have no idea what you're saying. You have no idea what the background of that is. You're watching just two guys shout.
Right.
So it's important to keep that in mind.
And one of the things that this does is it creates a lot of these narratives that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm dumb or maybe I haven't done my research or whatever, but we were told that whatever happened with George Floyd, let's say that he was murdered. Let's say we accept that.
Yeah.
It was presented as an example of
Yes,
everything
this
that's
is
wrong with
important.
America, systemic racism, whatever.
Yes.
To this day, no one has explained to me what the racism
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
What is the evidence
Yeah,
of racism?
Yeah, exactly. If you were to talk to these Democrats about what the form of racism that happened to these people were, they wouldn't be able. They'll give you some made up bullshit.
And that, let's say he was murdered by Derek Chauvin deliberately. Even.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No one has still explained in any way that is convincing or explanatory.
Yeah.
What the racism was.
Yeah, how was that? Yeah, how was the whole Derek Chauvin thing racist? It's like, what are we doing here? Why are you attaching racism to why? Oh, it's a hate crime. It's like, dude, what hate crime? Are we really doing this now?
There's no convincing evidence of racism in that case. And I think it's interesting to go through all of these and deconstruct them, because I mean the Amy Cooper case was not real as it was presented.
I mean, to be honest, there's no racism in fucking not California, in the United States. I mean, you might have some people who might say some offhanded shit sometimes, but it's not like
The Sarah
complete
Thrash case,
racism
which
back in
was
like
not real as it
before
was presented. Trayvon Martin, George
in like the
Zimmerman, these are two
1800s,
males who
right?
unfortunately got into a brawl. One of them had a gun, which is very common in the States. Whatever you
Yeah.
guys might think of that. I mean, it was a shooting. It was tragic. But
Yeah.
there's no racism there either. Zimmerman is half white but half Afro-Latino. There's just no evidence of anything. Michael Brown didn't happen as it was alleged to have happened. Jacob Blake didn't happen as it was alleged to have happened.
Yeah.
And I think George
yeah,
Floyd.
exactly. All these social media outlets, all these activists spin the narrative to fucking divide people, right? These are these are divisive events that people like to use against people. And fucking create like a herd mentality out of it. It's so fucking stupid. I hate it. Even content creators do this herd mentality shit.
Is kind of almost
Why?
the chessboard
Why do you
king
do
of
this?
these stories,
Because if you bring up all the other cases that I've brought up, someone will say, but I saw George Floyd under the
Why
knee.
are
You can't deny there's a problem with policing.
inclined
The
to fuck
problem with
people
that,
so much?
do either of you guys do any kind of martial art, roll in the dojo, anything like that?
I do, but I don't. I just do kickboxing. I don't do BJJ.
BJJ, yeah, no. My two were boxing and Shotokan karate like years ago, and I was that great at them, you know. But like, if you've ever been in a sparring level fight with someone, I mean, if someone puts a knee to the back of your neck or does a sleeper hold, you're a healthy adult male for a minute or two, you're not going to die.
Yes.
So the obvious reality, I think, and this is a
Exactly. The fact this is why I hate people who don't understand like the physicality of what goes into like these kinds of things. Like like why are you so dense?
personal opinion, but looking at the George Floyd case, is that there were a number of things.
Why are you being a dunce?
Again, like,
do you
no
want the
one views that
fucking
as
dunce
ideal
cap,
policing,
huh?
but
Do you want the dunce cap that bad?
It's hard to not believe that taking fentanyl.
Do you want the fucking corner? I don't. Do you want to see the fucking wall? You want to watch paint dry? Like, what the fuck is wrong with
really
you?
strongly contribute to the tragic outcome there. But getting to your point, even if we just say, well, okay, we're not going to debate any of that. It's a murder. It's a crooked cop. Yeah, there's not any evidence of racism per se that I've ever seen in the case.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah, Floyd.
I hate to say it, but there's no racism involved. It's all the activists spouting bullshit, right? The BLMs, the Antifas, right? All these fucking activists. They want to make a problem out of fucking nothing, just so that they can make some fucking money.
And Chauvin knew each other casually. They'd had jobs as bouncers
yeah.
together. But
These-
beyond that,
these
the police
motherfuckers are not
officers that were
non-profit
working as a team
organizations.
there, I believe, were 4 different races.
They're there to fucking
I know
siphon money
Thao's
from you.
Cambodian. You got a black guy that might be Kang or Kung.
I'm glad you said it and not me.
Well,
Even I hate to say it, even some of the like the Anti-Defamation League is
But,
sometimes on that level.
But anyway, so
right,
but in
some
all
of these
seriousness, you had,
right, some of these
an
law
African-American
firms
guy,
are
at least
kind of
half
like,
black. You had a
oh man,
Cambodian
you're
guy. You had a white
you're
guy
a
who
shady
was in an interracial
motherfucker, right?
relationship, by the way. Chauvin's wife was either black or Asian. I think East Asian, maybe. But just so that was something that came up. I only learned that a couple of months ago. So the presentation of him as some kind of urban Klansman, that again just fails if you get to the door of his house. And it seems like there was a conscious effort made not to do that.
And on top of that, of course, we know that there was a case exactly like it involving a white man called Tony Timper that happened very similar, very, very similar. But of course, that was never made into a big thing. And this is what I'm getting at, Wilfred, is it seems to me like the concoction of these media narratives is incredibly damaging to the way that Americans see each other and that foreigners like
Yeah.
us see Americans.
It's real bad.
And
This is
I'm
why I
sure
don't
you
like
have the stats on this.
California.
From what I know,
This
the
is
average
exactly
American
why I don't like California.
overestimates the
Because I
depth
think
of black
everyone's a
suspects by
fucking
police
commie.
action so wildly as to essentially live in a different country to the one they actually live in.
Yeah, it's
Not too long ago, there was an incident at a park above my area. And there was some ex-gang members, I guess, who got into some kind of scuffle and fucking shot at each other and killed one person. Why? Why are we doing this? What? And people want to take away my guns because some fucking idiots are killing each other. Over some stupid shit. It was probably over some of the stupidest shit, by the way. Someone got real fucking ragey, probably, and just took out their gat and probably shot at him and then killed him. It was like, what the fuck?
4 orders of
Fucking
magnitude.
Christ, man.
So first of all, let's get the data out there for anyone that hasn't read the recent wave of papers. I mean, the average number of unarmed black men killed by the police in a typical year is about 12.
I hate when you
can go
whip
to the
your
Washington
ass
Post
in the
database,
target bathroom, your
count it,
finger
AKA
ripped through
killed
your
by
toilet
police, and
paper
you
and
can
through your...
find these figures. They're not
finger
seriously
I'm
contested.
sorry, what?
You know, I and Heather McDonald and others from the right
Huh?
have looked at
Are
them.
you
did
okay,
the
dude?
post, were they off by 3 or 4? I mean, they're pretty much correct. The total number of unarmed males of all races killed by the police in a typical year is 100, maybe less than that usually. This would include Indian reservations, all the poor whites, Latinos,
battalion. I mean, that would be everyone in the country.
Yeah.
So what do people think that the total is, though? Well, that's very different. I mean,
If they want to take your guns, they can come and try to get
I think
them.
is what you're directly referring to. That look at how
yeah.
left-leaning, at least, Americans, liberal and leftist, what they think about the issue of police violence. And
But
what they found is
Amber
that,
Alert, yeah.
if I'm getting this
basically.
correct, 35%
I mean,
of people to the
some
left of
some
center in
states
the
already
USA
have those kinds of
think that
rules.
the average number of unarmed black men, just unarmed black men, killed by police annually is quote unquote about 1,000. Another 14 to 15% think it's about 10,000, and 8% think it's more than that. Now,
And the real figure is 12.
12, yes, not 12,000 or anything like that.
Right.
Just 12.
I mean, that is.
It's a bit surprising, eh?
And my house
But
with
the reason this is dangerous, sorry,
with
Francis,
the his gun.
that means these people vote.
Yes.
Right? These people get a say in
I mean, at a certain
They
point,
express their
that
opinions
that
about
could
this
be a
stuff.
potential
But they're
thing.
so wildly off base because
in the
I would
future,
argue
you
it's not their
could
fault. They've been
potentially get
misled
like a
by the
weapon
media.
system,
activists.
weapon surveillance
The-
system to
therefore,
fucking target
I
people if
almost
they do some
understand
shady
why
shit.
they would chant something as moronic as defund the police.
Yeah, the
'Cause
turret
if you think
system,
the police
yeah.
are killing thousands of black people
Absolutely.
who are unarmed every
Just
year,
like
you'd
in
be like, God,
what
we
is
need to do
Cyberpunk
something.
2077?
Monsters, yeah.
Right.
It's- no,
There's
I
some
think
other
it's- to put
games
this in
that
context,
had
there are only about
fucking the
20,000
turrets
murders total
dropping
in the
down and
United
shooting
States
at
in a bad
people.
year. So, I mean, when
Or
you
like the
say,
James
and
Bond
African
movies,
Americans
right?
We're overrepresented, but we make up maybe half of that. So, I
Get
mean, when you
the
say
car.
there are
Oh, there's
10,000
there's
police
actually
murders
some
every year,
cars with
that's
turret or
larger,
guns
at
on
least in
them.
my racial group category, than the number of murders. So, I mean, that's
I
an
can conjure
incredible
demons with my mind. Yep.
misunderstanding of reality. Yeah, I suppose that I would want the police defunded if I genuinely believed that there were 10,000 killings of just totally unarmed black men going to church or something like that every year. I mean, that would be terrible, but that is not the case.
Yeah, that
And
is
it's
not
also,
the
they
case.
say defund the police. Well, I'm afraid
yeah.
if you want a better police.
Yeah, I think the people who do the people who do this weird right, the conjuring up of just weird bullshit, and then say defund the police. That just it makes no fucking sense. Fucking
You need to fund them
these
better.
people are fucking they're mental. They need some fucking anxiety medication. My goodness.
You need to have better training. You need to have higher standards. You want
Yeah.
the very best people to become police officers. And the only way you're really going to be able to guarantee that, or certainly improve the level of recruits,
Or
is
at
to
least
pay
wherever
people more,
some of these
to
people
have
are getting
better
their
conditions, to have
information,
better pay,
they need to
better
stop
pension.
getting their
And then when they
information
come
from
in,
that
Put a
person.
lot of money into
'Cause
training
holy
these
hell,
people
man.
so that they can actually, when they're in these type of high pressure situations, operate in a more
Yeah,
effective
it's like
manner.
yeah.
And by the way, when
yeah,
they make-
exactly. Not everyone thinks the same in high pressure situations, right? And so I feel like some people just try to throw like a blanket scenario on a high stress situation, and it's like you can't do that. You put yourself in that shoes, would you do the same thing? Probably not, because you don't think like them. These guys risk their lives day in and day out because fucking people are retarded and trying to kill them
Make
at
the
the
right
same
call,
time.
even though it's difficult. You
Or
have to
trying to
back it
kill
up.
other people.
Yes, I think that second.
Or
part's
trying to
very important.
rob
Yeah,
people.
both of those points are simply correct. I mean, when again, Bob Moranto and I looked at what actually predicts effective policing in the United States, the best department in the USA was New York. Chicago was in the top 5, and I mean, both those cities take a lot of ridicule for having crime. But there's a lot of crime there because there are tens of millions of people. I
What's
mean,
good,
York,
bitch?
no, this
Fuck
is
you.
the metro, but New York is about 20 million people, 11 just in the city.
Go to
Chicago,
sleep.
if you're counting metros,
It's
11.
your bedtime.
I mean, so if you have,
child.
say, split the difference between the two cities,
Wait,
600
what?
murders a year, that's actually a lower murder rate than you're going to be finding
God, I
in
need to,
many
like, crack my
rural,
back.
black, or working class Caucasian communities. I mean, I live in Appalachia, and many of the murder rates in the area are significantly above that. You just don't think that when you look at a city like Frankfort, Kentucky, which has perhaps 60,000 people and 6 murders.
Yeah.
I mean, so there's not the same level of analysis, but I mean, you know, if you move that up to
First season
600,000,
of the
that'd be
show
60.
made by your people.
6,600,000, and that's half of Metro
Shogun?
Chicago. But at any rate, the worst police departments tended to be
What?
underfunded.
Which one are you talking
small,
about?
Kind of regional cities, Memphis, Little Rock, I think Charleston, West Virginia made the list, where there was some corruption, but there also just wasn't really a pull to get good officers in. You knew the department needed men. You knew they weren't going to get much money. It was actually Memphis, which started trying specifically to hire African-American males from the city of Memphis, where you had 5 cops basically just beat someone to death. I mean, that's a case that vanished from the headlines pretty quickly. It was essentially a black-on-black violence, I guess. But there, if you read through the backstory there were allegations of adulterous relationships and that kind of thing. So those tended to be the worst or the lowest performing departments. The best departments, yeah, well-funded, professional.
Oh, Squid
Game. For
Game.
more than a high school degree, that kind of thing. And alas,
after all these years,
sending in cops.
I don't care for the whole Squid Game shit. There's a lot of people who are eating up the Squid Game shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's
an insane
something.
idea that's going to get people killed and raped. But there is a version of that works.
Then
which is where
again,
you send an actual mental
I
health
think it's because
professional
Mr. Beast
along
did
with the cops.
his thing
But that
recently,
costs
and it's
more
just like,
money,
I don't give
not
a fuck.
less. You have to have actual therapists, actual hostage negotiators, actual psychiatrists on the payroll of the police department at their usual retainer. So the issue there wouldn't be defunding the police; it would be funding the police at a higher level.
Yeah.
Nothing beats a peace of mind that comes from knowing your home and loved ones are protected. That's why we trust Simply Safe Home Security. And right now they're offering 50% off. I'm not sure about, so correct me if I'm wrong, but in the UK I was talking to a police officer and he was actually saying to me, look, a lot of what we do now isn't even crime. They've closed a lot of the mental health hospitals.
Yes.
So a lot of these people are just walking around. They're unable to function. They're a danger mostly to themselves.
It's
They
same
behave
with
in
in the United States. A lot of these people are basically in limbo, just walking around the fucking streets
what's the
sometimes.
First thing people do, understandably,
Or
is
just
they call the police.
locked up
That is
because
not
they
a
did
police
some
matter.
fucking crime
That is a
because
matter for
they were
mental health services.
mentally
where the
ill and then
police are
fucking
involved in
probably
it.
did some
So,
super fucked up.
what you're seeing as well is just the police being stretched and having to do jobs
Or
that
they're
they're
just
not
out on
meant
the
to
streets
do.
wandering
they're not
around.
meant to deal with somebody who's having a profound schizophrenic episode.
Yeah.
No, I think that's very
And
well put. Yeah, the United States.
hate
did
to
the
say
same
it, but
thing.
I
It's-
have
it's
seen
joked about
people
sometimes as the
go
only
through
thing
that
Reagan
on the
and the
street
Tip O'Neill
sometimes.
Democrats agreed on.
The whole
The
schizophrenic
libertarians as
episode,
well,
and they're
actually, because
homeless.
They don't think there should be government
It's
services
unfortunate.
of any kind. So you got virtually 100% consensus across our political spectrum, but toward this sort of negative outcome. But yeah, in the 80s, the argument from leftists, I think many of them had watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
The
maybe one too
Hyper
many
made me
times.
not want to watch
Conservatives
it,
just
but
don't
recently
wanna
I was
pay for
like,
shit.
you know what? Fuck it. It
Libertarians,
really
there
is.
shouldn't be
It's really
shit.
compelling. Not gonna
So,
lie. I mean, look,
just
it's
total political consensus on closing the
it's
asylums, which we used to
entertainment.
have quite a few of. I don't know whether
It's
your
meant
ratings
for
hit
you
ours, but
to
there used
just
be,
turn right.
hospitals for
Sometimes
the criminally
just turn
insane.
off your brain
many
and
of,
just
many
watch
of which
it.
had not nurse ratchets, but genuinely caring doctors working with these people. And when those 94% of those properties closed in the late
I'm gonna have
1980s
the
in
Star
the USA,
Shogun. Looks
and
good
that's
as well.
when you started seeing people living under bridges and talking to themselves and the air and people who aren't there.
Yeah.
And it's a bit glib to put it that way, but this is a phenomenon again, like in downtown Chicago.
Downtown
we have
Chicago,
what's called the
downtown
University
LA,
Center,
right?
Where
I mean,
former girlfriend of mine, Kristen, used to live in
basically,
the
some of the
school.
homeless people
And you
you
would go there and you'd be
probably
sitting
have
outside
some form
smoking
of
a
this, maybe.
cigarette or whatnot, and you would notice that many of the people in the area were visibly insane. People would be cutting themselves with knives. People
Yeah,
would be
cutting
literally
themselves with
howling at the
knives,
moon,
injecting
people would be wandering
themselves,
around
right,
the
doing
block
drugs.
time after time. And I think any urbanite has wondered, well, why isn't there a place? Why isn't there a center where you can send these people? The answer is because we closed them. All.
Yeah,
made
we
it
closed
virtually
it.
illegal to open new ones.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, non-voluntary incarceration is going to be the solution for a lot of the homeless problem. And just one quick story.
Yeah, no, we closed them down. Well, we also there was issues in the systems too, but that honestly they should. You would have to find a lot of workers and build a facility to even do all that, and even then, it's like that still won't fucking fix the issue, right? I mean, you can try to aggregate all them to that, and try to fix them, but at the same time, it's not gonna always work the way you want
social media. I was scrolling through Twitter and the other day, and an actual violence,
especially when
interrupter,
it takes a
female,
lot of time and
mental
money
health
and
trained, somebody who does pretty
resources
good
to
work,
do
was
all that.
describing one of these people, and she said, "Well, this person is
Yeah,
a
and they
homeless
need
woman
right,
who's
and you need
schizophrenic and who has
you need
short-term
more
memory
than
loss.
one
She'll do
person
things
to
and
deal
forget
with
them.
one person
So about
too.
once a week, she's kidnapped.
Right,
and
you need
sexually
like
abused
2
by a
or
group of
3
10
people
men.
to deal with one person.
These are
especially if
college guy types
they
from what I
have
can
like
tell.
some
There's no one's ever been
some
able to
kind
find
of like aggressive nature.
them. I mean, this person would be the only testifying witness. Everyone else is a hobo or drug dealer in the neighborhood. But they'll take her to an apartment and have brutal sex with her, possibly film it, and then they'll just dump her back off on the street. They'll give her a shower. And I would suspect that that sort of thing, what used to be mockingly called troll bashing in New York, takes place a lot.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, the whole troll bashing, yeah, that takes all over, yeah, that's all over, probably all around the whole world.
And there's no way to
right basically me making jokes about people getting shanghaied and shit. I mean, that's what I was kind of referring to.
to enforce that, to penalize that. I don't think someone who's living illegally outdoors in most cases is going to go to court as a witness or as a
exactly
accuser. So
sometimes you're just passing by and then you
than
get
having anything from
and
a
then there's
single
homeless
room
people around
occupancy
you
to
that
just
don't
a
even help you.
mental hospital that you're going to be forcibly thrown into
That's
and treated
kinda
at.
dark.
That's not correct. It's hard to imagine anything crueler.
No,
Yeah.
and focusing on the mental health aspect of it, there's also the element of the police, where people go,
Oh, yeah.
"How can the police behave in this fashion?" I'm going, well, if you have served for, let's say, 20 years as a police officer in an inner city American city or UK city, you've seen some pretty wild shit,
yeah.
to put it mildly. You probably have PTSD or some form of it. It's gone untreated, and you are going to behave
Erratic,
less
right?
appropriately
yeah.
than other people would.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say
think
erratic,
that
but you're
virtually
probably
everyone
gonna
I've known
be
who's
more
been in situations
desensitized,
of
right?
extreme uncontrolled violence.
I mean,
combat
just
soldiers,
I'm a
cops
little
who,
desensitized with all
live,
this
work
shit
in
too.
the
to be
projects where everyone
honest.
appeared to hate them, have at some point come to the conclusion it might be better if these people didn't exist. And that's a pretty rational conclusion for humans to come to.
I kind of,
Obviously, for moral
I'm
reasons, we
kind
can't
of
allow
on
it as the
that.
basis of social policy.
That's what I
But, I mean, I
say
would assume many
sometimes.
Israeli
It's
soldiers feel
fucked
this way
up,
right
but
now.
it's like,
We've seen
what
considerable
else
evidence
can
their
you
opponents
do?
do.
These motherfuckers
But
are killing people and then
that sort
getting
again,
back
that sort
out
of
on the
attitude,
streets to
bad
go
in
do
moral
it
terms,
again.
But
It's like, Jesus.
yes, like I think police are surprisingly restrained given human nature in general.
Yeah,
I mean this is.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, humans are pretty restrained, right? But humans are pretty tolerant. We're pretty resilient. We can take a beating, but at some point, it's like, you gotta fucking stop.
It's a job where virtually
you just
every
gotta stop,
interaction
man,
you
or
have
else
with
you're
someone
gonna...
is going to be their worst moment probably of the month.
Yeah.
So you're
Exactly.
going to be pulling over a harried African-American father who thinks he might shoot him who's 15 minutes late to work.
Yeah.
You're going to be breaking up a party
Exactly.
full of rowdy college kids
College
of whatever
kid.
race.
Mhm.
You're going to be talking to rape victims. You're going to be chasing serious criminals that you know are responsible for most of the danger in what's
Yep.
probably your youth
Your
neighborhood.
yeah.
And you know that if you just shoot this guy,
Oh, yeah.
at least until pretty recently, that
Oh.
violence would
I bet a lot of dude. I bet a lot of right, because they have like right, they have the warrant list, they have the search, right, they have a lot of lists. To be fair, so they see that list and it's just like, yeah, it's probably better off if we just plugged it. Oh,
stop.
look.
If you arrest him, he's just going to go to court, bond out in 2 days, and do the same
Yeah,
thing
exactly.
again.
And
So
you,
given
right,
that,
you
the
get
rate of
into the
unprovoked
whole
police
court
violence is
system,
actually
and
pretty
yeah, it's
low.
like, fuck.
I mean, it's contained at levels that I think should be
Yeah,
more
there's a
socially
lot.
acceptable.
Yeah, this is why we have so many levels to our society and what we do with regulations and laws and stuff like that. Because, well, we're trying to protect people from not fucking killing themselves and, making us kill people, right?
Particularly when you factor in that they don't know if someone's got a gun or not.
Yeah, that's the thing that's unique about American urban policing. Like, everyone I know who's been a cop in Chicago, East Aurora, the places I've lived, has said, well, the worst thing is doing stuff like traffic stops. Why are
Oh
people
yeah,
so
traffic
hostile when
stops
they pull
are
over a
probably the
car
worst.
with tinted
Dude, I
windows
would
with
probably.
6 males and
To be honest, I would probably have PTSDs. It's so fucking dangerous, especially with people with the tints. Oh man, people with dark tints. Oh, it's the sketchiest shit. I hate to say it, but yeah, it really, as a cop, it sucks, and you hate to be in that mindset. But it's like there's too many people who have actually been got like that, so it's kind of like You can't fuck around, really.
Inside.
Especially
Well,
when
because
it comes to
that's the
crime.
constant
You
shot.
cannot fuck around.
Like if anyone just cranks the window down, pulls
Yeah,
the pistol
exactly.
out, fires a couple
Yeah,
shots,
that's it.
like
You're gone.
That's
That's
it. You don't have time to get to your gun.
Yeah.
It happens about 40.
Yeah, like the other, like some of the instance I talk about, someone stalking you, and then all you hear is the fucking, and that's it, dude.
50 times a year. There are far more cops killed by black men, and for that matter, by white
Right?
men.
Or
White men are
they're
slightly
stalking
ahead,
you
if
and they
that's the
pull
term.
the gun
But
right
in
up
any
to your
particular
back,
year,
and it's
then
just
there
like, oh
are
shit.
unarmed, defenseless men killed by police. Obviously, that's something that's never said, but needs to be pointed out occasionally. So yeah, the worry when you do the traffic stop, you've got the tinted windows,
Or someone putting tracking
Hispanic
devices
males,
on you or
perhaps here
some shit,
legally.
right?
I mean, the question is, am I gonna
Or
make it out
camera.
of this? And you can't allow too much paranoia from public employees. In fact, 100,000
Yeah, that too.
times
You
out
do
of
have to
100,001,
keep
you
your
won't make it out.
paranoia
But still,
at a
knowing that
minimum.
50 brothers, you probably consider them, have been killed this past year, often in that way. That's going to influence your thinking.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're having this conversation.
Yeah,
because
especially.
I feel like we're recording this at the time of the election. By the time this is out, it's already happened. But it just feels like this was the election when the media really went to die. And I think that's a good thing in some ways. In some ways, it's a bad thing. But the reason it's good, I think, is I just see the way these narratives have been created and the terrible impact they have. And it
Yeah,
really, what
they
struck
do
home-
have terrible
what struck
impact.
us
It
home
literally, they literally
a man called Ben Carson, whom I'm sure you
misrepresent
know.
everything, and then people
he w-
spout
and
it
my
as
only- the only thing I
gospel,
knew
and
about
it's
him
like,
was
what
that
are
he
you
was this
doing?
right-wing guy who people made fun of because he was with Trump and all of this other stuff.
Like you
And then
create
my wife is completely
issues for
apolitical.
the right
we
for
have movie night every week.
for
And she
everybody
was
in
like-
this
she
who has
usually
to
picks
deal
a
with that
movie, and
situation.
we watch it. So she picked a movie, and she was like, "Oh, it's called Gifted Hands." I was
Yes.
like, "What is it about?" And she was, "Oh, it's about a surgeon." No, okay,
Right?
cool, that
People
sounds great.
love making
And then we
problems
start
for
watching
other
it,
people.
and I realized that it's a movie about the life story of Dr. Ben Carson, in which it turns out this guy was an incredible man.
Yes.
Pioneering surgeon,
Yep.
like everything you'd want an upstanding citizen to be. It's a movie, so, you know, it was just incredible. And I've had that experience with other people so many times. I remember I watched Die Hard.
Okay.
And you go back and you watch it, and there's a scene in which a black woman is told to do something that's like impossible.
Okay.
And she goes, "If you think I'm going to do that, you think I'm going to marry Donald Trump." Because Donald Trump, before he
Yes.
ran for president,
Oh, of course,
was
yeah.
an aspirational figure. Every woman wanted to marry him. Every guy wanted to be him. That's how it was.
Yes.
And then on a dime, suddenly he's the most evil man in history. And the same with Carson. And so it just allowed me to see the power of these media narratives and how much they shape our perception.
Oh yeah.
Even in situations
yeah.
where
People-
the facts are just
people eat
forget
it
about
up.
Donald Trump, forget about Ben Carson.
Right.
Just on police shootings alone, how
Because
misrepresented
there's money
it
to
is
be made in
that we
doing
hear
that
one
kind of
thing,
shit.
and then there's a completely thing on the ground.
Yeah, I think that. So first of all, as a hip hop kid, I think that's a great framing with those two individuals. I mean, so Donald Trump, there's a song by Mac Miller that was playing
Yeah.
when I was at the end of my time in the sort of club nightlife business. Is like 2012. That's another thing I did, by the way, when I talk about it. We'll talk about important stuff. But there's a song by Mac Miller called Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is presented as sort of the archetypal figure. If you like partying and making money and living in cities, it's Mac Miller in a penthouse in probably Philadelphia, like doing this.
I
with
mean, you
girls
don't even
dancing
have
around
to
him in
put
the
Mac
gold
Miller
raining
like
from the
that.
air.
You could put
And
any
that was
other
the Donald
rapper
Trump
that
archetype.
does
I
those
mean,
kinds of
the rapper
songs.
Nelly has a song where the
Yeah.
chorus is Donald Trump, Bill Gates, let me in now.
Mhm.
And it was
Yeah.
just absolutely no one had a problem with the guy. People thought
You
he was
really
a
wanted to go to Epstein's Island, huh?
well, he probably did. I don't have any negative comments about Nelly, but I just look at the
kidding.
look at the background of a Diddy party. You'll see a
Yeah.
lot of people of all
Yeah.
ethnic backgrounds.
Right.
One of the things that's actually kind of interesting is that when I was a kid, and not really a kid, but like in Chicago, there was less than there'd be in New York, maybe, but there were parties where people had like bowls of drugs on the counter and so on.
Yeah.
And I always found, after maybe 20, I found decadence boring and annoying. But I mean, I think that
I mean, it was a different
common
time
belief
back
among a
then.
lot of people, both from the hood and in this kind of scene, like the young adult post-rave scene.
Yeah, and then
A
now
common
it's just
belief
getting
was that there
more
were
right,
wealthy,
it's getting
decadent
more out in
people
the open.
who had all sorts of unbelievable Roman imperial vices who were running the country and the
Yeah.
world. And as I got older, I was like, yeah, that's probably not true. You see the Christian conservatives versus the feminists. And it's like, I don't know, that was probably wrong. Then you see the Epstein and Diddy guest lists, and you realize like a lot of these people were just lying. Like that kind of was the case. I mean, I would encourage everyone watching this to Google like P. Diddy guest list. I mean, you'll see pictures of like Jennifer Lopez, Jay-Z, and the deputy mayor of New York, obviously stoned out of their minds, just wandering around.
Exactly.
But at any rate,
I think Kamala
the point,
also
though, I
was
think, is
stoned
that
out
Donald
of her
Trump, who
mind at
also knew
one of
both
these parties.
Epstein and Diddy, as did Bill Clinton, as did Barack Obama. But at any rate, Donald Trump was, yes, he was an
Barack
aspirational
Obama,
figure in hip-hop and rock musical culture for decades. The Ben Carson thing is even more striking. Like, I did a podcast with Ben Carson a couple of weeks ago, and I actually knew who Ben Carson was as a black business type. I mean, I've watched Gifted Hands, and yeah, he was one of the country's best doctors. I mean, he's the lead surgeon in a major hospital. He once separated conjoined twins. He's one of the more impressive men out there. So yeah, again, Douglas Murray has a good description of this, where he says something like the upper middle class moral norm is getting more annoying and unknowable because every 12 seconds, something that was never true before is not only true, but can't be denied. It's a great line. And I think the madness of crowds, but that applies to a lot of this stuff where, I mean, the example that he uses is feminism and sexuality. And he gives all these examples where through about 2019, maybe through Me Too, being feminist was being as sexual as possible. So, I mean, like, he lists a series of Nicki Minaj song titles like My Butt and Wet Kitty and so on.
Nicki Minaj, Cardi B,
and it's just a paid, it's
Adriana Grande,
lyrics, like,
all these women.
And so on. But then almost immediately that changed on a dime, and the women's magazines began running articles saying that approaching
Taylor
women
Swift.
anywhere outside of a dating app was a form of abuse.
Lizzo.
And not only is that wrong, not only do no working class people or normal aggressive males or whatever take that seriously, but it's also not something that was ever even disputed by anyone, including feminists. No one had said it before. Feminism was about sexuality to some extent. It was pro-sex work. People liked dating feminists. Then that rapidly reversed at Ouroboros, and everyone was supposed to know exactly what the new rule was immediately. And that's the same thing with all this stuff. Like, of course, Ben Carson didn't become an idiot. Of course, Donald Trump didn't suddenly become a racist. Donald Trump's not racist, although he talks a bit crudely. But I mean, everyone's heard.
The fact that people still call Trump racist is, what makes him really racist? The way he talks about some groups of some groups of people sometimes, because he sees it like how basically some other people see it too.
Heard someone sound like Donald Trump on a golf course.
Like
there's nothing has.
I mean, they get him when he's just being himself, literally. I think that's the issue with some presidents. They don't be themselves. They be a completely different person, right? But Trump, he sticks to himself. He's still the same guy, making the fucking trolling joke.
Changed except the mandatory perception.
I mean, he does lie sometimes. Well, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or he's just trolling, but he does blow stuff out of proportion sometimes.
Not really, but a lot of people are going to say that, and a lot of people are going to be reluctant to publicly oppose that today.
Yeah, well, it's been really eye-opening for me with the media, really, really eye-opening, because especially coming over here, we live in the UK, we see stuff, we kind of go, oh, well, CNN said it, and MSNBC said it, and other people are saying, well, it must be true. And even people on the right are like, well, obviously this is a blah, 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 and you and then you actually go and travel around the country and you meet people. It just fundamentally breaks your perception of
definitely
the media, which is why I think the trust is so low now, because they, as we say in the UK, they've been taking the piss for a very long time.
No, I think that's correct. So one of the things that we've talked about in this conversation repeatedly is that it's not what we're talking about with the modern media, certainly on the right as well, as that becomes more popular, more public, but by far more often on the left. It's not that there's a legitimate misunderstanding of reality.
Right.
It's that a lot of stories are lies. Hands Up, Don't Shoot was a lie. Like when you see the image of Michael Brown, I'm an NFL fan, so you saw the players come out
when the NFL, when they're doing their showboating.
Michael Brown didn't have his hands up.
Yeah.
He was shot in the front while he was attacking a cop. And most of the lies are at that level. And if you ask people these basic...
Right, it's a small lie. right? It's a white lie, right? A white lie.
Questions. And it's interesting that polling data.
I hate to say it, but streamers do this a lot too. They fucking lie about shit all the fucking time. They gotta lie about shit because they gotta boost their ratings, you know?
Begins to reflect the lie pretty
Bunch
quickly.
of grifting
So I mean, in
whores.
terms of Douglas Murray's point, I'm pretty sure that if you ask people like, do you associate feminism in America with being more or less sexual than the norm, that would already have changed. It would be less, and people would rate that as a good thing. Although that's only been true for 4 or 5 years. But I mean, the same thing is true with a lot of the points that we're discussing. Like, the lie is told, the lie is believed, and it's
Yeah.
interesting to hear that the lie is.
Right. The cake is a lie. From Portal. Right. You just basically have a little skepticism. Right. Don't believe everything people say right. Don't believe everything that comes out of my mouth, right? Don't believe everything that comes out of your friend's mouth, right?
Believed overseas. And yeah, I would always encourage
Have
people to sort
some-
of go to the data.
have some skepticism,
If you're interested
right?
in something like police violence. The one that really surprised me was interracial crime, which both blacks and whites go on about.
Yeah.
Where I actually unpacked the BJS reports for a decade. And
There's
I
black
described it
on
as
black crime,
violent,
white on white
classic
crime,
interracial
Asian on
3%
Asian crime. There's
So
what
it's
are we
just very
doing
often
here?
people
This,
are just- I don't even know if lying is the term. Do you guys know the difference between lying and bullshitting?
Yeah.
I think bullshitting is where you make up a grandiose.
I think that was a
tale.
rhetorical
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
No, but if you know it, I'd
Yeah.
love to. No, but that wasn't like pompous teacher mode.
Yeah,
I think,
no,
I think
no.
there is a difference here.
There
that
is a
actually matters.
difference.
Like the liar knows what the truth is.
Yes.
Is what that Princeton guy, Webb or whoever.
Yes, liars know what the actual truth is, right? While bullshitters just spew.
Said in his book Bullshit. The bullshitter's goal is to tell a story that presents him in the most
a
positive
light, right?
light. Like
The
good.
destinies, I mean, I don't want to throw some people under the bus here. I'm just throwing jabs at people. I'm sorry. But like the basically the top of the top streamers, all right? They will throw jabs at people all the time sometimes.
Good, bad. It's to present a narrative.
Yeah,
The
and they will present a narrative sometimes. Now, their narrative will be, well, they're going to be biased in some circumstances because it's going to be, well, their stream, their content, right? So that's why I hate content creation, right? You have individual streamers who may spin a narrative, but you're unsure, and then people take that as fucking gospel. Because journalists are fucking gullible people, I guess. I don't fuck. It's a weird feedback loop of this weird echo chamber of weirdness, and I hate it.
Liar actually knows what reality is and is contradicting it. Like, no, I did not cheat on you, honey. I think we see both lying and bullshitting in the
Hassan-
media, but I think
Hassan is a bullshitter.
Probably more bullshitting.
Well, I mean,
If I
well,
had to think
he
about
does
it. I'm sure
lying
people
and
could easily
bullshitting
disagree
too,
with that.
so it's like.
But the goal is promoting the
Same
narrative
with
that the
Destiny.
USA
He does
is racist
lying
or
and
something like that.
bullshitting too.
So you could easily throw together a real stat about black performance that we need to fix with a fake made-up explanation,
Jack Doherty,
with a real quote from an
fucking-
academic, and you would
Who's
just
on the
pitch it as the truth.
Aiden
And I think that
Ross.
after years,
Aiden
as
Ross
people
is a
recognize
liar.
that is happening. Trust is
I mean,
gone.
he may
And,
bullshit
by the way, I will say
sometimes,
social
but
media,
he
that
lies
one of the
a
few
lot.
good things about computer world, about social media, and so on, is that people can see that in real life.
Or maybe he's a
Wilfred,
straight
great
bullshit.
having
Then again,
you
I
on.
don't
Before
watch
we
his
head to our
content, so it's hard to
Substack and
say.
ask you our audience
See, I
questions,
don't watch a
what's
lot
the one
of
thing we're not
these
talking about as a society that we really should
these brain rotted younger generation, right? The Gen Z motherfuckers, because they're brain rotted. They're all fucked in the head.
Before Wilfred answers a final question, at the end of this interview,
Motherfuckers like go out, harass people, fucking or stuck on like ADHD meds and shit. It's like, okay, I'm good.
click the link in the description underneath. It will take you to our Substack where you'll be able to see this.
How would you summarize the state of progress and positive momentum in US race relations prior to BLM? And in your view, what legitimate issues persisted and remained to be fixed? What was it like to film your scene in Am I Racist? You clearly know who Matt Walsh is. Were you supposed to pretend you didn't?
Does the emotional impact of generational
Matt
past
Walsh?
grievances arising from racism and slavery,
I kind of hate
which
what
was
Matt
a
Walsh
universal
does
theme,
too sometimes. I
affect
think
North
he's heavily
American and Caribbean
religious.
blacks more than other ethnicities?
It's kind
who
of
could
like he
claim
has
the
that
same but
alt-right
don't?
religious
If so,
take, and it's
why?
like,
How to fix
also,
major problems that
Matt
we have,
Walsh
I
hates
think.
anime, and he hates video games, and he wants to destroy them. So, that too.
And that I'll give climate change as an example. We in the USA, and I think to a lesser extent in the UK, right now seem to be very prone
I think he hates comic books too. He basically hates certain entertainment media.
to panics and hysterias. I mean, I think the reaction to COVID-19, for example, was absolutely insane.
Insane, yeah.
You can't shut down all of a healthy, functioning society because the death rate among 71-year-olds might increase by 10%.
Increase,
I think you'll find we did.
Exactly. Yeah, and we did.
Right.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Everyone freaked the fuck out because of this stupid temper. This is why I don't like people. None of these people think in percentages sometimes. And it's just like, Do you math? No, you don't math? Oh, okay. You don't know what you're talking about then. Okay.
Can. But I
Then
mean,
why
like,
are you talking?
As a
I'm
cold,
sorry.
meterly decision, only an absolute lunatic would look at those options and do that. It's the stupidest thing I've ever
If
seen.
you're not going to even do some like basic math, it's like, come on, dude. Like, why are you on this planet if you're just not going to do the things that you're on this planet for? Why are you even human? Are you human? Like,
in major societies do. But that I think
Are you
is a
human or are
sign
you
of
just a
an ongoing
retarded peanut brain
catastrophism in the modern
animal?
West. So like climate change, people are saying they will not have children because of climate change, this sort of thing. The reality is that if you ever talk to an educated Chinese, sounds a bit rude, but an educated person from China or an educated forward caste Indian or something like that, what they'll say is like, look, this actually is a problem. We don't deny it. I don't deny it. But the pace of innovation that's going to solve it is speeding up. I'd give it like 5 years until we fix this. That's the general view. And the
Right now, he's talking about the different countries and their different rules and like their different governance, basically.
Chinese and Indian universities I've been in contact with, I don't know about their general perception,
Mhm.
but for example, there was a new kind of paint that was just invented at Purdue, where if you slather it on roofs,
Yeah, I
apparently,
saw
like the
that.
gray refractive paint bounces sunlight back up.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was an absolutely asinine explanation per their engineering department, but I think something like that is going to be how we get through the quote unquote climate change crisis. Just excuse the language, fucking planting trees. What's up?
Yeah, I said the same thing. Dude, if people just fucking planted trees and stopped freaking out about the whole climate change thing, it'd be fine. But no, some fucking retards have to go on the fucking internet and be a fucking Greta Dude, that Greta bitch. If I could just fucking toss her out into the fucking ocean and let her drown, I would. Holy shit. I hate these fucking people. Oh boy. If I could get a helicopter, right? I would just fly out to some remote area and just fucking kick these people out. Fuck these people, man.
Solve about
God,
half
yeah.
of it. If every person plants 5 trees, we'll handle a great deal of the
Yeah,
the climate
literally.
worries that we have. So I think
Well, now that we had the great fire in California, oh boy, there's gonna be a lot of replanting. Jesus.
that not just you guys actually do
Yeah,
a
it's so
fairly good
fucked
job,
up.
but media in general, especially our alternative media, should start talking to people who have reasonable ideas about how to solve the problem.
Yeah,
to cut off
literally, no one has any more reasonable ideas to fix issues anymore. It's fucking sad and abysmal. It's absolutely horrendous. The fact that humans are this fucking low IQ sometimes It's like, why are you on this planet if you're gonna be doing that shit? Why are you like this? What the
Off
fuck
sort of
is
chicken
wrong with
running
you?
without head hysteria we see so often. Interview the Purdue guy. Talk to him about paint. You guys will make it funny. I don't know what it is. It's sort of like Dancing with a Stare. You won't look that bad.
Sounds exciting, man.
Yeah.
Well, Wilford, thanks for
Talk
coming
about
on.
paint. That's my final.
Talk
my
about
final-
We're talking
Fantastic.
about
Head
paint.
on over to
Yeah,
Substack
sniffing
where
that
we ask
paint.
Wilford your questions.
The reparations
Well, yeah.
debate.
I mean, like, look, like I said, this is a great video because it literally explains all the bullshittery and all the lies that people spew on the fucking online and forums, right? And the weird fucking some of the weirdest, stupidest conspiracy theories out there, and people entertain them too. It's like, dude, why are you like this? You love eating shit, eh? Alright. Let's get something in mind about the border when I become president. The number came way down.
Let's get something in mind about the border.
No, let me finish. I have to say this or I'm never going to get it out.
When I became president, the numbers came way down, number one. Number two, we had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for a bipartisan agreement to put more people on the border, more Secret Service agents.
More Secret Service. What do you mean? Everyone's been getting fucking shit
And guess
canned.
what? He's
Not
on the
only
phone
that, but
saying,
since
"Don't
you
do
got
it.
shit
Don't
canned,
do it.
everyone's been getting shit. There's like people leaving certain industries. New jobs are popping up because Trump is fucking getting into office now. What is this? This is retarded. Oh yeah, this. Should we watch this? Do I really want to watch this? I think this whole thing is fucking stupid, to be honest. It's like some grown ass fucking adults can't be grown ass adults for like an event and just be complete asshats to each other. and then they go on their streams to be more asshats to each other. It's like apparently people just can't drop it.
Breaking news, massive drama just broke between Dream, Tommy Entner. Do I care about this? Absolutely.
Oh, this is the Dream stuff. Okay. I thought this was yeah. This one's even fucking stupider. I thought it was the whole Mizkif and what's his fucking this guy.
Do I care about this? Absolutely.
I mean,
but I do think
both
it's funny,
situations
and I
are
think it's
retarded.
extremely dumb and
Which
cringe,
situation's
and I
more
think, I
retarded?
think a lot of stuff. You guys know me. I'm just gonna
Probably
simplify
the
this as much as I
Dream in this
possibly
one.
can, because I ain't got time to waste, and I don't want to waste your lovely time. Long story short, Tommy
And
British
Mizkif is
person,
the whole
and
Mizkif and
XQC
Dream one is on
person.
a
They got into a little back and forth
kind of on a
Twitter,
different
and Dream decided to quote Tommy Entner,
wavelength,
posting
I
this,
guess. I
growing
don't know.
up or becoming a retarded Tommy Entner
Mizkif
fan.
has gotten
Dream
into some
SFP's
shit, so I
fans.
mean,
They used to be friends. They used to collab. They used to work together.
There's a
but
lot
as
of people who
recently,
dislike
they're
him.
no longer cool. They're no longer amigos. Dream got absolutely cooked for responding to Tommy Entner or quoting his tweet. That tweet alone sparked Tommy Entner to make a 5-minute video responding to Dream. Now, how do I feel about Dream saying the R word? Oh, just saying it makes me cringe. It's such a
retard?
gross word, and I
Oh yeah, that's right. He's one of those guys who can't say like he's a snowflake basically, or he's not saying it because of his brand
It's
or
now
whatever.
deleted, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna hit Dream up. I had no idea he was this based. I thought he was a sensitive.
I mean, this
crybaby
guy
who cries
plays
over
Minecraft.
any critique of him online. Then he made this follow up.
This guy plays
saying, "Super annoying
Minecraft,
having
and
certain
then he
creators shit on me and my
caters
friends
to a
constantly
fucking
when we never say
children
anything
crowd.
back. You shouldn't say that word, but
Like,
I'm
let's be
literally
real.
autistic,
This
and
guy
the
plays
whole internet loved
PG-13
everyone calling me
fucking
slurs, so obviously
bullshit.
people are being
Or
disingenuous. Dream,
teen
listen,
bullshit.
I don't care that you say the R word. If anything, it makes me like you. Hit my DMs up. Let's go get some tacos and let's talk about our favorite slurs. But then people on this
Hormonal
old tweet of his, and it
child
says, I don't
games,
personally support
basically.
using the word retard. I feel enough people find it offensive that if you're a content creator, you should phase it out of your vocabulary. This makes Dream look like a massive hypocrite, and on top of that, in my opinion,
Well, I mean,
it's just
to
peak
be
virtue
frank, he's a
signaling, being like, Yo, guys,
he's
look at
not
me.
a
I'm such a
he's
good
not a
guy,"
grown
you know?
ass
People
adult.
that say the
He's
R
a
word,
he's a
not
fucking
epic,
child
and then
still.
you do it yourself. It just shows me that you're fake. You were virtual signaling. Look at me, guys. I never say these words. Look at me. Look at how cool and progressive I am. Twitter is not a real place. If people are mad at you on Twitter, who cares? It's not real. Those people
Yeah,
are fucking losers.
literally,
You're a
who cares?
multimillionaire. You
Yeah, the
won.
whole
Who cares
yeah.
what
Also
some
the
random ass losers think of you? Stop.
also the whole like gaming elitism and like some of these games. It's like, dude, you live your life on a video game, and you scam people sometimes. Like, do you listen to yourself sometimes?
Stop pandering to your insane
You literally bought and fuck up economies. It's like, don't give me your bullshit. I'm sorry.
fan base and bending over every single time. Do I like Dream? No. I've made videos criticizing him. Do I like Tommy in it? No. But this is one of the stupidest dramas ever. Like one meme, and this 5-minute video sparked a 3-hour live stream where Dream shows DMs with Tommy in it.
If you've been off the internet the past couple days and haven't kept up, basically, if you're one of my subscribers, Dream has called you a slur. So deal with that how you want.
This is so fucking parasocial. Every day that passes, the more I fucking hate being a content creator. I think I'm getting to the point where close to just like wrapping it up. Like I fucking hate
Yeah,
it.
this is
Like,
why I
guys,
want to
you called
hang up all the
15 million
content
of us a
creators.
slur. Yet again, this is another overreaction.
I'm so sorry.
This is such a nothing burger. Like guys, Dream called you a retard.
I mean, don't get me
With that
wrong.
one,
Some content
how
creators
did
are
this
fine.
dumb tweet manage to
They're
make
just
this
normal
massive
people.
drama? As someone who has no interest in Dream or Tommy or the Dream SMP or Minecraft, I literally do not care, but I find it pretty funny to see.
Now look, I have Dream blocked on everything and I intend to keep it that way. So Dream, hello mate, let's just dive right in, shall we? Let's talk about you calling all my fans the arslur. You can't throw around the arslur, mate.
But
You
I
just can't.
call people
My mum
cunts
worked with adults with
sometimes.
disabilities, and since
What's
I
wrong
was
with
12,
that?
I volunteered with her.
I'll
These
call
are
a female
real
a cunt.
fucking amazing
I mean, even though they
guess
think
we're
it's a
having the
derogatory
hard
term
word
towards them. I mean,
debate in the Big 25. I
what?
don't
But you
think
do have a
most
cunt though.
people
It's like,
have an issue with the R word. I think it's when and how you
what
use
do
it.
you
Like,
want
you
me
go
to
up
do?
someone who's autistic and you're like, yo, what's up, my retard?
I
Then
just
yeah,
call it how I
that's an
see it.
issue,
I'm
but
sorry.
literally no one in real life does that. Like, I say the word retard.
I
You
call a
guys know
spade
me,
a spade. I
both
call a
private
shovel a
and
shovel. Like,
public,
what do you
and
want
literally
me
no one
to
cares. The
do?
only people that have an issue with this is
When I
fucking
see a cunt, I
terminally
see a
online losers
cunt.
on Twitter. We're like, oh, you can't say that. This is the 2025
I see a
list
pussy,
of
I see a
words you
pussy,
cannot
yeah.
say, guys. It's like no one's going up to people who are autistic and calling
I
them a
don't know.
retard. And if you do, you're a fucking loser. That's just not the case.
People
with,
get
I'll
hung
say,
up on
90%
vocabulary
of
way
people
too
who use this god forbidden word. Am I alone here? Am I the only one who's like, this situation is really not that important? This did not warrant a 5 to 6 minute video and then a lot of tweets about Dream because, oh, guys, you know, I've worked with these people. And
When I
they're
see a
amazing.
retard, I
No
just see it.
shit,
God
you
damn it,
know.
I'm sorry.
sure this comes from a good place in Tommy's heart. Once again, I don't hate him. I feel indifferent about him. It's not that deep, guys.
It's not that deep.
It's all
When I see a
because of the
retard, I
dumb
see a
meme that was
retard.
posted for like 30 minutes until Dream
It's
deleted
like-
it. And now we have people out here wanting to kill Dream and making hate videos.
Yeah,
on
the
him.
whole
It's like,
death
dude, I hate
threats
the internet
thing is like,
sometimes.
like,
it's so
you-
over the top and
Yes.
performative. Like, guys,
Like,
look
what-
at me. I'm
why are
such
you-
a good guy. And I'm
why are
not
you
talking
guys
about Tommy
acting
alone.
like
I'm also
children?
talking about Dream because that guy was virtual
Right,
signaling back in
right. It's one
2021,
thing to be like a Kendrick
crazy. You
Lamar
did it to
and
yourself,
call
too.
like
So,
fucking
you know,
Drake
it's not like
a
I'm out here to white
pedophile
man
and
for
shit.
Dream because I
Sometimes.
love Dream and he's gonna give us amazing
It's
words.
like this
But it does
is
make him
this
look
is
like a
getting
hypocrite.
out of whack,
In my
man.
opinion, this should stay on Twitter. This was not YouTube video worthy.
And you do not just throw it around. It's impossibly immature and reckless and sets such a shitty precedent to everyone.
I mean,
Shame on you, man.
I mean, to be fair, you did this with Miss Kim, so I mean, I mean,
I guess I'm just a horrible person with twisted morals.
You've basically spent the past day calling me a dickhead. And look, pal,
I mean,
have made
he's a
mistakes,
comedian,
and I'm gonna
obviously,
make loads more.
and
But
he's
the difference
shameless.
is
He does
I
not give a
shit.
fuck.
I'm trying.
Zero fucks
I'm putting
given.
in effort, and I really care. And I take
And I
responsibility
really
when
care.
I fucked up.
Alright guys, just to summarize it, because this is a 6-minute video and I don't want to waste your time. Long story short, Tommy Inen, good guy, Dream, bad guy. To me, most
Look at his
situations can
face.
just be
He knows how
solved
to act,
via
dude.
a few DMs. You don't need to make the video about everything. And I'm saying that as someone who used to upload daily, and I've learned from that. Especially if you guys are close or were friends, like, it's just like, dude, you made Dream crash out in the Big 25. Are you proud of yourself, Tommy Inen? You made a... How old is Dream?
Yeah, with all the
Dream is
videos that I have to
25,
fucking
and
post
he's
on
out here
YouTube, possibly, I
and is crashing
have to
out on
like
stream for
cut
3
all
hours.
those
If
up
that
and
was me, I
edit
would
them,
reconsider my life
right?
choices and how I got
Basically,
to that
just
point.
You
because
harassed my mum.
some
She
of those
was going
streams
through
are
a
so
divorce.
fucking long that I have to basically just chop it all up and just take the best moments, or well, not best moments, but right, but
Dream, you said
yeah,
the
all
R
the
word
good
and you
moments, if
harassed
you
my
will.
mom.
You tried to harm the relationship
The
between me and my
fucking
mum. And if we weren't
find
best
them
friends,
too.
with the
Ugh.
shit that you were saying, you probably
So
could have
many
really harmed
videos.
that, mate. You are like a proper movie villain. I have watched you take advantage of vulnerable people and use them to benefit yourself.
Now, here comes a $1 million question. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? Does this affect him in any way, shape, or form?
No,
On the
LeBron-
real, what I think of the situation.
Dude, LeBron is set. I don't. The people who are ragging on LeBron and shit, motherfucker's an NBA star. That dude is set, regardless of if he had fucking affiliations with Diddy or anything, right? I mean, did he do anything illegal with Diddy? Probably not. I mean, there's a chance, right? There's not a zero chance that it's possible, right? When these people are affiliated, right? There's kind of a chance because they do business deals with each other because of the business corporate ladder stuff and making contracts and stuff like that. So we don't know to what extent that, right? There's so much bullshit. Like, we don't know to what extent that all this has gone on, right? Because it's just been so fucking in the background that nobody knows. Right? These guys are doing backroom deals, literally. No one will know unless you were in that room with them. So, and the only way you can get this information is if, well, they go to court.
It's such a fucking nothing burger. I guess if you would have gone more
Yeah.
into detail.
And with LeBron,
Dream,
I don't think
Messi
he would throw away his like legacy, his NBA legacy like that. Let's be real. Some of these stars won't throw away their legacy.
Tommy's mom and trying to split them apart or whatever Tommy said. I guess that would make a good video, right? The
Yeah.
dark side of Dream or whatever the fuck. The first minute of this video is just dedicated to the R word, and then the last minute or two is for his comedy act or whatever the fuck. This could have been fixed over some DMs, man. But yeah, massive drama. Massive, important, super interesting drama here, guys.
Oh,
Let me
the
know what you
comedy
guys
act?
think,
I
and,
don't know.
I'm out.
No, every time I see fucking like online content creation drama, right? And it's not even about like mentally ill people who are just roaming around the streets doing criminal activity. Or just it's just people like bickering over the pettiest shit sometimes, and it's like, what are you doing? Why are you bickering over this fucking game that's fucking over 20 years old? Like, what are you doing with your life? Just play the game and get along, and that's it. Shit happens. Whatever, move on. Oh god, fucking grown ass babies, man. Literally. I think streamers are just grown ass babies now. Fucking they cry when they get the slightest criticism. It's like, Jesus Christ. Not that deep. Maybe if you didn't fucking be a weirdo sometimes, it would have been you would have been fine. Oh yeah, Sam Hyde. 1.8 don't like Sam Hyde saying shit. No, that's fine. Those 1.8 people are fucking retarded, probably. I'm kidding.
ICE CBP equals domestic terrorism. Stop the terror. Well, what has got these people in California so upset?
This week, U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents conducted unannounced raids of undocumented immigrants in the Central Valley. Congressman Jim Costa said the CBP commissioner told him the mission was targeting criminals of drug and human trafficking, and that all 78 of those detained had previous criminal records.
He told me that, in fact, that they had concluded their effort as a result of their arrests as of a day or two ago.
These raids stoking fear among uncertain immigrant communities and are already taking a toll on the Valley's agriculture industry.
There is real fear within the community.
Bakersfield Vice Mayor and Sikh Punjabi advocate Manpreet Kaur says the impacts of these unprecedented operations will last.
Our community also comes to places like the United States in diverse documentation statuses.
Diverse documentation statuses.
That
is a new one I've never heard
Yeah, what the
before.
fuck is that
They're
one?
not here illegally. No, you see, their documentation status is actually just diverse. And diversity, as you know, is our strength.
Wasn't it already diverse when you open the borders and you have all these different people of ethnic backgrounds coming in? So why are you adding this terminology now? Are you getting government kickbacks because you're doing this? Is there some sort of government program that you have to follow so you can get some money for this dumb shit? Well, I mean, it's to make jobs, to be honest. But then again, I don't think it's to make that many jobs. I think it's to make some of these people fat as fuck.
Strength. In a statement Friday morning, CBP announcing during the 3-day operation called Return to Sender, 78 people, all here unlawfully, were arrested. CBP also says the operation targeted those with criminal records, from raping a minor and trafficking drugs to having DUI convictions. When asked if for some their only crime was unlawful residence, Assistant Chief Patrol Agent David Kim answered, crossing the border and illegally residing in the U.S. is against the law.
The El Centro sector sharing on social media Wednesday morning that 2 of the arrests made in Bakersfield were suspects in the rape of a minor.
This is another issue, the whole illegal immigration and border crisis. They love lying about that shit too. A lot of people love lying about that shit. It's great. Why do you want to pay for these people? You know they're siphoning money from you. So why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep moving your money to these people? I don't understand. I just don't. They have done nothing for you. They literally come into your country illegally, steal your food, steal your water, steal your housing, right? And then you get sometimes caught up in fucking crimes because some of these guys are criminals. Not only that, but you also got a homeless fucking problem too in some of these areas. It's like you got these people coming in too. Oh, well, a nice clusterfuck of shit coming in.
No, you can't just go around deporting people like that. This led to protests.
In the wake of Border Patrol activity here happening in...
Yeah, all these people fucking retarded. I don't even... These people are the dumbest fucking people. These people all have IDs, probably. These people all have documentation, probably. Yet they're over here doing this weird shit.
Residents from all over have gathered here at the corner of Ming and Weibel to protest Border Patrol's activities.
Take a look at the massive gathering.
All of these people are Americans, yet they're allowing these fucking nobodies that owe nothing to you, and you're just giving them free money. Like, what?
Of protesters on Blackstone
They
Avenue
don't
in
even
Fresno
know
Sunday
you.
in an outcry over a recent Border Patrol operation near Bakersfield and an incoming administration zeroing
You don't
in
even
on
know if one of
immigration.
these guys are gonna come behind you and
immigration
fucking
picking
shake you in
up,
the back.
You know, people like us, it motivated
Which
me
some of them
more
are
because
doing.
I am a dreamer. I'm a DACA recipient, so.
Oh, that. See, he's using the whole Dreamer and DACA. I hate these programs. See, this is why I don't like. This is why I don't like right Twitch, the government, even my own school, university. I hate this shit. I hate it so much. Oh my god.
It hits home.
Hundreds coming out demanding an end to deportation operations, many doing it on behalf of others fearing a similar fate.
The protest was organized by the Rapid Response Network of Kern.
I mean, it's not even the university's fault, right? It's, but the stuff that the government tells these people sometimes, it's like, why are you like this?
Immigrant advocacy group. Dozens of people in attendance waving Mexico flags and signs that read, "Stop deporting the hands that feed you."
Don't you just love when people come to the U.S. from other countries and then wave the flag of the country they fled?
Yeah. Yeah, these guys fled from that country. And then they're just like, oh no, don't deport us. Like, what? Aren't some of you guys Americans? What are you doing? You know they're trying to get the people who've been causing crimes, right? Literally has nothing to do with your dumbasses. But I guess someone spun the narrative to them that they're getting fucked in the butt, right?
That there is money diverted now to make sure that we do not have these rape gangs in London, which everywhere else have. Do we actually have rape gangs in London?
And so I'm really proud to say London was the first city with the Met Police Service to make sure Operation Soteria.
Right. I think. Okay. Well, where did Lily Phillips and those dumb whores do their thing? I'm sorry, I'm being fucking an asshole. I'm disparaging their character. I'm so sorry. But I mean, look, when you do that type of work and it looks like it's a gang rape or gang thing, it's like
Work took place in London. The Victims Commissioner Claire Waxman has
Is
been
this
fantastic
grooming?
and prestigious.
Are they grooming
in
people?
Making sure that the police
Possibly.
respond to the concerns that were raised in relation to the work we did in relation to responding
But
to the
no,
awful
human.
report from HMI. about what
This
happened
has
under the
nothing to
previous,
do with the whole
mayor.
OnlyFans
So
stuff.
in
I was
London,
just
we've
making a
piloted a
joke.
number of things that have
But
now been rolled out
yeah,
across the country.
I don't. The whole grooming gang. I don't. Regardless of the. Okay. Remove this word and just put gangs. It's the same fucking thing. Remove grooming. Gangs do. Regardless of this word right here, the gangs already do that innately. They are already manipulating. They are already doing human trafficking stuff. Like, what do you do? When you sell drugs, when you sell firearms in the black market like some of these people do, they are obviously going to be selling other services like fucking, doing this bullshit or the what's that?
To make sure that there
Or
is
the troll bashing, literally troll bashing females.
money diverted now to make
mayor. So in London, we've piloted a number of things that are now
Like
being
this
rolled out
shit's
across the
like
country.
the fact that people are bringing this up now is the fact that they don't understand what the hell is going on in their own fucking country.
Most recently, I was in Croydon with the safeguarding minister to see some of the
Or
uses-
nation, wherever they are, state, province, wherever the fuck they are.
Well, I asked if there are any rape
Town,
gangs.
city,
It's
village.
a yes or a no, really.
This is a serious issue. I'm disappointed that on such a serious issue, the member doesn't want to hear the answer.
I'm disappointed you won't give me the straight answer. Are they yes or no? I'm not going to ask where they are to give anything like that away. I'm just asking. We've got a serious situation here. Londoners want to know, do we have these rape gangs in London?
I mean, if you really want to be real about it, what do famous people do? What did P. Diddy do? What did Epstein do? Well, what's it to say? None of the famous people in London, right? It's like, come on. Some of these people are doing some shady shit in the background. Just like mafia style shit. And to say that that some of these people aren't doing it is like, you're being disingenuous.
Because my Broncos, you might think that because my Broncos lost in embarrassing fashion that I would not want to show my face for a while. But oh, no.
Broncos
Because
lost?
even in my moments of sorrow and downness, I will still have moments in time where I am needed to educate the masses on the ongoing stupidity that looms in common society. And today is actually a pretty good day because after all this time, the saviors and activists are fighting with each other because the situation out in California with all those fires and
Well,
people
not
losing
even the
their
savior.
homes and people
Look at
losing
content
loved ones
creators.
and
They
people losing their
literally
entire
fight
livelihoods,
each other
and
on the
people
fight.
responding
They
by
literally
saying,
go
"Oh,
PvPing
well,
sometimes.
this is what happens when you don't do
In the
this, and
shit
this is what
slinging
happens when you
debates
don't
they
do
do.
that, and I don't care because California is nothing but a bunch of rich people. Apparently, the
Oh yeah, I
chickens
mean
come home to
you
roost
will
on
get
that
this
really
everywhere.
dumb mindset.
The online
You will get
response
this in
to
the
LA
workplace.
fires has
You will get
confirmed
it in
something for me that
schools.
I have suspected for quite a long time.
Get it on
which is that
TikTok.
the phrase "eat the
Get on
rich"
Twitter.
has just been completely co-opted by keyboard warriors who take the active part out of activism and instead throw vitriol towards literally anyone who isn't living in abject poverty for brownie points.
Well,
on
you
me.
are
I'm
an
actually wearing
actor.
contacts today, so I don't need my glasses, but I kind of have a Clark Kent Superman situation going on where if I don't wear my glasses, y'all don't know who the hell I am. So, hello, it's me still. Why are we sitting around debating how class conscious it is to celebrate hundreds of people's homes and livelihoods burning to the ground? It might surprise you to learn that not every single human being in LA is some capitalistic pig overlord whose fall we must celebrate as another step forward for the proletariat. I hate to burst your bubble, but it's actually not super #woke of you to jeer at aging people weeping on television
God.
because years
He
of
knows
their
about
life
all the.
have been
He
utterly
knows too much
decimated.
about fucking what
Unfortunately, a
young people
C-list
say.
actor living off of royalty checks from a TV show they did 30 years ago isn't part of the elite. I'm so sorry that fighting the ruling class isn't as easy as sitting on your couch and exercising your thumbs a little bit after a disaster has unfolded. That really sucks for you. Let me use simple words so that you guys can understand, okay? This is how much the richest, filthiest, bougiest actor in LA makes, okay? Okay, all right? And now, this, just pretend that my hand can go through the roof of my car right now, okay? Is how much the billionaires destroying our planet right now and ruining our lives make. Does that make sense? Don't even
Like
get me
destroying.
started on
Oh
y'all
no, are
who
you
try to
going
build
the
freaky
fucking?
religion religious angle with this. Oh, LA is the city of sin, and this is God's wrath on the city of sin. Y'all had your Sodom and Gomorrah. Y'all had your great flood. I know you Christians love it when God smites your enemies off the
Is she
face
going
of the
the
earth
fucking
and you can
climate
bathe in
change
their
route?
blood. Y'all had that. Your glory days are over. God's been a little bit quiet for a while, okay? And you're gonna have to get
Yeah, I
over
don't
that
know
a little
why
bit
those
and
people, the people spouting about God shit is really annoying.
Eat the rich. Okay, I did my thing for the day. I don't have to do anything else. I said eat the rich on Twitter when someone's house was burning down, and that's it. That's all I have to do, and I'm a better person than you. Y'all
That's
suck.
what I think streamers do sometimes.
Suck. It really just
On
shows
purpose.
that y'all don't understand how fucked the system is. That even these bougie people in LA whose ashes of their homes y'all are playing in on Twitter are infinitely closer to homelessness than they are to the actual ruling class that are a problem. We're all on the same team. Let's figure this out.
I have classmates, teachers, professors that lost everything this week, and you Burbank bitch making jokes and saying that you don't care that Los Angeles is burned down because Gaza has been burned. So fixated on celebrity culture, not knowing a fuck thing about Los Angeles, period, that you think it's just nothing but celebrities and influencers living, and are now making jokes about innocent people that lost everything. I went to CSUN, UCLA, USC, Cal State LA, Pepperdine. We had protests. Us students had protests in for God. You dumb bitches are talking about California, the bluest of blue states. Like, if anybody in this country gave a damn about Gaza, gave a damn, it was us. It was California. It was Los Angeles. It was. But you bitches are so fixated on celebrity and celebrity culture that you can't empathize with real people that have lost everything. Like, are you serious? And please use the 5 brain cells that you have rattling in that brain and let me know what these posts about Gaza in this current time is doing for Gaza. Let me know what distracting from one tragedy to bring
it's
like another tragedy
yeah,
is
the
doing for
people who
either
keep bitching on social media about Gaza, Israel, dude, this is the Hassan and his right. This is the fucking fucking conspiratorial crowd, right? These guys just spout the dumbest shit constantly. Right, and they shit sling it to other people too. And it's just like, dude, you see what you did now? Now we gotta deal with your dumbasses.
For either one, then exposed, heartless, and performative. That's what it is. Y'all been seeing leftists get slandered all week. This is the type of bullshit they're talking about.
Then again, I mean, it's not Hassan and fucking Destiny's fault. There's people who do stupid shit all the time.
I'm gonna be the one to say it, okay? God is not punishing the people in California for how they live or who they voted for. Are you all dumb? Huh? The hate that's coming out of you all's mouth is ridiculous. These are people's lives that they are losing. Their homes for generations that they are losing. Their land. What is wrong with you? Wildfires are natural disasters just like hurricanes and earthquakes and tsunamis. Didn't we lend help on the east coast of this country? I am so confused right now. And placing blame is not helping at all. And I don't care what you feel like people have in their pockets to replace what they've lost. Everybody out there is not rich, okay? I am so confused as to where the plot left us. Where is the love and compassion?
Oh no, people are just toxic on the internet. They don't give a fuck about other people.
Love the fact that
right?
in
They
a world
they
where
when
white saviors and black
if
saviors
a
and
world
gay,
war
lesbian,
broke out,
bisexual,
oh they
trans,
would
queer
eat that
saviors and
shit
all the
up.
saviors, after spending all that time bitching, moaning, groaning, and bitching again about how the world needs to be their oyster, I'm glad they're all fighting amongst each other. I'm glad they're now realizing their very stupid rhetoric that they have promoted on various social media accounts has
I mean, yeah,
started
this
to affect
yeah.
them in
This
ways
rhetoric
that they can't
has
seem
caused
to understand.
humans
I
to
love
fucking
it.
eat
the
each other.
Leon pill is infinite and inevitable, and it's free. It's no charge. All
Yeah,
you gotta
I
do
mean,
is recognize that stupid people exist to want to make you feel less about yourself, and that is what these activists do. They don't actually inspire change. They don't inspire anyone to make a difference. They just inspire to bitch and moan about how their life is not the way they want it, and they'll make sure to laugh at the misfortunes of other people thinking that will net them some
Oh, yeah.
type of
Don't get me
positive
wrong.
outlook
I
on
do
society.
love
No,
laughing
no, no,
at
no,
people's
no, no,
misfortunes
no. It will
sometimes.
not happen that
But
way, nor
I
will it
actually
happen
target
any
it
other
to
way.
the right
And those
people
should
who
be ashamed
deserve
of
it.
themselves. And I, for one, find great solace in the fact that more and more people will understand the Leon pill and recognize that activists over yonder and over Wanda will always suck, and they will always be welcomed in the Leon society, where we point and laugh at stupid people until our dying days while we participate.
I wonder
in the
which
worldwide
OnlyFans
circle
model
jerk. Because
houses
the
got
one
burnt
thing
up.
I can't truly stand about people who get
I
online
am
and
so
demonize or
sorry.
even laugh at a bunch of people going through something
I
like
shouldn't
this
be
is how
joking
comfortable
about
they
this
feel
shit, but-
doing it. Because when the misfortune comes back to them, I bet you they
Yeah,
won't
I
be
mean,
saying
look,
it's God's
everyone's
will. I
gonna
bet you
get
they
some
won't be saying,
misfortune.
oh, it's karma for something that happened that I had played no part in. It'll be them begging for people to help them, begging for people to care, begging that people come to their side. And I'm here to say, karma's gonna get you where the good Lord split you. Subscribe to the channel. I will see you all for more Leon indoctrination and more people ingesting that Leon pill where it needs to be ingested. Mwah! Goodbye.
Hi there, I'm Sam Tucker, and 2024 was an exciting
Hi,
year
Sam.
for Apple, where we released a slightly better MacBook, a
Yep.
slightly slimmer iPad, and a whole new button. Oh,
Whole
and
new
of course,
button.
Apple Intelligence, that currently does half the things we said it would, and none of the things people actually want. Well, today, I'm going to give you a sneak peek at all the exciting products we have in store for 2025. Starting with the new iPhone Plus, getting deleted, and in its place, we'll be slipping in the iPhone, which will be just as big screen-wise as the Plus, but with a slimmer body and a higher price tag, because we're giving you more for
Fucking Apple.
less. No, wait, it's the other way around. But
Less
if you
for
thought
more.
that was underwhelming, well, just wait for
More
the
for less.
all-new iPhone SE that brings back the notch and not much else. Well, except for a higher price tag. Moving
Hey.
on to everyone's favorite now, the HomePod. Oh, that still exists, does it? Well, that's right, we'll be unblurring that screen on the new model so that you can see on a high
Samsung.
definition display what you could just look on your phone for, I guess. I mean, your pocket isn't really that far away, is it? Uh-oh, Tim's here. You know what time it is. It's time for a downgrade. As the new Apple Watch
Apple
SE
Watches, yeah.
will be getting a redesign so that instead of coming in aluminium, it'll now come in plastic. Because people loved that last time.
The
And with all this
fussy, yeah.
plastic we're making
Polymer.
now, we'll finally be able to beat the environment once and for all. Grr, get out of our way. AirTags will be more tracky, but still not edible. So please don't eat them, or else you'll have to use Find My Bowel Obstruction. The Mac Pro will be forgotten about
Yeah,
for
don't eat
another
paint.
year, but
Don't-
that's because
don't
we're
swallow
spending
chemicals,
too much
right?
time on
I could
the all-new Apple Vision Pro. Light. No, not light as in an affordable version of Apple's headset, but light as in your wallet will be light, as we charge just as much for it. But we will put a new chip in there. Oh, so it'll work with thousands of new apps? No.
No.
Just so it can work with Apple Intelligence. Yo, Apple Intelligence. Will I ever financially recover from this? No? Alright then. The underwhelming year to come from Apple. If you're looking for innovation, then buy your mum an Android.
Subscribe today.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching the video. And if you think this upcoming year sounds a little disappointing from Apple, well, just get excited by all the things that they won't be making, like folding iPhones, touchscreen MacBooks, heck, even Face ID computers. Wouldn't it be great if they made them?
Yeah. Fucking Apple products, man. And people still eat that shit up and make people Yeah, there's got to be some way to make fucking Apple like fucking lower their prices, cause holy shit, man. It is fucking cringe to pay for that shit.
But look at what I've inherited and what I've done.
Look, let's get something in mind about the border. When I became president, the numbers came way down.
No, it didn't.
Number two, we had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for a bipartisan agreement.
You're a liar.
More people on the border.
You sold our
Secret Service agents.
You sold our resources that we were going to use for the border. Fuck you.
Guess what? He's on the phone saying, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Make me look bad." Look, let's get something.
Because you are bad. What the fuck are you talking about?
When I became president, the numbers
You're
came
fucking terrible.
Oh, really?
Out of growth. So, Steve, let's turn to your second chart where you highlight how the border and climate change were major issues in the year.
Border and climate.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Fucking
of course,
climate
Jonathan.
change, dude.
The border was not Biden's finest
If I
moment,
see,
frankly.
if I
You can see
hear
what
the
happened
word,
here. And Trump
if
is
I
not
hear
wrong
the
when he
word
talks
climate
about how
change
border
from one of
crossings
these
were quite
fuckers,
low.
if
They
I'm
were
talking to
running
them,
about 74,000
I'm gonna
a month when he
fucking
left
slug
office.
them.
And they, in fact, did shoot up.
I don't give
some
a
of it
fuck
was
at
some
that point.
things
I don't
Biden
care
said
if
and
I'm
some
going to
ways
jail.
that
I'm
they
slugging that
put a
piece of shit.
moratorium, for
You
example, on
climate change
deportations.
fuckheads.
But in fact, we did get up here
So
almost
sick
to
of your shit.
300,000 a month.
But in fact, we did get up here almost to 300,000 a month.
Let's get something in mind about the border. When I became president, the numbers came way down, number one.
But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth.
Bullshit.
Yeah. A lot of horse shit.
Recently, California has been experiencing another major wildfire, which
Yes,
may
it
go
has.
down as the worst fire in American history.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Once again,
it's,
homes have been destroyed and lives lost. People
I hate to say it, but if we really want to be real about it, yeah, it is probably one of the worst ones in history now. Just because of the sheer stupidity of just not doing anything. It's just like there's clear and easy plan to deal with this shit, but they just did not deal with it for some fucking reason.
People around the nation keep wondering why California is always destroyed by such events.
Well, because I mean, you got arsonists too. They allow these fucking people to come in and start burning shit to the fucking ground.
Pointing always occurs.
Just look at the homeless some of the homeless encampments. Just look at some of Venice Beach. That shit got fucked up because homeless people were burning shit. Oh man. Oh man. People love to, cause fires, especially in California.
Given the great potential that the state has, why is there never an adequate response or preventive maintenance mechanism?
Well, because they're fucking bad at it.
California is a perfect example of
Karen
a failed
Bass
state.
and Gavin Newsom,
But why?
They don't know what
Let's
they're doing.
find out.
They're literally cutting budget
Why do
and
the
everything.
residents of California always suffer the worst? from
Insurance
fires?
companies got
What has the state and even
got
local
their
governments done
policies
to
got
prevent
fucked
and
up.
mitigate such disasters?
Basically,
Why
the
do they
laws in
always fail?
California fucked everyone.
Is there corruption at the top of state
Oh, yeah.
government that irresponsible?
Yeah, I think it's corruption.
What other significant issues
I mean,
does
especially with
California
these,
have?
especially with these two, I think it's corruption. And then you got what, Nancy Pelosi and fucking what, Deanna Feinstein and Ted Lowe and what. I don't trust these people. Are not to be trusted. They're all fucking. They're
And
all
the
corrupt.
Democrats failed to do.
They're all corrupt.
Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former history professor, Army and Marine Corps veteran, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History.
Actually, I probably shouldn't watch this because this is more of a like a. Because this is just a dude talking about educational shit. If you want to watch this, go ahead. Forgotten History. probably get a good read about basically what is going on in California, even without the whole basis of the wildfire. Probably watch it. Kind of tired and hungry. Getting past my bedtime. Cause I start back. My semester's classes start back up next week, I think. Yeah, fuck. God damn it, I gotta already go back. Well, now that I think about it, this semester started a couple weeks earlier for some reason. That's weird. Huh. I mean, there's not much. I guess I'm gonna get out earlier. Fucking whatever.
Story says so much.
Is there short stuff? No, I'm kind of just tired now. All that yapping and hunger. All that yapping and hunger.
Very difficult for the former royal known as Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, because, you know, he comes from a background where whatever he wanted to put out there, whatever he wanted to say, well, people took notice. But that's because, let's be brutally honest, he had the backing of the British monarchy. You know, what they say people were interested in. Harry now is nothing more than a celebrity, but that was his choice. He decided to go down this route, basically because he didn't want a life of being trapped, if you remember. The others were, but he wasn't. He was free to do what he wanted. And some might say that, of course, he's done some stellar work. Others, of course, say it's questionable. For instance, the Travelist thing, all the meanwhile, taking all those private jets around the world, one rule for one for another. You get the picture. But moving forward now, Harry seemingly still seems to think that he's royal. Let me explain. Morning, good to see you. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you're all right. Now, you know, it's a funny thing, isn't it? You know, when you do, it's a little bit like celebrities. When they come in and still think they're A-list, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Even though that they
remember
torch
working
their
with a 70s
reputation.
rocker, and they were absolutely stunned.
Yeah, they think they're still top of the food chain, even though they fuck themselves.
You weren't born when you turned up, you know. And I know who you are, but of course I've invited you in for an interview. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's deludedment, which is just sort of like, wow. Now this could be said, of course, for Prince Harry, because recently he's hit out against a social media giant, Meta, which is owners of Facebook, etc., about how they're relaxing their rules about speech and what things they're allowed to say. And, you know, that's their prerogative. It's their platform. It's their business. Whether we agree or not, okay.
Right.
But, of course,
Correct.
Harry being Harry and Meghan, they've issued this statement, which they've put out on their website, which apparently, again, I would say, if you wanted to make an impact, Meghan Markle has over 1 million followers now on Instagram. Why not follow it through on that? After all, of course, you started the Parents Network, seemingly because you wanted to hit out against social media. But that's par the course. According to a source, Prince Harry would very much like to set up a meeting with the tech giant Mark Zuckerberg, right? Now, he is obviously a very clever man, done many things to shape the
He's a lizard
sort of
man.
landscape of social media. But really,
And there's many types of
according to a
lizards.
source, Harry's stunned that this has not just instantly happened as ever, allegedly. But, you know,
Yeah, I mean, if
Harry,
you think
you're a
about it,
celebrity
Meghan
in
Markle
LA.
and Prince
Mr.
Harry,
Zuckerberg is a
they're
very
lizard people
important
too.
billionaire. And the bottom line is, why should you be allowed to sit down and meet with someone if the rest of us can't?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
decided to step away from that life. But seemingly, as I said at the start of this video, Prince Harry has decided that, well,
I mean, then again, I don't want to
something
meet some of
after
these
all.
people because I don't
Perhaps
give
if
a
he could
fuck
sit
about
down
them,
with
to
the
be
Meghan
honest.
and decide exactly the way forward. Well,
Their
then maybe he would
character
listen.
on
That might have happened a
the
few years back. And one might suggest, of course,
on the
that this could still be the
TV
case,
and
perhaps,
how
if his
they
elder
carry
brother, Prince
themselves
William,
and their
decided to reach
ideology
out
is
in
like
a similar way.
whatever.
Either way,
They're a
Harry
human
and Meghan
being.
are finding that life in LA, when you're
Whatever, I don't give a
micro-celebrities,
fuck.
sadly, on the slide, it's a very bitter pill to
I
swallow.
just want these people to
Neil
do their
Sean in the very
fucking
heart
jobs.
of London.
You had one fucking job and you didn't do it. Then again, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry don't fucking have jobs. So, I don't give a fuck about them. I wanted to watch. Let's watch it.
NYPD is looking for several suspects in a drugstore burglary pattern.
Police say the suspects were involved in 8 different incidents where they tried to break into
Oh, yeah.
pharmacies by breaking their glass doors or rolling down those heavy security
This
gates.
happens in California too.
Just what we need, a new robbery
Yeah,
pattern targeting
literally.
pharmacies in
Just-
New York.
just get their
many of-
fucking girl
many of
bar.
which are
Boom.
having problems staying open. With Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid closing a combined 40 locations in 2024 alone, leaving New York with about half the number of pharmacies it had just 10 years ago. Before our leaders thought it would be a good idea to stop sending thieves to jail where they belong.
We've spoken to several managers at various drugstores around New York City. Though none would go on camera, all tell us they've seen an increase in thefts.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display for the cameras. The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
The shoplifting concerns are part of a growing trend.
You
in
got
the
a
city.
fucking
Due to
security
current
guy who
laws,
doesn't just
many of those
tackle the
arrested were
motherfucker.
released back on the streets
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
it
and see,
again.
that's kind of. I hate to say it, but yeah. Unfortunately, you do need cops to be there at that point. If security guards have no like
prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least
police
a year,
training in that
they believe
circumstance, like
shoplifting
yeah,
played
they
a
can't
role
really
in the
do
store's
anything.
closure.
They have it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal
Yeah.
their stuff. I don't know if they're stealing it from here or they're stealing.
Well, I mean, these people are like I don't think some of these people understand how fucking big this business and operation is. These people are targeting these areas on purpose. They're literally they probably have like what 8 people, right? They had 8 people or so. These people are working with like 3 to 5 people, right? These people are working with other people to get the just shit done, right?
From another place to sell it here?
These
Yeah.
plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
Well, I mean, you have Democrats run these states all the time,
nearly
and then,
half
well,
of New York City's
crime rates
drugstores
go
have
up, don't do
disappeared over the
anything.
last decade
Right,
as
ask the
retail
cops not
theft
to do anything,
continues
well,
running
there you go,
rampant.
crime
But
rate
what
up.
nobody's talking about is all of these pharmacy closures. They're happening 1 year after our leaders promised to get tough on shoplifting. A promise many businesses are still waiting for
Also,
them to
crimes
keep.
happen
And sadly,
within,
if
like,
you walk
what,
through any pharmacy in town, you'll be
like
greeted
2
with
minutes,
all the
a
signs
minute,
that the high crime
maybe
environment
less than that,
afflicting our
right?
stores is here to stay.
It's
With
super quick.
locations
Within
throughout
30
New York
seconds, they're
locking up
already
their
fucked.
products because here we won't lock up
Right,
our
they're already
criminals.
they're already
Because stealing here's
doing the
been
thing.
decriminalized,
You got a
making New
limited
York
time
a
before they get the
breeding ground
fuck
for
out.
Professional criminals who take things that aren't theirs and then
Or
sell
they
them
might
on
have
the
a gun
internet
on
the
them or a
side of the
knife on
street
them or
somewhere.
something, and then
Perpetually
now you're
funding
extra
illegal
fucked.
retail arbitrage businesses that will exist as long as shoplifting here remains a non-jailable misdemeanor, provided it's peaceful shoplifting that doesn't escalate to a physical
peaceful
altercation with another
shoplifting.
person. As for
Oh
some
yes,
reason, our criminal
it's
sympathizer
peaceful
leaders don't
rioting
think
as shit
destroying
burns
security
down in the
barriers or
fucking
cutting security
background.
tags counts as violent behavior. And that brings us to the real reason why New York is losing so many pharmacies, leaving many
Yeah.
neighborhoods without a viable alternative
Yeah,
to get
it's
things
fine.
like prescription medication or everyday
This shit
basic
burns
items.
into the
Many
fucking
of
garage.
these businesses were already struggling for a variety of reasons, and as retail theft continues to creep up, it erodes whatever was left in the store's margins, leaving them no choice but to shut down. Something Walgreens alone did 22 times last year, leaving it with just 189 locations left in New York. However, as you're about to see, retail theft isn't just a problem for pharmacies that end up closing. It also raises the cost of living for every New Yorker, even those who already buy everything online from places like Amazon, revealing that as criminals loot and destroy these businesses, they're actually destroying New York City itself.
Oh yeah, I mean it hurts the whole fucking state. Yeah, I mean, you steal from these businesses,
So
you're
New York
hurting the
City
whole
has
state.
obviously got a lot of former retail storefronts that have been shut down. But if you want to see what out of control retail theft is really doing,
Well,
in this
not
city,
really state.
take
Well,
a
I mean,
look
yeah,
at the stores
if you
that are
really
still
want to
open.
think
Like
about it
this
in the
one, where pretty much
micro
everything is locked up behind
macro and
plexiglass,
micro level of
except for
things, yes.
low-demand products nobody's buying right now in New York,
Each of
like
these
sunscreen. Look at this.
communities
Even the
that
picture of
do
the product
that
is
have the
here, so you
crime
don't steal the
rates
actual
and
product,
stealing and
even
all
it's
that
locked
shit,
up, so
that
you
does
don't
that
steal
does
the
hurt
picture.
the
But on top of all
overall
this in-store
economy of the
security,
state.
You'll also see something else, a blinking camera array on the top of this CVS with flashing lights meant to scare criminals into thinking the police could be inside or at least watching. But sadly, none of this security is having the intended effect because our stores are still shutting down.
It's terrible what's going on.
Raphael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
I have seen it happen right in front of my face. This
Yep.
man just came in,
Oh my yeah, they'll do it in broad daylight. I don't give a fuck.
and just ran out. Security.
So, as you can tell from all
Alright,
this
ski
security
mask
plastic,
up and
these
just
places
start-
are getting
just
robbed
go in and steal
constantly,
shit.
sometimes right in front of paying customers. And look at all the cracks around this product
Oh,
locker
yeah,
here
they're
on
trying
this
to break
tie.
in.
It's almost as if somebody tried to tamper with this and break through it to get at the products underneath. And before we get into the unstoppable proportions this crime wave has now reached, look at who the real victims are from all this stealing. Now, of course, the store itself is a victim of crime, obviously, but the people who live near a place like this, they're the ones that suffer the most, because after a store like this is gone, where do they go to get the things they need and have relied on buying from it on a weekly basis? And what about the people that work at a place like this? Once it's gone, where are they going to work? Now, yes, every time a store like this shuts down over crime, the brand always says that they'll do everything they can to redeploy their workforce to other locations. But that just hurts everybody, because now the people who work at those other locations are going to have less hours because there's now a surplus of workers. If the workers that were at a store that closed can even get to whatever location they've been redeployed to. But even if the workers can get to the new location, so can the criminals. In fact, they ride around on the subway
Yeah,
here
you're
for
just
free because we don't care about
redistributing
fare
people.
evasion either. And that's the real problem here, because if customers need a new store to shop at and workers need a new store to work at, criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal from, and everybody's going to end up at whatever store is still hanging on. And hanging on is definitely the best way to describe
it's a
it.
domino
After
effect.
One Upper East Side pharmacy closed,
Literally.
the sole surviving location said that they were getting
Yeah, a
robbed
lot of people
once
don't
an hour.
understand,
And
like,
as
a
you're
lot
about
of
to
these
see,
things do
closing
cause a
stores is
domino
not gonna
effect.
put a stop to New York City's theft
It's like,
problems
please
at all. In
stop
fact,
doing
it's only
this.
gonna make it
You are
worse.
literally causing people issues.
And it's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, to the
And it's not even your
Walgreens said
at
only
this point.
economic headwind.
At this point, you're not even like, you're being a douchebag to these customers, to the workers, to your fellow men, right? To your fellow men and women. It's like, why are you such a dick? Why do you gotta steal shit from these people who have done nothing to you? Like, holy shit, man.
Are making it too difficult to cover.
So the reason it seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen,
Yeah,
is
it's
because
really
they have
fucked
to.
up.
You've got the same number of criminals, but now you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right here, its theft problems definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down. When that happened, any crime that was taking place split between the two stores now all has to happen at just one store. And you can tell from the lack of rust and dings in the paint on these cabinets that many of them are a recent installation here. And not only are many of these aisles completely walled off on both sides, you've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of this. Unless,
I mean,
of course, laws were to be...
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why you have more people doing, like, citizens arrests now. Because people are starting to get fed up with the shit. Right? And obviously, cops are getting into issues where they're fucking now having to deal with people doing right. They have to try and dictate who's the bad guy and who's not the bad guy.
To be passed that made crime
And
again. But since that's not happening,
it gets
every
annoying,
single
right?
thing
The
you
dynamic
see
of
here
everything.
Are the last moves of a store that
It puts
probably
everyone
won't be
in
here
like
forever. But you know, the real
bad
problem is all
mood
of this product
because it's like,
security,
oh,
it
now
doesn't
we gotta
just
risk our
deter
lives to
thieves, it also
fucking
deters
because
customers.
people are
These
doing dumb
plexiglass
shit.
screens and all these other inconveniences that are added to customers who are simply there to make a purchase creates additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
Walgreens said in a
Well,
statement.
yeah, it's the
Friction is the death of retail.
well, I mean, it's the death of the fucking brick and mortar stores, man. You have these people start fucking breaking in basically almost every day, and stealing shit, or like fucking breaking in at night and just destroying everything and taking all the product. Like, those people won't be able to rebuild that fast.
He's 100%.
And then they
right,
have
and if
to
it
get all
takes
the
longer to
product
buy
back. It's
things
like,
in a
oh,
physical
at
store,
that point, it's
less
not
people
even
are
worth
gonna
it
put up with that. But it's
to
not
be
just
in the same
inconvenience factor that's a big deal here. All the
vicinity of
security
where you
costs
got
money. It's not
the
free,
criminal
because every time
activity is
somebody wants to
happening.
buy something, they need a human to help them get it, and that costs money. And that money can only come from one place. Just look at the price of this.
Yeah, I mean,
deodorant. It's
if you have
absolutely
criminal
expensive.
activity
Almost
at a high
$20 when
rate
a
at this
3-pack of
area,
the
it's like,
exact
why
same
would you
stuff
want to keep
costs
working in this area?
$23 on Amazon
It's
right
so
now.
bad.
That's crazy. And if prices are going up and convenience is going down, what reason is there to
Yeah.
even shop in a physical store anymore? You'd literally have to be desperate for some overpriced item and
Oh,
need
yeah,
it
people are
immediately
super
for some
desperate to
sudden
just
purpose to even go
sell
into one of
shit.
these places. But if things are 3 times the price of what you can get them for on the internet, people are going to change their habits, and most people are. They're willing to wait a couple of days to get their dryer sheets. Just order your dryer sheets ahead of time. That way you don't have to run out and then come into a store and pay more than you'd pay on the internet. However, the internet is a double-edged sword because it's both the cure for in-store theft and the cause of
Yes.
in-store theft in many cases.
True.
Because although you can't steal these cleaning products from Amazon as it's online,
I mean,
someone
people
else could
still, even then, people steal from the warehouse. Like, people tried to do like fucking like crazy ass operations to steal from the warehouses and shit. Like, holy fuck,
steal
man.
them from a place like
Right,
this,
you got
and
the
then
bank
resell them
robberies.
back to you. And that is the whole reason stores like this, no
Yeah, bank robberies still happen, by the way. I mean, even though it's like super rare, I mean, it still from time to time happens.
matter how well guarded they are, may not have a whole lot of time left, at least in this city.
Oh yeah, there's National
So
Guard.
this right here behind me is probably the most well-guarded
Yeah, I mean,
Walgreens
fuck.
in the entire
Yeah,
city. Not only
at this
does it
point,
have
you need to
security
get the
cameras,
National
but
Guard
we're
in
a
California
brand new
too,
train station, which is being
or
patrolled
some
by
fucking
National
presence.
Guard
'Cause it's
troops,
getting
and
fucking
exits
out of
are
hand.
limited. You can't just run out of this place right through this massive front door and then be on the street. No, you're still in a facility which is being monitored. But even though you'll see a few more free-range products on the shelves of this particular store compared to the CVS we were just in, there is still a lot of progressive plexiglass in here, that's for sure. Because sadly, even a place like this is not immune to theft.
As long as there are resale markets that are not held accountable for the sale of stolen goods, then this kind of conduct is
Yeah, well-
only going to get worse.
Well, you can't. What? How are they supposed to know it's a stolen good? Right? They can't know. Right? These people are right. This is how it gets traded off, and right, and then you can't tell who did what. It's been traded to so many people, and then now you're putting the pressure on these companies to do something, but they can't do anything. Right? It's like you got to put these people in jail. Right? You got to catch these people. And that you can't just offload the problem onto the companies that can't really do anything about it.
Here's how it works. A criminal network hires an individual
Well, yeah.
or crew called boosters. After robbing a retailer, they turn over the stolen goods to someone waiting nearby called a fence. The fence then takes the
Yeah.
haul to a home or warehouse where a cleaner removes anti-theft devices or
Yep.
So there's a couple angles to this online retail theft component.
I
The
mean,
first angle
even if you didn't use those words, it's a fundamental operation of how just organizations work, whether criminal or non-criminal.
is that it makes it very easy for anybody to say that they have a product and to list it for sale and to offload it. And
Yeah.
the second problem is that these companies like Amazon benefit whenever something is sold on their site. They take a cut. And some people say that's why they aren't doing more to get rid of illegal products from their sites. However, even though Amazon and eBay benefit from the sale of anything, no matter where it's from, it's not the fault of these sites that New York has a massive retail theft problem. A problem which is so bad we've even got to lock up our ice cream with a massive padlock. Look at the size of this thing. Now, of course, you can't sell ice cream online, but there's another place you can sell it in New York City, which is why this stuff, too, is locked
No,
up.
not the
Revealing that
ice
it is
cream
not the
too.
fault of the internet
What the
alone.
fuck are we? Even the food, man. They're even locking up the food, dude. What the fuck? In California, they're not locking up the food. I mean, maybe in some areas, but in my area, they're not locking up the food. And, in my area, we already have some of these things on some of the products. I mean, because there's already people stealing shit. There's been tons of people stealing shit already. So it's like, yeah, we already had a lot of this stuff.
New York has a $4.4 billion shoplifting economy. But before we get into the
I mean, we don't
other
have
ways
it
stolen products are
to
offloaded
what
in this
probably
city
New
that is
York
unique
has it,
to it,
but we
it's
do have
important to
some of it.
understand that even if Amazon stamped out every illegal listing on their entire site, this stuff, it would still get taken and it would still end up somewhere else because
Yeah.
people who steal want money. And even
Money,
though
money,
Amazon
money.
and eBay probably should be doing more
All
to
money.
keep the sale of illicit goods from taking place on their platforms, the real problem is places like New York aren't doing enough to stop criminals from taking things in the first place. Here's an example of a serial shoplifter with
Yeah,
over
unfortunately, if
100
you
arrests.
do
How
not
is this
just
even allowed to
arrest
happen?
these,
How
right?
is
You
somebody allowed
have
to
to
commit
arrest
100
these
crimes
guys
and still
and
be
keep
walking
them
around down the
arrested.
streets? And how are we supposed to expect this person to learn something the
Yeah.
101st
I mean, honestly,
time they
if
get
you were
arrested
to
that they
take out
didn't
like
learn the
the
other 100?
leaders, right? If you were to take out like the main leaders or the people who've been doing it like on repeat so much, if you take those people out so quick, oh man, you'd probably reduce some of it.
Times. We're not, and criminals like this are the real reason New York has an out-of-control
Yeah, I mean,
crime
look,
problem.
just
Now, that
send a
doesn't mean
message to
Amazon
these
is
fucking
innocent.
idiots,
After all,
and
the more products that
they'll
are locked up
probably
in stores, the more
start
people who will just
weaning
go
off
online
of
to
it
buy from
slowly.
them. But the reality here is that in New York, you've got a lot of places.
But
to
yeah,
offload
you
something
have
that
to
you
have to
took
start
and wanna
catching these guys
resell, and the city's not doing anything about it.
or women, because I saw some women also doing it.
The thieves had an eye for cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing.
The defendants utilized social media, Instagram,
Yeah.
and other online resources to
Yep.
advertise for the stolen goods for sale.
Yeah,
both here
even me not watching this video, I already know how these fucking idiots think.
and for abroad.
Yeah, it's like,
So,
I mean, look, well, once you've been studying a lot about fucking systems and fucking government bullshit, it's like, yeah.
We've got a multi-million-dollar
Yeah.
crime ring, which was busted towards the end of last year. And they didn't just sell on Amazon. They sold on pretty much every website, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. And they also sold things
I did a little bit of
physically here in New
security
York
engineering,
and physically in
so I
other
kind of,
countries. Not to mention, you've also got people
I kind
selling
of
things
understand
on
what
blankets
criminals
on the
do a
sides
little
of the
bit.
road throughout New York. Police see this stuff happening. They walk right by. Nothing gets done about it. It's not even legal to do that without a license. And the sad reality is that New York is just such a big place with so many people living in it that anybody who's got that entrepreneurial spirit and
Yeah.
zero morals, and who also might not
Yeah.
have the computer skills
Yeah,
necessary to
exactly.
take pictures.
Look, to be frank, look, criminals, they're doing it because they need the money. They don't give a fuck about anything else. Criminals will criminal. Literally. If they get caught, they might cry wolf and, bend down over sometimes, but no, these guys are doing it for the soul of being a kleptomaniac, or they're doing it because they're in some kind of gang affiliation, or they have to do it because they have to survive in some stupid dumbass way. I mean, even though they're all clothed and shit. No, honestly, I don't think most of these people are not homeless, to be frank. Most of these people are just doing it to be criminals.
Pictures of stuff
Right,
on their
doing
phone
it to
and then
get
list it
money.
for sale on a
Oh yeah, not
website.
only that, but yeah, a lot of these drugs that you can drugs that you can get, like Robitussin, like these drugs you can use to make other drugs too, that druggies do. No, don't do this. How I know? Don't worry
They
about
can
it.
make money in a number of ways. The first thing they can do
Don't
would be
worry
to take the
about it.
products they steal to somebody else who wants to sell them online. They could also unload them from a suitcase and sell them themselves if they want to.
Well, let's
Or in
just
the
say
case of
criminals
food,
do
they
some
could take
fucking
this
dumbass
food
shit.
to a nearby deli or bodega.
When you
That's
read a
why the
bunch
ice
of
cream is locked
fucking
up.
news
It gets stolen
articles
and then
and
gets
fucking
transported to another store where it then gets resold. This happens with clothes as
criminal
well. There was a
reports, it's like,
quote-unquote
okay.
cosmetic store
It's
that
like-
was selling stolen goods from stores like
Also
Macy's,
famous
and
people
it
too.
existed around the corner
It's like,
from
okay.
Macy's in a physical location where customers could
Nice
walk
way
in.
to
and
cut
they
up
had
your
stolen items
drugs.
from pretty much every store. Macy's, Nordstrom's, all of it in their store. Some of it with the same tags that it had on it in the store that it was taken out of. And when you hear about stuff like that, and then you go to a store like this and you see things like ice cream behind bars, and when you see the vans
Yeah,
of
that's
products
insane,
parked
dude.
in
The
middle-class
food,
neighborhoods that are like
not
miniature
the
shopping malls that
food,
can
man.
drive away when the police show up, the full reality of
Hey, I need some. Can you open up the ice cream section? It's like, what the fuck are we doing here? I gotta ask someone to fucking open up the food section. Fuck
New
me.
York's predicament when it comes to theft starts to emerge. It's so big, no store can stop it. And we're at a point now
man.
where anything that can be stolen will be stolen and taken somewhere else.
Yeah, that's
for profit.
insane,
And
dude.
obviously, none of the security
Fucking
is a deterrent whatsoever because
foods,
you can have as
food
many
and beer.
police
That's
and as many
insane,
National Guard
dude.
troops as you want. A
Fucking
store like
insane.
this in a well-guarded area,
My
it's still
God.
gonna have to lock things up because
Yeah, I
criminals
think
just
the issue is these businesses, they don't have they're not trained police people, right? They're not a government institution that can deal with these kinds of problems, right? Even security guards don't have the capacity to do what police do, right? In a certain sense, these companies are fucked. I mean, they would have to they need bodyguards, literally. They would have to talk to private companies for bodyguarding. And there's not a lot of fucking private companies that do that kind of shit. Especially I don't think these companies even want to pay for it either. Because that's basically another employee. Or maybe two or right? How many of these guys? You may need like 4, maybe, depending. But then you got like 8 people storming a store, or 30 people storming a store sometimes, and it's just like, okay. So how many people do you exactly need to secure a facility, right? So it's like at that point, yeah, these companies don't have that kind of money to secure something like that.
don't care.
Especially when there's 30 fucking people mobbing in and wrecking the place.
They know that if they wait long enough inside the store, an opportunity will.
Yeah. Yeah, at that point you would, seeing this, at that point you would have to bring in some kind of military, right? Some sort of presence, right? You would have to bring in National Guard or some Army Reserve or something, right? You would have to put people stationed and looking out. Because at this point, it's getting out of hand.
Will arise for them to take something that's not theirs and then run off. It's terrible. And right now we've
Yeah.
got criminals with hundreds of arrests just wandering our streets looking for new opportunities to do the thing that they've done hundreds of times already. They're the
I mean, if it
reason
keeps
a
going
brand
the
new
way it's
Walgreens,
going,
a
right?
brand
You
new
have
train
to put
station
you
still
have to
has
put
lock
in.
everything up, even though it's
I
surrounded
hate
by
to say it,
people
but
in
military
full
force in
military
these
dress. And
areas.
is Amazon partly responsible for
Because
this?
people will
Absolutely. They
not
gain new
stop
customers every
doing the
single day.
fucking
Somebody
criminal
walks into a place
activity.
like this and has to
Because
wait longer
we
than
don't
they
have
want
enough
to buy
policemen
something
to
that they
do
know
this.
is already overpriced.
Right?
But the reality here is that without new laws that criminalize crime once again in this city, more of our stores are going to shut down. More pharmacies this year will close, just like they did last year, and there will be even less places for people to buy.
and you have to
basic
spread
things.
out these
and the quality
areas.
of life for New Yorkers is going to go down.
Yeah, you would
While the
have to put
costs to live here
all
go
the
up, as the remaining
heavy-hitted
stores
areas
do even more to crack
where
down on
criminals
crime
are
because our
hitting the
laws
most,
won't.
right?
What do you think about that?
Yeah,
Should
you'd have
people
to
who
put
steal
some
go
kind
to
of
jail, or should we do something else?
like
Let me know. Thank you so
military,
much for watching.
Army
I'll see you in the
Reserve or
next
something,
video.
right? Police presence, because it's getting too much. Yeah, it's not even just New York too, right? All the blue states are kind of in the same shithole. they're feeling the same effects. It's like, fuck, man, you gotta fix the bleeding. literally internally bleeding non-stop. Like, you gotta stop it. Real bad. From my experience, it feels like that sometimes. But it's just, am I the idiot or are you just blowing shit out of proportion? Not even just, it's the dudes too. It's the ghetto motherfuckers where they just where they wear their pants so fucking low. They got their fucking drawers hanging out. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you acting so ghetto like that? And you notice with fucking black people the most sometimes, and it's just like, why? Why do you do this? I mean, don't get me wrong, Asians, white people do it sometimes too, but it's more prevalent in the black community for some reason. I think because of the whole culture, right? But if you do not regulate yourself, it could lead to more heart complications, and that's not what you like. Heart medication, you're kind of fucked. to be honest, you're kind of fucked.
Joke, you're just clapping the idea.
The reason I say that is because you get basically an increase in heart disease problems. And that's fun, right?
I know, it's brilliant alleyway. Come and join me.
I mean, you're gimp medically, that's it, dude. You're kind of fucked. You got the bad RNG roll. Jesus. I mean, there's some people that drink till like fucking 3 and 4 in the morning. It's like, Jesus. Jesus, man. Your fucking liver, my brother. What is it? Your liver, kidneys, gallbladder, appendix. Yeah, all of those do some form of toxicity regulation of your body. What time is it? 1:11. Do devs know what gamers want? Let's take a look. Timothy Kane. Timothy Kane is from, I believe he was from Blizzard? Don't remember.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, he was for Fallout. Okay. There we go.
Hi, everyone.
Well, I think he did work. I mean, he worked in probably a lot of these gaming
It's
companies.
Me, Tim. Today I want to talk about, do devs know what gamers want?
I would say some do.
This video is a direct follow-up to my video last week. Do gamers know what they like? Before I made
sometimes.
That video, I just mentioned
sometimes
I was going
they
to
do,
do
sometimes they
in
don't.
the comment section almost 2 months ago. And Lyre Noir said, personally, I think do devs know what gamers want is even a better question. And you know what? They're right. So both that video, so I made that video and then I made this one pretty soon afterwards. Keep in mind, these were made back in November. Not even that late November, kind of mid-November.
I only know what I don't like.
I don't know
There
what
you
the
go.
comments were on that other one, and I have no idea what the comments are going to be in this one. But I think it's better that way because I want to give you the raw, unfiltered response to, do devs know what gamers want? And here it is. No. No, we don't know what you want.
Well, yeah,
we
obviously.
have no idea, seriously, what you want.
Right? Yeah,
I almost did this as a short.
It's not even just devs themselves. If you were to even take out the whole like gamers and devs, just thinking about it in the perspective of just creating a product, Do you know what your consumers want right off the bat? No, obviously not. You won't know until they say something, right? You're at the conception of making the product. At the very beginning, you don't know anything, right? You know absolutely zero. And that's where you have to like start building up, right? And start doing something, right? Start taking surveys, start figuring out what do we need to do.
Do it short and go, do devs know what gamers want? Nope. And then cut it off. You can stop here. If you want to know why it is we're so absolutely confused about what it is you want, keep watching. Because I know some of you are like, it's stupid. We know what you should know what we want. We don't.
No.
Here's the longer
What the
answer. And it's all
the fact that people are saying that is like, do you expect every human to know what you exactly want from you? Do you know how outrageous that would be? We don't live in a fucking hive mind. We can't just zap or telepathically talk to each other and be like, "Hey, do this." It's like, it doesn't work like that. Oh, fucking people, man.
all kind of
Fucking humans.
can be summed up as because you don't know either. But you got to remember, I'm saying the collective you. I wish English had the collective you. Southern English does. Y'all don't know what you want.
Yeah.
Let me dive into that. This is a deep dive on why y'all don't even know what you want, which is why we don't know what to give you.
Yeah.
First off, many of you only tell developers what you hate.
Hey, yeah, what you don't like. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, you said what it is you don't want, but what is it you want?
Yeah, what is it that you
I have
want?
an entire video on how to give good feedback, and I'll link it below.
Mhm.
But
Right,
I can
good
just say, when you
constructive
keep saying,
criticism, right?
I hate this
At
in
what you
games, I
want
hate this
instead of
feature,
what you
I hate
don't
these kind
like,
of
right.
characters and all that. Great. What kind of characters do you want? If you
Mhm.
hate sarcastic
What do you
characters,
want to see, right?
well, guess
and
what?
instead
There's
of
an
saying,
entire
"Oh, I don't like
realm
this,
of
this, and this,"
non-sarcastic
then what
characters. But
do
what is
you
it
want to see
want?
instead?
Do you want
right?
funny characters? Do you want serious characters?
Yeah.
Do you want characters with a lot of background? Do you characters that with very little that you don't want to spend a time in a wall of text dialogue? What do you
Well, I mean, it's probably
want?
a mixed bag of like people
That's why you
saying
have
what
to
they
tell us what
want,
you
and
want
then
and
they
not
don't
what you
know
don't
how to
want.
say
But
what they
wait,
want.
There's more. Even
And
when you
you
say
have
what
people
you
talking
want,
about
you're
mostly,
often
"I don't like this, 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 and
extraordinarily
this."
vague.
Yeah.
You will say, "I want a better game. I want better AI. I want a better UI." Yeah, I'll just slide the better.
Yeah, I'll just
slider.
Yeah,
from
because
okay
everything's on
to
a slider.
great
Yeah,
on all
it
of
doesn't work
those.
like that.
I have an entire video on why developers need context to your feedback. That's never more truer than when you give feedback. When you give, especially positive feedback. If you don't say
Yeah.
what you're talking about, it can be really vague.
Mhm.
For example,
Yeah,
what,
you don't
what does
want.
better,
Yeah,
what does
you don't
better
want
for
it
you
to be
mean in a
vague.
game? Or
You
when
want it to be
say,
more
"How
concrete,
is that
right?
AI
You want to be
bad?"
more
What are you
specific.
talking about?
Mhm.
What are they not taking cover? Are they just running straight at you shooting? What do you mean? When you say you don't like a UI, what is the friction point in that UI that you're encountering? What is it that's bothering you?
Yeah.
If you just say that UI is dumb, it's not helping. And trust me, it's not just gamers.
It's so true. There's so many people who are just like, "Oh, I hate this UI. It's fucking stupid." And it's just like, what the fuck? What do you want? Like, what kind of UI do you actually want? Do you have screenshots of something you like? Like why the fuck are you being so weird about it?
Who do this. I've worked with people who've literally said that out of their mouth. They're like, "That looks dumb." Great, I'll get right on that.
I love
Sometimes though, and you know, we've talked about
Oh,
I've
fucking
talked
humans,
about how
dude.
some UI issues are really an underlying system mechanic issue. This comes up in the videos on encumbrance where You can have a really good UI if your game supports encumbrance, but you take encumbrance out and suddenly that same UI is terrible because people can carry more. And suddenly there's a lot more things in their inventory, and the UI you were using for a limited inventory doesn't work for UI. with an unlimited.
Okay, I see the dynamic now. That's why. Yeah, okay, so there's the different systems, that's why. It's a different system, no wonder. Or you would have to build it out.
Inventory. So that's why you need to be very specific about what it is you didn't like. Do you really hate that UI? Or do you hate that you can vacuum up everything? And or do you want to be able to vacuum up everything that you just...
because once you put in a weight system and encumbrance system, then you do have to change how the inventory system works, right? Right, so it's either you don't put an encumbrance system, and you just have the straight inventory system, and then whatever the devs want to do with their little gimmicks, right? Or you have the weight system, right, with an encumbrance, and then whatever limited of whatever details they want to put in that, right?
Just wish the game would.
Yeah, and each of those systems are very vastly different in terms of just coding it, and you cannot switch it either.
Organize it better.
Right. Well, once it's in there, it's in there. You cannot switch it because that could break. Right. That could break the whole content and premise of the game. Right. In a sense. Because
Be specific.
Yeah.
Here's the one that really gets me, and that many of you refuse to acknowledge. You all, again, I wish English had a plural you all do not agree on what a good feature is. Go back and watch both of my encumbrance videos. They're linked below.
Yeah, no one can agree.
Or even the video I did on providing game difficulty, different options in there. Read the comments on it, which I know a lot of you don't
I didn't.
Complain that
so a lot of the
do a good job of
a lot of these videos he's been doing, I haven't been watching them, but I have seen them from time to time. I mean, to be frank, I'm not a game dev, so it's like I don't care about this stuff, sort of. But for my line of work, it does. I do need to know what people want, because I work in fucking programming and coding and basically making products for people in a sense. So yeah, I kind of have to know some of this stuff.
Pick one of those videos, set it to show all the comments, and scroll for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You will find that some of you literally say you will not play a game that is lacking a particular feature.
Yeah.
And then keep scrolling, and you'll find people who hate games that have that feature. And it can be anything. Fast travel, VO, walls of text, story mode.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you require it, and some of you skip games that have it. And you have reasons for doing it. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
What I am saying is there's no possible way to
make I see what he's saying. That just goes with the different types of styles and right, all the different computations you can do with the video games and how people view video games and what they're trying to play at that moment in time and stuff. Oh yeah, it's a lot of variables. It's a lot of it. Right, not only it's kind of ambiguous too, because it's like you can't. There's so much you can't account for. I would like to make some art of your channel, Bromy. Your content is really engaging. I hate you. I hate you. I'm gonna fucking ban you too.
Make a game that will make all of you happy.
I'm gonna fucking
What's interesting
ban
to
you.
me, and this channel has made me really acknowledge it, you don't even agree on the fact that all of you are disagreeing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true too. I don't know what it is about the streaming like sphere, but it's like an echo chamber of dumbasses sometimes. Then again, I think it's because you have people all around the world who who don't know the English language very well, and they don't know that English has so many fucking vocabulary words and different synonyms and shit. That is just that some of it just goes over some like other countries' heads because they don't use the same fucking they don't use the same words sometimes. So it's like and then you have to repeat and say the shit like 20 different times in like 20 different ways. It's like, oh god. Motherfuckers, I'm not from this country, okay?
Some of you don't acknowledge there are any other game players out there.
That's true.
There was a video I did where I said people frequently want better graphics, but a lot of you asked for better
I was
graphics.
like, what better?
And someone said, and I quote, "No one asked for better graphics."
Yeah. Yeah, you got people. Yeah, it's like some people ask for better graphics, and then some people are like, "What are you talking about? The graphics are fine." It was just like, oh my god. No one can agree on anything. It's just this discourse of just everyone just fucking saying, no, I don't want this. Yes, I want this. No, it's fine. No, it's not fine. It's like, oh god.
I guess you never read a review and you don't go on any forum boards because yes, they do. And keep in mind, better graphics. Sometimes they're just talking about they want a higher resolution. They want a 4K monitor, and they're upset they're not getting a game in 4K. Sometimes they want a farther view distance. They're upset that it clips really early.
Maybe it's just the depth of field, right? The depth of field slider sometimes, because your character's like so scrunched in, right?
Or that there's always things blocking their view. They don't get a nice wide
view. Yeah.
Sometimes they just mean more creature variety. Or more location variety. These are all better graphics. These are all things that require a lot more art time, a lot more things to be loaded in, a lot better optimization of your engine. These are all going to the category of better graphics, and all.
Yeah, that's all resource stuff and resource management, because that stuff has to be built out already, and then they have to try and tweak it because you can't just right. You have to do a balancing act with a lot of this stuff.
I guarantee.
Because you see the games nowadays, man, fucking 200, like over 200 gigabytes sometimes. It's like, holy fuck, man. We're going out of fucking, we're going crazy here, aren't we? Just putting in all the fucking shit, eh?
Have asked for some form of better graphics at some point when you're responding to a question of what did you like and dislike about this game. Now, keep in mind, too, sometimes you guys talk about art style, but everything I just mentioned, even if the art style stays the same, you will need more polys and more textures and more everything, just to give you more creature variety or more location variety. Yeah, so just that means
a lot more resources, basically. Yes. So basically, chalk it up to, if you want more stuff, well, it's going to cost more resources. You should have told us this earlier, right?
Falls under the aegis of better graphics, but means more work, more you basically want some of this stuff, but all of that stuff requires a lot more work, more time, more money.
And
many of you say, well, I don't really care about graphics. I'm one of you. Graphics have never been high on my list of what I care about in a game. But many
people care.
Are attracted to a game.
Yeah, many people do care.
Graphics, even if they stay afterwards because the gameplay is so good. Pretty graphics open the door.
Yes.
I've told
some this is
designers
just
under me.
This is
Sometimes
just humans.
it's like dating,
right?
Your head may be turned by
humans
the
have a wide variety of likes and dislikes
and the chemistry.
And
so
to account for everything.
Make a pretty game. More people will at least get their eyeballs on your game.
That's impossible.
Then they're
really.
saying because of the mechanics, and then later on they're deny ever even looking at your game because it was pretty.
Yeah, at that point, right? At that point, you're gonna become the jack of all trades and the master of none, right? No, that you don't want that in a video game, right? You don't want the jack of all trades and the master of none. That seems pretty bad in my idea, in my view, right? right? You want video games to master certain elements, right? That's what makes certain games the way they, right? How great they are, right? It's how unique they are. It's because they master certain elements. You can't just do that in every game. Yeah, you can't.
One of the things I
you
want to point out
can't
is
balance everything.
Many of you argue
that way.
against things that would make a game that even tries to provide more things for more players.
I mean, yeah, you
And I've
can
talked
try
about
to
how
provide it,
design by
but yeah,
committee is bad, which I agree
yeah,
with.
it's going to
usually
go
that
down
leads to
in
making a game that's so bland. and
Yeah, it's going to
vanilla
be
that
right.
No one can.
It's
really
going to be
have
generalized slop.
an argument against it, but nobody really feels like playing it.
Mhm.
What I mean by that is many of you literally have argued that games should have fewer game options. I'm not even talking about game difficulty, just fewer game options. I have a video.
Yes. I
on
think
game
yeah, I
options.
think
I'll
some
link it below.
I think some
Again,
people have said that
read
too.
those
I don't
comments.
remember which games.
Many of you are going, yeah, I hate when games have a lot of options. I don't know what to set. The designer should have decided that. Why are they making me do that? That just means they didn't have a strong vision. Ignoring the fact that,
it's
that
not
many
that.
of those options are there.
No, they
to
had
let
a
more
vision. It's
people
just
play the
your
game.
expectation is not
I'm
what-
colorblind.
right,
That's
is
a
not what
disability.
it wa-
there are
what
games
they
I
thought, right.
literally cannot
Your
play
expectation was
because
different.
they have puzzles or information that I'm supposed to pick up on that's
Yeah.
color based, but there are no color blindness options.
Yeah.
The worst ones of these are ones that don't say up front that they do that.
Mhm.
And then later I'm playing the game and I realize I'm playing it wrong, or I've encountered puzzles that I literally cannot solve,
Mhm.
and there's no option to do so. Super frustrating. So let me sum up, because I've been ranting for a while. I get that you, the individual, want what you, the individual, want.
Yeah.
But you have to realize that you, the individual, are not very good at giving developers feedback.
Yes.
And that you, the individual, are not everybody the game's being made
True.
for. Many
Yep.
of you aren't even in the majority. And I hear you. I don't think I'm in the majority. I like a lot of niche games.
Yeah.
I've made a lot of niche games. And so that's kind of what I'm
Yeah, a lot of I'm the same way. Developers shouldn't make a game for the 1% is what he's saying. Right? It's not good.
saying here is game development is hard on its own, technically.
Yeah.
But this lack of consensus among game players
Yeah.
about what they want takes that difficulty to a whole new
Yeah,
level.
the
It's
difficult
that much
the
harder to make a
difficulty to
game
try
that
and
you want to be popular,
account for
that you want to have
everything
a
and
lot
to
of sales,
make people
because
happy
most
and
of you don't know what you
right,
want.
it's
Those
yeah,
of you
that,
do know what
that-
you want are very vague.
It's
at
a lot of
expressing it.
research, studying, and
many of
making
you don't
sure
realize that what you
everybody's up
want
to
isn't what a lot of other
on the
people
same
want.
page. Really,
This is why, for most of my career, I just made what I wanted, what
Yeah.
I liked. I hoped other
Yeah.
people would like it, but it was me and the team just trying to make
yeah,
something we'd
and
like
that's
that would
fair,
make each
right?
other laugh,
And that's
make
all
each
you
other
can
have
hope
fun.
for, right?
And we were like, gee, I hope people like this. We weren't sure. We didn't care. And when marketing would ask
Yeah,
us
and
questions like,
for me,
"What's the
that's fine
demographic
for
your
with me.
game?" We didn't know.
'Cause
We didn't have an answer,
I
and
understand
most
that.
of us, we didn't even care. We're like, I don't know. Why don't you go home and play the game and tell me what you think? Who would like it?
I mean, I think if
Maybe you like
anyone's
my earlier
creating
games.
anything,
Maybe
right?
it's because I did make them in a
it's-
vacuum
you,
like that. and I
You
was
should know how this guy feels.
However, I can tell you, my later games sold more copies. So what's the right path? I don't know. But I can tell you this. Do game developers know what game players want? No, we don't.
There you go. Basically, anyone who's making a product, right? Yeah. I mean, right, you don't even have to say game developers. Anyone who's making a product will not know what their consumer wants. Because you can't account for every possible outcome that they want, right? All you can do is just make it the best way you think you can, and then once you release it, hope people like it, and then once they give their feedback, right, then you can, switch it up a little bit, right? Because at that point, you have the feedback you needed. So yeah. Open game engine, better slider effects, release and roll around in the money. We need the third. Do gamers know what devs want? Unironically, yeah. There's no way to make a game that all of you will like. Yes, that's true. I agree. Game companies should stop trying to make games for everyone. We need more mid-budget games amid a specific audiences. A lot more AAA games try to be everything and everybody end up alienating everyone instead. We make games that we want to play. Seems to be a common theme amongst my favorite game development. Yeah, basically. However, I'm worried about survivorship bias because I have spent most of my time researching what makes these successful game development companies good and haven't spent nearly enough time researching what makes failed games development company bad. I would love your insight on this, perhaps include subjectivity of the success or failures. Some failures, probably Concord, Golem, Dustborn. I mean, you could probably put like, what other games have just gone off the? I mean, if you want to say like the failure of how like the beginning of No Man's Sky stuff, right? That incident, right? That beginning failure incident, right? Not the after they got better, but that beginning initial phase, right? So yeah, you have those types of games too, where they fucked up in the beginning, but then it got better as they kept working on it. So it's kind of like, yeah. I mean, yeah. First thing that reminds me of Battlefield Bad Company 2 and how DICE came out later and said that they had no idea why people liked the game so much. Or the Army of Two, that was a great game. And then they made a second one and then they stopped making it. So you want a realistic, down-to-earth game that's completely off the wall and swarming with magic robots? The first thing that I already read that. Playing games, I felt the developer knew exactly what they wanted their games to be. Just trusted what there'd be an audience for whatever it was. Unfortunately, taking that particular gamble in every project sounds like a great way to get out of business. Yeah, and you can see it with some of the indie companies and AAA companies, right? Some gambles are pretty detrimental to them. I think saying your later games sold more copies isn't exactly fair, as the game playing population has exploded since then. Proportionally speaking, how can make some that they could sold less? Not really advocating for one perspective over the other. Just thought it bared pointing out that there is nuances there. I released a free small indie game on Steam. The only bad review I got, 90% positive. Didn't help me fix anything. It really just said yeah. Yeah, a lot of people on the reviews sometimes, they don't really give constructive feedback and they just say bad. I like this. Bad. It's like, oh, okay. Thanks. You gotta love humans, man, sometimes. Fuck. I can give one answer for UI problems. Anytime a game is made for both console and PC, the UI almost always conforms to the least common denominator, which is to work well with someone using a controller. And rarely do devs create an alternative UI for PC that makes advantage of the flexibility of mouse and keyboard. I think because the calibration, right? The UI calibration for PC and console is probably a little bit different, I would assume, because you're using a controller that has analog sticks. Whereas a mouse, you're using a mouse that's right. The mouse is pretty pinpoint. I mean, sure, analog sticks you can kind of get pinpoint, but there's a drift with them you have to consider too. So, yeah, and with mouse, there's no drift. It's instant, right? As soon as I move my hand, like it's there immediately. So, I mean, there might be some drift because I'm moving my hand or my whole arm sometimes and moving my hand a little bit, but yeah. Whereas fingers, right, you can, the smallest touch in the direction of the analog stick is going to move you. Yeah, the calibration on how mouse and controller is completely different, and how these systems work. I mean, even right, you're probably the coding is kind of similar. It's a little bit different in terms of using inputs and outputs. I don't think most gamers can pinpoint exactly what they like. Also, with controller, you're limited on inputs and outputs because you only have so many buttons. Whereas keyboard, you have so many fucking inputs and outputs, right? People subscribe to the idea of universal game. Yeah, I think that's an issue too. I think people are trying to put like a universal schematic on things, and you can't do that. Right. I mean, sure, you can put a universal schematic on like the genre of games, but you can't put a universal game design schematic on like these individual games that have a story or right some kind of game design element they want to incorporate, right, or to push forward to make it more prominent, right? I think all encumbrance is bad. They think all games with fast travel is bad. I mean, it's not that. It's more to the fact that they don't want to backtrack that takes way too long, right? And in terms of how many games there are that just waste your time sometimes. Yeah, that's why people, right, because there are certain games that just waste your fucking time, and that's why people want fast travel, to cut that fucking time down. Right, especially with open world games, fast travel is like a must. Right, or semi-open world games. They think all sarcastic characters are bad. Meanwhile, they can be games that do encumbrance really good and improve because of it. Games that do have fast travel and it is improved with it without detracting. Games that have smart asses are probably the more we gamers stop with the blanket statements, the better and easier it will become. Yeah, I noticed that too. I think it just comes down to just people just making blanket statements and just not being real constructive with their feedback. Right. And I feel like some of these people don't even play the game too sometimes. So they're just making a blanket statement just to make a blanket statement. It's like, okay. Thanks for adding into the conversation that you don't even fucking have a fucking you have no skin and you got no skin in the game. Why are you even saying anything? I mean, if you just wanted to give your input, at least make it more constructive than that. Like, Christ. Be more human. What is wrong with you? Why are you a robot? Alright, what time is it? 1:43?
Housing, everything.
Okay, let's do this last
cases. These aren't
thing. Clown World. Is that Hassan? Look at young Hassan with the baby face Hassan.
They're trying to kill you. Otherwise, they'd get to Mexico and say, "Phew."
I don't like clowns.
Oh yeah, saw this one. Yeah, we saw it earlier. Yeah, I don't know. What? Who thought that? Those are fucking criminals. It's just, yeah, it was a good idea to go fucking rob during a fire when they told you not to. Or a rapist who claimed he didn't know sex with a sleeping woman is wrong cannot be deported because he is bisexual. Okay, there you go. Even in the UK they're doing it, I guess. It's not just the fucking Cali, right? California. They complain about white supremacy, they complain about racist white people. But they will fight tooth and nail not to go back to their own nations and their own people. True.
Play it. All inclusive. You know what that means?
I mean, we love your Mr. Trudeau. I mean.
What's his name? Voltaire, the one famous French writer, philosopher. He said, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And there you go. He was a French philosopher. He's just basically saying, yes, look, you can speak your mind and I'll defend you. To that extent, right? Because of freedom of speech and all that. Well, I mean, that's the way I take it since, well, I'm just using it because of America. America!
By the way, congratulations on the Canadian soccer team getting to the semi-final.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
So
yeah, that's him. Shows. Okay.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
So we should have seen this coming. Instead of reaching out with compassion to the people in my city, Los Angeles, for losing everything in the fires, miserable Trump and his cronies are politicizing it, of course, for their own advantage. They're blaming Gavin Newsom, they're blaming the Democrats.
What?
Funny, he doesn't blame the red states for hurricanes and tornadoes.
Yeah, but hurricanes and tornadoes are actually natural disasters. The way that these fires were caused, it's looking like arsonists to me. I don't know if the Palisades fire was arsonist. I mean, to be honest, I think it is arsonist. If these other fires, like the Eaton fire and all those, were, well, actually, they've released some of those guys, and they didn't have much information. So it's kind of like, honestly, I think it's arson shit. To be honest, I think people lighting shit on fire because there's just too many homeless. There have been too many instances in California where it's just that there's just been too many fires of just people leaving their shit on and just letting it fucking engulf everything.
And floods.
Their intellect ratings are almost 20% below average.
He's a miserable man out for his own good, and by the way, he doesn't believe in climate change. It's a hoax.
It is a hoax. Oh, she's a climate changer. That's why. It is a hoax.
Where do
I mean,
you
it's
start? Well, the difference between hurricane.
okay. It's not a hoax in the sense that yes, the fact that we are producing a lot of heat, right, from these production facilities and right, the electrical companies, right, and all that. Yes, it does cause some more heat in areas. But the way that these people want it is going to ruin our fucking country, literally.
Hurricanes
Like
and
they
tornadoes
want
and
they want the
fires.
quick
You can't cause a
changes
hurricane
now,
or
but it's like
tornado
we
or
don't
fight a
have
hurricane
those
today.
capabilities. We're not some fucking alien race that can just beam shit in instantly. Like what the fuck?
Do a stellar rescue and recovery job, which Ron DeSantis and others like him managed to do. But you can do plenty to prevent.
Right, I mean, you got the polar ice cap, right? That shit is melting very slowly, but it is melting.
The
So
severity
yes,
of
there is
fires,
global warming in a
managing the
sense,
fuel loads, forest
or
management,
climate change in
water
a sense.
management, having a well-resourced
But it's
fire
not
department.
that big.
This is the way. So the CEO of the multi-billion-dollar United Healthcare Insurance Company was shot and killed this morning in New York City, and I will say that it is pretty tragic that the shooter was only able to get one of them, but it's a good start. I mean, it's a good foundation. Good, we can only move up from here. And before any of you come at me with, "Oh my God, I can't believe you'd say that," go yourself. Seriously, go yourselves. Non-judgmental and inclusive.
Dumping poor people on America is not making
Judgmental
us
and
better. They are
inclusive.
far more likely to be receiving welfare, and that's just your average illegal immigrant, and immigrant are way higher to be accepting government assistance than American.
How would they accept government assistance?
Applicants don't have to wait at all. They instantly get given food, housing, everything, but they aren't asylum cases. These aren't people fleeing one corrupt, I'm trying to kill you. Otherwise, they'd get to Mexico and say, "Phew, home free, I'm in Mexico." No, they want to come to the biggest welfare state in the world.
I mean, the American welfare
It's
state
true.
might be big.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, all they had to do was either go to Mexico. I mean, Mexico is a nice place too. But no, they want to come to the United States for some reason. Where it's much, much harder. And they speak no fucking English sometimes. It's just like, why are you coming into this country where you don't even speak a lick of English? Right? And you're trying to find a job in these companies that basically only speak English most of the time. I mean, sure, you might have some companies that have some workers that speak or are bilingual or trilingual, right? That's so far and few between. I mean, obviously you have people from all walks of life, right? You got the Asians, and maybe they do speak their home, right, their ethnic background language, but it's like not all people do that.
In totality, as far as our population goes, but it's definitely not as encompassing as plenty of other European nations. But that's besides the point. You mentioned welfare. Can you describe to me specifically how undocumented citizens take advantage of our robust welfare state?
They can't walk to Sweden. They can walk to this country.
No, but you're not answering my question.
They can also walk to Mexico, and they're not stopping there.
You got knocked the fuck out.
The most
true.
educated demographic in this country right now is black women.
Yeah, I like how it's funny how Hassan tries to like. I don't know why he does this, because he never wins those arguments. Even when he was debating against Asmongold, like those arguments just did not hold up well. And then Asmongold gets banned for for fucking Hassan's stupidity. It's like, okay,
Imagine
whatever.
watching airline workers spill
This is why you
medication out
can't
into
trust
the
streamers
trash. That's
and
what happened to a
fucking their
frustrated
weird
Spirit Airlines
agenda.
passenger who accidentally left his carry-on bag at the check-in counter. Jim Murray has details.
This passenger is about to leave a small carry-on bag behind as he boards his flight in New Orleans. You can see it right there on the counter.
When did you realize you left it at the gate?
I realized it as soon as we were on the plane.
Keon Brooks called Spirit Airlines as soon as he landed
Oh,
in
Spirit.
Los
It was
Angeles.
I
Spirit.
spoke to a
obviously.
Spirit Airlines manager, and he told me your bag is not in our possession. It wasn't in our possession. You haven't left it here. And basically, he hung up on me.
But that wasn't good enough for Brooks. He says he was 100% positive that he left his bag at the counter, and he knew there had to be surveillance footage that would prove him right. But how would he obtain it?
How did you get videotape of this situation?
I put in a public information request, and I was very detailed down to the time that I arrived, the clothes that I had on.
Were you surprised that they released the videotape to you?
I was surprised.
In the video, you can see another passenger pointing out the bag. A gate agent starts going through it. And look, passengers are still boarding. Wouldn't the agents figure it was someone who had just boarded? Instead of trying to find the passenger, the agent takes the bag to another gate. Then she starts rifling through it.
Yeah,
What
this
happens
is
next
weird.
will shock you. She walks to the trash can and starts dramatically
Yeah, this
tossing
is
in
this is the
contents.
fucked up thing.
She appears to read a medication bottle. Then you see her pouring the pills out.
When she started pointing out my medications,
Yeah, it's like,
that's
what
the
is
part
she
that
doing?
really
Yeah.
got to me.
Like, why is
Another
she
gate
doing
agent
it?
starts recording her.
Yeah,
She
that's-
seems to be having such a good time.
Yeah, this shit is so weird. Like, how can you allow these types of people to work in your facility? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
She doubles over in laughter. The rest of the bag.
Like, dude, if I saw one of these workers acting like this, I'd be livid, dude. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Is dumped. The agent appears to fish keys out of the trash, but then chucks them back in.
Yeah, like,
What you doing?
literally doing some. I mean, it's not criminal activity, but real asshole-ish shit stuff, right? Real fucked up shit.
Wanna go down? Can you go downstairs?
Wholesomeness stuff. Jesus, holy shit! That dog. That dog almost fucked himself. Oh my god. Hey, it's a monkey. Oh. 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 He just jumped on the fucking dog's back. Okay. There's our wholesomeness. What is this? Slender Man stabbing. Oh my god.
She was just 12 years old.
Gazer was just 12 years old when she and a friend lured their classmate into the woods and then stabbed her nearly 24 times? What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy. My fucking god. See what I mean? Even teens are going fucking... Right, these teens don't even need a gun, man. They're just grabbing a fucking kitchen knife and just stabbing people. What the fuck? Who threw newborn baby in a trash? Oh yeah, this is the... God damn. Dude, a lot of these incidences have been coming up recently. Like, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing with your life to do this kind of fucked up? What are you doing? Stop. Stop. Why are humans so fucked in the head? God damn it. Fucking mental. And then the fucking... Yeah, dude, there's a lot of mental shit all over the place.
Is there's no ability. What bothers me most about unions is there's no ability to opt out of dues. As a single mother with 2 boys, yeah, you're totally real, I'm barely scraping by as it is. And now unions want to come to Amazon and make them pay a piece of my salary? No, thanks. Okay. Oh, geez. I always like to put my employer's name in my Twitter handle because I'm a real person who definitely exists.
Yeah.
I always like to put my employer's name in my Twitter handle because I'm a real person who definitely exists. Tucker Carlson says AOC is a child of privilege. I've lost track. Am I just a bartender who should go back to making drinks without health insurance? Or am I a secretly deceitful child of privilege because I'm an heiress of the Swanson frozen food empire? Oh, wait, sorry. That's Tucker Carlson. God, what a giant fucking loser. Look at that face. I'm talking about him. Flashback. Remember when Australia was just as free as America, only with weird accents? Well, that ended when they rounded up all the guns like they did in Nazi Germany. We're still free, and also free of school shootings now, though. Oh, God. Oh, no. What's this one going to be? Oh, no, I actually saw this one out in the wild. Okay, anyway. South Park was way ahead of its time. At the end of the show, the solution is to let trans people use the bathroom of their choice and make a new bathroom just for transphobes called Sissy Bathroom. Plus, come on, community notes and violations. Don't play this game. Don't look at Cartman and go, yeah, exactly. Because you're clearly not watching the show at all if you actually relate or side with Cartman. You know, you might be a psycho if you do that. I'm just saying.
Cartman's a
Let's see.
fucking
So
psycho.
churches are not essential, but abortion clinics are essential. God, Ed. Correct. One is a needed medical procedure, and the other one is a book club. All right? I've never heard it referred to as a book club before. I think that's fun. Boomer is the N-word
That's a good
of
one.
ages. Shut the fuck up, dork. Being hip and flip does not make bigotry okay. Nor is it a derisive epithet acceptable because it is new? A what? Saying your generation's official name is the
what?
equivalent of the most heinous racial slur in America is some real boomer shit.
Yeah.
it's
Saying your generation's official name is the equivalent.
It's embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. God damn it. What happened to you, boomers? What happened to you? God damn it. You guys were like the sexual revolution. You were smoking weed and f***ing at concerts and stuff like that. And now that you got yours, you think everybody else gets to have a shittier life? Everything was given to you. Not all of you, of course. It's just sort of
you were the
takeaway
chosen
with
one.
The attitude. God damn it.
You
Like
were the
hippies.
chosen
Why did
one.
you hippies start getting real weird and possessive? Come on. All right, my buddy just went to Home Depot to get a guy for unskilled day labor, and the guy wanted $32 an hour. If it's unskilled labor, why didn't your buddy just do it himself? Yeah, I love the term unskilled labor. Sarcasm.
Yeah, unskilled labor.
It's not actually unskilled labor.
All right. I think I'm gonna call it here.